Chapter 201 Too much contrast. Chapter 201 Contrast is too big. The first is that the terrain site should not be too long or too narrow or too cornered. Otherwise, it will not be conducive to the rational layout of the pig farm's buildings, and will also cause inconvenience in transportation and management. The second is the topography. A high, dry and flat place should be selected, which is conducive to ventilation and saving investment in the treatment of the ground. Generally, it should also be above the local historical floodline and the groundwater level below 2 meters, and stay away from the swamp, the ground and the place where mosquitoes and flies breed. In addition, there should be a certain gentle to facilitate drainage. In addition, attention should be paid to the sun to facilitate light and warmth. The third is the soil. The soil for the construction of pig farms requires good water permeability, air permeability, low water capacity and hygroscopicity, weak capillary action, low thermal conductivity, good insulation, and no pollution and biogeochemical endemic diseases. It is better to choose sandy loam, but sometimes it is often restricted by objective conditions. It is also possible to make up for soil defects from building design and production management. The fourth is water. The fifth is electricity. The sixth is traffic. Seventh. The eighth. Liu Jian casually said 10 major points. There are some other minor issues that need attention. I won't tell you one by one. If you can pay attention to the above 10 points, the site of the pig farm will basically be determined. Liu Jian's head is slightly raised. Li Laosan admires so much talent. It turns out that our production team also raises a few pigs. I didn't expect to raise a pig. There are so many doorways in the middle, Li Laosan said with a sigh. Learning, there is a lot of knowledge here. This is still the site selection. When the pig farm is built, it will be divided into production areas, production auxiliary areas, and management and living areas. How to arrange these areas in the pig farm. Moreover, in production areas, pig houses should also be classified into boar stalls, sow stalls, breeding stalls, farrowing stalls, nursery stalls, rearing stalls, etc. For example, boars are often raised in single pens. The area of the boar pen is about 6 square meters, and the front is just 1 meter high. It is best equipped with a door, 1 meter high and 0.8 meters wide. But the sow pen is different. There are so many things to learn here. Laosan Li was dumbfounded as he walked. He had heard of many things for the first time, and it took him a long time to react. Liu Gong, you think it's noon now, or else go back for a meal first. Li Laosan asked Liu Jian for his opinion. After this morning, he did not dare to look at Liu Jian with the same mentality that he looked at beggars yesterday. The university students from the capital are different. They know a lot. It's really a person who can't look at him. Who can imagine that Liu Jian, who was a respectable person yesterday, has such a great ability today? The worse and worse the impression Liu Jian left on him yesterday, the better and more outstanding Liu Jian's performance today. The contrast is even stronger, and the reverse is even more rapid. If he came, Liu Jian would be a literate man, holding a big shelf. He looked very powerful. Maybe Li Laosan would not be like this today. Well, let's go. Liu Jian snorted pretentiously. Li Laosan's gaze made him feel like he had fallen into the ice cellar in summer. I feel refreshed all over. In the future, don't call me Liu Gong. I am a college student, not an engineer. Liu Jian said as he walked. Don't say, this director Li is still going to have trouble. Just half a step away from himself, and you don't have to look back when you go. Also, you can show respect for yourself. Not bad. This is what college students enjoy. No, Liu Gong. I call you Liu Gong to belittle you. I think you are much stronger than the engineers who came to our village in the past. No, too much. They are simply inferior to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know it at all. It's just a simple way to raise pigs. There are so many ways. Laosan Li said. Liu Jian seemed to have fallen in the ice cellar and ate another ice cream. It was cool, really cool. How embarrassed yesterday was. How cool it is today. Don't say that. After all, I haven't graduated yet. No, Liu Gong, I'm telling the truth. I'm a farmer, Mr. Li. I'm a farmer. Don't mind if you speak rough words. Their skills are not worthy of carrying shoes for you. You should be the kind of prominence in college, right? Ahem. The thicker Li Lawson speaks, the happier he is. How the peasants would compliment others is a big truth. It's not being outstanding, it is being outstanding. Liu Jian corrected Li Lawson. Yes, Liu Gong, you don't even know what I say. Here two people licked one, the other enjoyed, and walked back to the village happily. And on the other side, Jiang Xiaobai also finished the morning class. After the get out of class was over, Jiang Xiaobai was ready to leave, but a bunch of people came around, asking questions that they didn't understand during class. Director, I still don't understand the change in the value of this product you said. Director, I still have some doubts about the circulation value you mentioned. Director, can you tell me in detail how to guide customers to consume? Walking and talking. Walking and talking, Jiang Xiaobai said as he waited for everyone to head towards the cafeteria. Meeting Liu Jian, Li Lawson and Huang Zongfu at the entrance of the cafeteria. Director, Lao San, Lao Huang. The three people said hello, while Liu Jian stood on the C position without saying a word. His head raised slightly, arrogantly, waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to greet him. It's just that Jiang Xiaobai was surrounded by a bunch of people, and he didn't pay attention to him at all. A college student made himself like that when he came yesterday. Today, it is estimated that I have some professional knowledge in pig raising, but I was wailing again. But even though he thought so in his heart, Jiang Xiaobai didn't care about it. It was not easy to turn a college student over. Although I have a problem with my brain, I will use it. I just lift my head when I lift my head. It's not my own cramp anyway. After eating at noon, Jiang Xiaobai went back to rest and prepared the content of the afternoon class. Li Lawson and Huang Zongfu sent Liu Jian back to the dormitory. Liu Gong, you should rest first. What time do you think I will come over to wake you up? Then I will accompany you around the village to see if there is a suitable factory site. Li Lawson said respectfully. You go around first, find a place according to the points I said in the morning, and I will go again when I find it. I got up too early this morning, and I have to make up my sleep this afternoon. Liu Jian waved his hand and said. He closed the door with a bang, and started to rest in bed. This. Li Lawson and Huang Zongfu looked at each other outside the door, which was too different from the way they looked in the morning. Forget it, bear it, who can let someone have the skills? Huang Zongfu said to do it, for the sake of the pig farm in Jianhua village. He endured it. End of this chapter. Chapter 202 How to sell combs to monks. Chapter 202 How to sell combs to monks. Okay. Let me give you a thinking question below. The topic of this question is how to sell combs to monks. Jiang Xiaobai said, the next class will explode. Sell the comb to the monk, don't make fun of it. The director, the monk has no hair, how can I sell the comb to the monk? Yes, the director. Isn't this comb being sold to the monk a curse? It's not bad if you don't get beaten. Director. Every salesperson underneath started talking one after another. Even Song Wei-go felt that Jiang Xiaobai was a little joke. Is this simply impossible? If you need a comb, you can sell it to him. But you can sell it to him if you buy it or not. Or you can sell it to him if you don't want to buy it. But selling combs to monks is tantamount to cursing. Who doesn't know that monks don't have hair at all? Aren't you calling them bald and insulting people? Does anyone have an idea? Stand up and talk about it. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Director. Deng Wai stood up. Tell me a little bit. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Deng Wai encouragingly. I think I can say this to the monk. There are many meridians on my head, and I can unblock the meridians with a comb. Deng Wai said. Everyone's eyes brightened. Yes, at this time the role of the comb is not only to comb the hair, but is equivalent to a massage. Okay. Song Wei-go took the lead, and there was fierce applause from the crowd. Not bad. Jiang Xiaobai also applauded Deng Wai. At this time, he is doing sales, and I can think of this as a good one. Anyone else has an idea? Jiang Xiaobai continued to ask. This time no one said that this matter was impossible, but really started thinking about it seriously, said that if you can't sell it, you will lose your job, win their sympathy, and the monks are compassionate. Li Xiliu stood up and put forward an idea. Okay, it's selling badly. If it can be sold and shipped, then it might be a good way. Jiang Xiaobai took the lead and applauded. Song Weigo, Wang Zhao and others also applauded, not to mention that although this method is a bit rogue, it can be regarded as a method. Li Xiliu has been with Jiang Xiaobai for a while, not to mention, this shamelessness has learned a lot. Anything else? Anything else? Jiang Xiaobai continued to ask. Everyone in the sales department in the meeting room was completely aroused. So, let me tell you two for your reference. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone immediately focused on Jiang Xiaobai. Want to know what kind of whimsy this person who asked the question has. Also wanted to know what kind of method this factory director, who has always been good at creating miracles and omnipotent in their minds, would propose. If you tell the monk that the pilgrims who come to worship the Buddha are servile, this is disrespect to the Buddha. You need to comb your hair before worshipping the Buddha. Can you buy a little? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Before everyone could answer, Jiang Xiaobai continued. If you tell their monk, let the master in the temple consecrate it and give it to the pilgrims who come to worship the Buddha, can you say that you can comb out 3,000 troubles? If we say, we can add other meanings to this comb, such as safety, etc. Can we? Can Jiang Xiaobai have 3 in a row? The eyes of the people in the meeting room when asked are getting brighter. Yes, too good. Song Weigo said excitedly, applauding vigorously. He turned out to be a salesman, and he was really excited about Jiang Xiaobai's whimsical ideas. Papa. The other sales department staff also began to applaud. Their eyes were only on the monk, but they did not think of the person who came to worship the Buddha and incense. Okay. This is just an example. Let me talk about communication skills. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, unceremoniously taking this idea as his own, and accepting the admiration of everyone. When get out of class was over in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai walked out of the meeting room in the eyes of everyone reluctantly. Everyone in the sales department understands that they will depend on sales in the future, and now they have such a good opportunity to learn these sales knowledge systematically. Of course everyone was studying eagerly, even Song Weigo. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai returned to his office, Li Laosan and Huang Zongfu walked in with downcast faces. Yeah, what's the matter with the two of you? Why is this virtuous, awkward? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Director, the location of this pig farm is not easy to choose. This afternoon, Uncle Huang and I visited our village in accordance with the site selection requirements stated by the university student. There is no place that meets the requirements at all. Laosan Li frowned and said, this afternoon he and Huang Zongfu really broke their legs. But I still haven't found a place that meets Liu Jian's requirements. Each place is either short of water or inconvenient for transportation, or the place is not big enough. You too? Where's Liu Jian? Didn't Liu Jian follow? Jiang Xiaobai frowned slightly and asked. No, after Liu Jian followed me around the village in the morning, he gave me the site selection requirements for the pig farm. In the afternoon, he said he was a little tired, so he didn't follow. Li Laosan said. Well, what do you want to talk about? Jiang Xiaobai didn't say much after listening, and asked. He didn't know much about pig raising. First of all, the area of the site. Li Laosan remembered what Liu Jian said in the morning, recounted to Jiang Xiaobai one by one. Director, you said that Liu Jian is really a talent. I have never heard of those things he said, but after listening, I feel very reasonable. Li Laosan said with emotion. It's nonsense, Jiang Xiaobai said with a black face, and then said, go and call him over. This is so special. Li Laosan and Huang Zongfu were fooled by this stuff. The typical set of knowledge is the knowledge in the book. If you really follow that, you can just ask someone to buy a book about pig raising. Why do you ask him for it? I'm still a bit tired and need to make up for sleep. I didn't sleep well last night. That is, Li Laosan and Huang Zongfu had no knowledge, so they were just fooled into finding the factory site according to his method. It's strange that Jianhua village has qualified places. Okay, Li Lawson replied, turned around and went out to look for Liu Jian. Boom boom boom. A knock on the door sounded. Liu Jian was sleeping soundly, rubbing his eyes, and opened the door. Brother Li, what's the matter? It's ready for dinner, right? Wait a minute. I'll go with some clothes on. Liu Jian said with a yawn. No, the factory manager. I will find you over there. Li Lao-san said. Look for me. What's the matter with me? Liu Jian didn't care, and put on a piece of clothing and followed Lawson Li out. End of this chapter. Chapter 203 Nonsense. Chapter 203 What is bullshit? What are you looking for? Liu Jian looked awake, his head slightly raised, looking at Jiang Xiaobai, and asked. After this morning, he regained his self-confidence. In the face of this group of soil buns in the countryside, his identity as a college student is heaven. After just 2 sentences, they couldn't find the southeast, northwest, so he was less afraid of Jiang Xiaobai now. It's not like being starved to death in the office anymore. Have your head cramped? Jiang Xiaobai asked, looking up at Liu Jian. You say, what are you looking for? Liu Jian didn't dare to get angry. After all, he was on Jiang Xiaobai's site. But there is no such thing as a good tone, cursing in your heart. You just have a cramp in your head. What are you looking for? What did I ask you to do today? Jiang Xiaobai asked Liu Jian, squinting his eyes. Is it right to find a pig farm? Jiang Xiaobai continued without waiting for Liu Jian to speak. What about you? What are you doing? I said a lot of nonsense to Director Li in the morning, and then went to sleep under a quilt in the afternoon. Who gave you the confidence? Jiang Xiaobai patted the table and stood up, pointing to the nose and cursing. What do I call nonsense? What do you know? Do you know what modern breeding industry is? All I am talking about are advanced foreign experience. Liu Jian's head was raised high, looking at Jiang Xiaobai as if he was looking at a dumpling. Foreign advanced experience. Foreign countries are indeed modern farming, and their pig farms are thermostatically controlled. Can our country reach this level now? Jiang Xiaobai didn't wait for Liu Jian to finish speaking before speaking. It's so peculiar to treat him as a bun. Modern farming, he is not proficient, but it does not mean that he does not understand anything. How do you know? Liu Jian was stunned, and then asked for a while. How do I know that the requirements you mentioned are to memorize the text in the book? If you endorse the book, do I use you? I can buy a few books by myself. According to that requirement, my special pig farm is still open. Don't open it. Are you a fool? Jiang Xiaobai pointed to Liu Jian's nose and cursed. I. Liu Jian couldn't say a word. I think you are a liar, Xiao Liu. Find someone to deduct 30 yuan for his meals and accommodations at our place for the past 2 days, and then throw them out for me. Jiang Xiaobai said. 30 yuan, why don't you grab it? Liu Jian shouted. Is it more than 30 yuan? We took you by a special car. 3 meals and a few meat dishes were served this day. You live in a single room and the clothes on you belong to us. Is 30 yuan more than that? Jiang Xiaobai asked. That doesn't work. How can you do this? Liu Jian was speechless, but still insisted. 30 yuan. He had more than 10 yuan all over his body. This was still a little borrowed before leaving. How can he get 30 yuan, and how can he return to the capital without the front? No. He can't even go to the county seat. Maybe you have to beg for food along the street. No, I was wrong. Liu Jian watched Li Xiliu lead someone close to him and quickly became soft. It's not okay to refuse to accept softness. So Jiang Xiaobai is the second stupid son. Can't you respect college students more or less? Wrong. Okay, I will give you 3 days. You are responsible for finding a place for me to raise pigs in Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai said. Dealing with this kind of person is not at all polite. The more polite you are, the more energetic he is. 3 days. No, the director. The key is to see if there is a suitable place to build a factory in Jianhua village. If there is, There is no problem. I can definitely find out in 3 days, but if there is not, I can't help it. I can't change the place later. Liu Jian also murmured secretly in his heart. I don't care about this. You can find a way. Jiang Xiaobai said. Huh? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Liu Jian. Okay, no problem. Liu Jian nodded. Mada, this old man in Jianhua village should not come. This is definitely his own humiliating experience. Li Xiliu took Liu Jian and left. Li Losan and Huang Zongfu gave Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. Jiang Xiaobai was still awesome. Dignified college students from the capital said that they were all right. They were not used to him at all. In the next 2 days, Jiang Xiaobai continued to give lectures to the sales department staff, while Liu Jian accompanied Li Losan and Huang Zongfu around the village all day to find a suitable place to build the factory. This place is pretty good. The terrain and area are all right. Unfortunately, traffic has become a restriction. There is no way to widen this kind of road, and cars can't come. Liu Jian looked at a place, secretly regretting. It has been 2 days, and his leg is almost broken. But the site to the pig farm is still missing. It's not that he doesn't care, but that there is no suitable factory site in Jianhua village. Everyone, you are leaving tomorrow to go to the agent locations in the province. Your section chief should have said before. If the agent's performance cannot triple by the end of the year, then go home and farm. Canned educated youth do not keep such people. I tell you clearly that I will never tolerate anyone. So I hope you can use what you have learned in these 3 days to know that when you come to the agent's site, you can make a big splash and strive to do a career. At the end of the year, the top salesperson in charge of the agent also has a reward, at least a bonus of 500 yuan, even a bonus plus a bicycle. Before we set off, I wish you all a good journey. The sales training class is now officially over. Jiang Xiaobai voice just fell, and there was a round of applause below. In these 3 days, everyone has gained a lot. Thank you, Teacher Xiaobai. Everyone stood up and bowed to Jiang Xiaobai. Although it only took 3 short days, Jiang Xiaobai really imparted sales knowledge to them without reservation. If they really learn and understand what Jiang Xiaobai is talking about, it will be enough for them to eat and wear no matter where they are in this life. Thank you, classmates. Jiang Xiaobai also bowed, teacher, preacher, and karma to solve the confusion. He said he didn't preach, but there must be some answers. If you really hear them and understand them, then you will have enough. Jiang Xiaobai got up and left. The meeting room was quiet. Everyone watched Jiang Xiaobai leave. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was not their director, but their teacher. No. There must be another way. Liu Jian stared at the land in front of him, muttering. The land in front of you, at the foot of the mountain, has plenty of water, convenient transportation, flat terrain, and leeward wind. And there is a slope. The only drawback is the problem of sewage. End of this chapter. Chapter 204 Sewage Discharge Problem. Chapter 204 Sewage Discharge Issues. There must be a way. Liu Jian pressed hard against the land in front of him, which was the least he could find his shortcomings. The other places had too many shortcomings and were not suitable at all, which was far from what he thought. Xiao Liu, or go back first. It's getting late, Li Losan said while looking at Liu Jian, who was already a bit stunned. His name for Liu Jian changed from Liu Gong back to Xiao Liu. No. There must be a way. Let me think about it, Liu Jian said, and then suddenly ran towards the village. After these 2 days, he really ran down, and he also really applied the knowledge from the books to practice. Liu Jian ran back to the factory in one breath, opened the books he had brought, and began to look it up. Dragon City. The Educated Youth Canned Food Agency. Liu also gathered all the people under his hands. Li Donghai stood beside Liu, and Jiang Tishan stood with other canned salespeople. To tell you one thing, the factory is very dissatisfied with our sales performance. I heard that the factory manager became angry at the first meeting after the year. Tomorrow, The sales counseling staff of the main factory will come down to help check our sales. I hope that everyone can sell canned food within their own geographical limits according to the requirements of the main factory. You've watched the orders from more than 40 sales staff. It's not a trivial matter to supervise the sales staff from the main factory. Once the head factory found out that he had any violations, he reported it. Liu knew the character of Xiaobai head. Don't think that you are the general agent of Longqing, the provincial capital. It's just one sentence to change yourself. Now that he has tasted the sweetness, he is reluctant to go back to the days when he bought rat medicine. After Liu finished speaking, he rushed to agree and then dispersed. Li Donghai asked after waiting for everyone to disperse, "Is the supervision and sales of the main factory so difficult to deal with?" The group of supervising salesmen is average, but the factory manager is not an average person. Liu sighed and said that he was afraid of Jiang Xiaobai. He was able to stand out from the agents because of the fact that he had always had the evil pen to challenge Jiang Xiaobai majesty. He doesn't want to be that bad pen. Can you imagine? There are now educated youth cans all over the province. Although the educated youth canneries are under the banner of a township enterprise, they are a private enterprise. Liu said, "A private enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise?" Li Donghai was stunned. And he could rely on a single agent in Longqing. How big is this educated youth cannery? But Liu now even tells him that this is not the director of a state-owned enterprise, but a private enterprise. Liu walked far away, leaving Li Donghai standing alone and imagining what kind of person such a large enterprise belongs to. That night, the light in Liu Jian's room was on until late at night. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai sent the sales staff to leave. "Good journey." Jiang Xiaobai patted Deng Wai on the shoulder. "Don't worry, brother Xiaobai, this time, we can't complete the task. We will never come back." Deng Wai solemnly promised. "Okay, I'm waiting to celebrate for you," Jiang Xiaobai said. "Go." The sales staff jumped onto the Jiafang truck one by one. Jiafang truck set off suddenly in black smoke. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai returned to the office, Liu Jian ran in with dark circles under his eyes. Director, I have found a way." "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiaobai asked in confusion, raising his head. "Oh, yes, I found a piece of land behind the village. Whether it is in terms of area, topography, or..." Liu Jian stopped talking as Jiang Xiaobai, then paused and continued. "Director, do you have time?" "If we have time, we can go to the field together. Just say I can't tell." "Also," Jiang Xiaobai nodded and called out the door again. Little 6, go call Director Li and Secretary Huang. Jiang Xiaobai, Liu Jian, Li Laosan, Huang Zongfu and Li Xiliu, a group of 5 people walked towards the back of the village. "You guys, this is the land I chose. It is large enough, flat, and slightly inclined, which can facilitate the cleaning of pig manure, plus convenient transportation, and the wind does not conflict with the village." It can be said that Jianhua village is the most suitable place to run a pig farm, but there is a problem, that is, this place is close to the river, and sewage such as pig manure from the pig farm will pollute the environment. Jiang Xiaobai nodded listening to Liu Jian's words. But Li Laosan and Huang Zongfu have some doubts. Polluting the environment? How to pollute? There are no more fish in the river in our place, and it will be fine if it is polluted. Laosan Li said. Huang Zongfu, who was on the side, also nodded again and again. They have no awareness of environmental protection at all. As long as it can make Jianhua village wealthy, pollution of the environment is nothing. Green mountains and green waters are good, but they don't have a dime. They clang poorly all day long. Don't the green mountains and green waters still starve to death? Heavy polluting enterprises such as paper mills are also being introduced vigorously until the local economy becomes prosperous. This is how to shut down these companies, and then improve the environment. In fact, it was not that there were no people who understood, but the reality is like this. They also know about environmental pollution, but without these enterprises, The economy cannot develop. Now Jiang Xiaobai is also facing this problem. He came from later generations. He understands how harmful the pollution of the environment is, but if it does not pollute the environment, the pig farm cannot be run. If a pig farm cannot be run, the village cannot become prosperous. Didn't you say there is any way? Tell me. Jiang Xiaobai turned around and asked. That is the fish pond. Three-dimensional pig breeding, Liu Jian said excitedly. But the whole fish pond, that is not to increase the investment cost, Li Lawson said. But Jiang Xiaobai interrupted before finishing the words. It's okay. If you increase investment. However, the digestion capacity of fish ponds will definitely not keep up with the number of pigs, and some sewage will be discharged. It is definitely impossible to achieve zero discharge of sewage, Jiang Xiaobai said. Liu Jian nodded, and he agreed with what Jiang Xiaobai said. In this way, when you go back, help us find a plant called emperor bamboo grass. This emperor bamboo grass can be fed to fish and pigs, and it can also absorb pig manure to grow and make better use. We do not engage in three-dimensional aquaculture. We engage in ecological recycling aquaculture. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly remembered the news reported in the previous life. At that time, the news said that zero sewage discharge was achieved. However, zero discharge of sewage is definitely an exaggeration, but it is certain that sewage discharge can be further reduced. End of this chapter. Chapter 205 Brand new subject. Chapter 205 Brand new issues. Zero discharge of sewage, integrated breeding of ecological recycling. Liu Jian muttered, and suddenly his eyes lighted up. Although he likes to study UFO, breeding is his own specialty. Director, can I make a call? Liu Jian asked. What are you doing on the phone? Jiang Xiaobai asked vigilantly. I want to contact my professor, the factory manager, the integrated ecological recycling farming model you proposed. This is a brand new topic. I want to talk to my professor, maybe he can be interested. Liu Jian excitedly said, unexpected joy. Absolutely unexpected joy. I really didn't expect to get this idea in this place. This is a new world for the breeding industry. The most advanced thing now is to raise pigs and raise fish in a three-dimensional manner. Okay, Xiliu, take him to call. Jiang Xiaobai said with a wink at Li Xiliu. Okay, I understand the director. Li Xiliu nodded and walked away with excitement. Yes, even college students have been fooled by you, but they are still professionally comprehending. Huang Zongfu smiled and gave Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. What is flicker, you fudge? Let me see. I conquered him with knowledge. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Director, if this happens, the cost of our pig farm will definitely increase a lot. Li Lawson said worriedly from the side. Yes, Xiaobai. This way, the cost of raising pigs will increase. Do you think we should set up the pig farm first? And when the funds are abundant, we will engage in the ecological breeding of what you said. Huang Zongfu heard Li Lawson mention this, and also spoke. Although he didn't want the environmental pollution of Jianhua village, the real problems did not allow him to think about it so much. Let's not talk about the issue of funds first, it is that funds are brought in. Once the cost of raising pigs increases, the villagers will definitely make less money. No way, Uncle Huang. You don't know what impact will be caused if the sewage is discharged directly from a large pig farm. Jiang Xiaobai sighed and told them in detail. In fact, he didn't want to discharge sewage directly, but it is obvious that direct discharge of sewage will cause serious consequences. Jiang Xiaobai didn't want to be scolded by the villagers of Jianhua village. Uncle Huang, once we discharge the sewage directly, let alone the village, it will be stinky. Mainly because it will give the villagers drinking water, which also brings hidden dangers of insecurity. Good, even if the villagers in Jianhua village don't eat the water in this river, but from other villages. What about the villages downstream of us? They will have problems too. The milder ones get sick. The more serious ones can even cause death. Jiang Xiaobai said. Li Lawson and Huang Zongfu were also surprised. So serious? Li Lawson asked in disbelief. I, Jiang Xiaobai, want to take everyone to earn money, but I don't want to build a village in the future. or other people point to my nose and scold me, saying that I only know how to make money, Jiang Xiaobai, regardless of other people's life or death. Jiang Xiaobai said, "No, who dares to scold you? I am the first one, Li San." Okay, increase investment and increase investment. It is just right that the educated youth cannery still has some funds, so I can't have any spare money in my hands. Jiang Xiaobai decided directly, increase the cost and increase the cost. In the future, Jianhua village has become a smelly ditch, and others have criticized the ancestors for 8 generations. Teacher, I'm Liu Jian, and I have a topic here, which is about raising pigs. It's called integrated ecological cycle farming. Liu Jian grabbed the phone and said excitedly, "Didn't you go home? Didn't you have something at home?" The professor's series of questions forced Liu Jian to ask. I am going home. Liu Jian hesitated and didn't know what to say. He was excited about new topics. I forgot about lying and asking for leave. Liu Jian, you really disappointed me too much. The professor's voice was a bit stern. Those who can call him a teacher are all his optimistic studies. In the future, it is possible to stay in school to study for his postgraduate, but he did not expect that Liu Jian would lie and ask for leave. Teacher, listen to me. The topic on my side is really good. Listen to me. Liu Jian hurriedly said. If he doesn't say anything, he won't have a chance to talk. Okay, you said. That's it. The village here is going to set up a pig farm. I have been helping them choose the site for the past 2 days. But I searched the village and there was no one that met. Finally, I was in the village. I proposed raising pigs and raising fish in a 3-dimensional manner, so that a large part of the pollution can be avoided. Yes, the opinion you put forward is quite good. 3-dimensional farming is also a new concept. There is no such practice in China. If this pig farm can really realize 3-dimensional breeding, it is indeed a good topic and worth studying. Following Liu Jian's words, Professor S. thinking shifted his attention from Liu Jian's skipping class to a new topic. Although the concept of 3-dimensional breeding has always existed, no pig farm in China has ever done so. In this case, there is no actual data, and the study of this matter will appear to be extensive. If this pig farm is really capable of 3-dimensional breeding, it can still be inspected on the spot. Liu Jian, although you lied this time and asked for leave, I think you are doing it for practice, so you won't be held accountable. You have learned and used it flexibly, and you have applied the knowledge in the books to practice flexibly. This time, you will continue to work harder in the future. As Professor said, Liu Jian's expression relaxed. He knew that the level was over. But the only thing that made the professor misunderstood was that he thought he came to Jianhua village to practice, but this little thing didn't matter. The purpose of coming to Jianhua village by myself, except for the members of the school UFO association, only the mysterious Jiang Xiaobai knows. Whatever, the professor would certainly not know. Professor, I understand. Don't worry. After I proposed 3-dimensional aquaculture, the director proposed another concept. I think it's quite new, called integrated ecological recycling. He added a step between raising pigs and raising fish, that is, planting grass. This grass is called emperor bamboo grass, but it absorbs pig manure and grows. Grass can be fed to fish and pigs. Liu Jian said. The professor was stunned. Emperor bamboo grass, ecological recycling, integrated farming. Add a kind of grass to the 3-dimensional farming. Professor is talking about it. This is a brand new topic. In fact, 3-dimensional raising pigs and fish is flawed. It's just that no one has been able to think of a better way. But he didn't expect someone to find a way now. Although it is only a possibility, it is enough for him to be excited. This is a brand new subject. End of this chapter. Chapter 206 Subject Research. Chapter 206 Project Research. Teacher, hello. Are you still there? Liu Jian held the phone's microphone and shouted loudly. I am here. You are like this. You can tell me in detail about this ecology. Ecology, Professor said excitedly. Ecological cycle integrated farming. Liu Jian reminded. Yes, you can elaborate. After the professor finished, he said again before Liu Jian could speak. Forget it. You tell me where you are now. I will buy the ticket and take a look in person. Okay, my address is. After Liu Jian finished speaking, he quickly added another sentence. Teacher, when you come, you must remember to open a letter of introduction. I know. I'm hanging up. The professor responded, and he was ready to leave after hanging up. Liu Jian came to Jiang Xiaobai's office and said excitedly, Professor Jiang is coming. When? So, you can contact me again. Professor Jiang has booked the tickets, and we will pick up people at the train station. Jiang Xiaobai quickly said, at this time college students are all treasures, let alone professors. The ecological cycle integrated farming proposed by me was only heard from a previous life, and the specifics are not clear. But if a professor comes to give guidance, I can rest assured about my own pig farm. Okay, I'll get in touch now. Zhang Fugi and Liu Jian received Professor Zhang that night. Of course, it was not too early, and Zhang Fugi did not hurry. Instead, he took the letter of introduction and stayed in Longqing for one night. Professor Zhang was quite anxious, but Zhang Fugi strictly followed the words Jiang Xiaobai told before he came. Professor Zhang is too old to withstand the toss. Early the next morning, Zhang Fugi drove from the provincial capital and returned to Jianhua village at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai led Li Losan and others to greet Professor Zhang at the entrance of the village. You are the director of the factory, so young. Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and felt a little weird. Haha, Professor Zhang has worked hard. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. You are the director of the factory. You also proposed the integration of ecological cycle? Professor Zhang continued to ask. Yes. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Then, let's go to your office and have a good chat. Eat first and take a good rest. Professor Zhang, we have time, but if you are exhausted, it will become empty talk. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Professor Zhang and said with a smile, this is a baby. This is a baby from Jianhua Pig Farm. Using ecological recycling integrated breeding, dragging Professor Zhang, letting Professor Zhang live in Jianhua village, from the construction of the factory to the first batch of pigs to slaughter, is Jiang Xiaobai's goal. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't bear it, and Professor Zhang was exhausted. This is also, well, not in a hurry. Professor Zhang hesitated, but still agreed. But early the next morning, Professor Zhang came to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai said that he also accidentally heard others talk about the emperor bamboo grass plant. As for the integrated cultivation of ecological cycles, is also a name that he picked up casually. Professor Zhang didn't believe it, but the integrated farming of ecological cycles is indeed a new term. As a domestic animal husbandry leader, he has never heard of him. And Jiang Xiaobai, the director of a township and village enterprise, of course would not know more than himself, only as Jiang Xiaobai said, this term was the first of its kind. That's it, factory manager. I'm going to take the ecological cycle integrated farming you mentioned as a research topic. You see, Professor Zhang seeks Jiang Xiaobai's opinion. Okay, of course there is no problem. Jiang Xiaobai waited for Professor Zhang's words. Thank you, Director, Professor Zhang said after thanking him. I have always had a question. I don't know why Jianhua Pig Farm, a township and village enterprise, would want to engage in this. If you know this, the cost of raising pigs will be greatly increased. Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Xiaobai with some doubts and asked, why? In order not to be scolded, for future generations of Jianhua village, I will not point my nose to say that I have turned such a beautiful place like Jianhua village into a stinky ditch in order to make money. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, if you are aspiring young, you should be a hero when you are young. Professor Zhang gave Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. The idea is very simple, but it is even more emotional. At this time, it is not necessary to mention the township and village enterprises, which are the large by-grazing factories of state-owned enterprises, and anyone who does not know the environmental hazards of pie-grazing sewage. But no one cares at all. As long as they are earning money, they don't care about pollution. Anyway, it will be years later. Professor Zhang stayed in Jianhua village and started a new research project. And of course Liu Jian never mentioned going back, having the opportunity to be Professor Zhang's assistant to study new topics. This is the opportunity that many people dream of. When buzzing, Jiafang truck pulled a truckload of bricks onto the construction site. The whole Jianhua village is in full swing. The pig farm is under construction, and the fish pond beside it has also begun to be dug. In addition, dozens of acres of pasture have been planned to be used for planting emperor bamboo grass in the future. Professor Zhang is looking for it. Professor Zhang, take a break when you are tired. Don't be tired. Jiang Xiaobai wandered to the construction site of Jianhua Pig Farm. Professor Zhang's head is steaming, and he keeps scratching with a pen on the notebook, not knowing what he is recording. It's okay, the director. You just came here. I think our pig farms still need to develop in a balanced way, and all types of pig houses must be balanced. No, Professor Zhang, we still focus on hogs, and for the date of slaughter pigs, can you spend more time researching? And can you improve it in terms of feed? Jiang Xiaobai repeatedly shook his head and said that he can invest in environmental pollution, but he still has to make money in the end. Director, County Chief Zheng is here. Li Xiliu gasped. Major Zheng is here. I will go back now. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and patted the dirt on his buttocks. The dust was flying. Bah, can you please pay attention? Professor Zhang didn't pay attention for a while and took a mouthful of dirt. Ha ha, let's go. Jiang Xiaobai laughed, turned and left. During this period of time, he has become familiar with Professor Zhang, and he speaks casually between the old and the young. Sometimes, Liu Jian looks envious. Ming, Professor Zhang is his teacher, and their relationship should be closer. But Jiang Xiaobai was able to joke with Professor Zhang unscrupulously, and Professor Zhang was also very happy. In fact, this is also caused by the rural environment. They eat together and sleep together every day. In addition, Jiang Xiaobai's easygoing personality can also be appreciated by Professor Zhang, so the relationship between the two is unusual. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. Shy by 3 days. Chapter 207. Brother Zheng, it's been a long time. Jiang Xiaobai pushed open the door of the office and saw Zheng Qinian sitting on the sofa. You kid didn't look for me for nothing. Of course it's been a long time. Zheng Qinian said teasingly. Wrong, Zheng brother, I am mainly afraid of disturbing your work, or I will live in the county every day. Jiang Xiaobai was talking while pouring water to Zheng Qinian. Okay, you kid, I don't know what virtue it is. Zheng Qinian said. Brother Zheng, how is your work recently? Jiang Xiaobai also sat down next to Zheng Qinian and asked. He did not anxiously ask Zheng Qinian what happened to him. Zheng Qinian is in charge of the entire county. Jiang Xiaobai now has 3 factory directors. Although 2 are under construction, they are also busy people. Jiang Xiaobai has nothing to do without going to Zheng Qinian, and Zheng Qinian will not come to Jiang Xiaobai when he is fine. Work is okay. There is nothing difficult except being busy. Zheng Qinian said. I'm busy at work, so I'll take a leisurely stroll to our Jianhua village. The mountains and rivers in our place are beautiful. Soon I will dig a fish pond. Then we will go fishing and relax. Jiang Xiaobai said. Fishing in a fish pond? You really have an idea. Zheng Qinian laughed and asked. After smiling, what are you doing in digging a fish pond? Are you doing other side jobs? He hasn't been to Jianhua village for a long time, and he really doesn't understand some things. But how long has it been since the opening of the cannery? Jiang Xiaobai actually pondered other ideas. Well, I did it with the villagers. In this way, I let the cafeteria fry 2 dishes at noon. We have a good meal and talk while eating. Jiang Xiaobai said. Before Zheng Qinian agreed, he turned his head and looked aside. Liu Jian said. Xiao Liu, tell the cafeteria that I will cook 2 more dishes at noon. I want to have a good drink with Zheng. Liu Jian was back to pick up things. He heard Jiang Xiaobai words, turned around and was about to go to the cafeteria, but he felt something was wrong when he walked out of the office. You can also order a better job. But why do you want to do this kind of work that is obviously logistical? Isn't this a use of my undergraduate? Liu Jian felt aggrieved, standing at the door of Jiang Xiaobai's office, with a dilemma, raised his foot several times to enter Jiang Xiaobai's office, shouting loudly, "I am not going, I am not your secretary," but still can't make up his mind. After all, he is used to being threatened by Jiang Xiaobai. In front of Jiang Xiaobai, the arrogance of his college students has long been smoothed out. He didn't dare to turn his face with Jiang Xiaobai at all, and Jiang Xiaobai seemed to never regard himself as a college student. Even after my own professor comes, it will be the same. Liu Jian sighed long. Forget it, don't care about him. It's better to inform the cafeteria. Don't let it be too late. Jiang Xiaobai blames himself again. This is another newcomer. Do you have a secretary? Zheng Qinian asked with a smile, looking at Jiang Xiaobai. Really? Bragging? Zheng Qinian believed what Jiang Xiaobai said, looking at Jiang Xiaobai's attitude just now, and what he was told to do. It was really a mess. Really? Don't be admired for 3 days, not to mention a college student. Even the professor of the school is working with me. Jiang Xiaobai looked casual. What is called strength? This is strength. Fuck. What's the situation with your kid? Zheng Qinian stood up from the chair, looking at Jiang Xiaobai and asked with incredible expression. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow it. Jiang Xiaobai looked helpless. What am I? How does Zheng Qinian think of Jiang Xiaobai? How does he feel that Jiang Xiaobai is a little bit awkward, but more shocked? Quickly, what's going on? You made it clear to me, Zheng Qinian asked anxiously. It was 3 days before the scholars, so you should look at it with admiration. Can he still know the level of this educated youth canary? This is no longer a fat man, this is swallowing the sky in one breath. Look at you, impatient. Jiang Xiaobai laughed loudly, stood up, and walked outside with Zheng Qinian. Let's go. I'll introduce you while walking, Jiang Xiaobai said as he walked outside with Zheng Qinian. This matter, we have to start with the lifting of the ban on family sideline and rural fairs last year. After the ban was lifted, I was thinking, if it's just such a small mess, can we cooperate with all the villagers in Jianhua village, raising pigs? Jiang Xiaobai said, and walked towards the back of the village with Zheng Qinian. I didn't expect me to talk about this idea. The villagers still believed me very much. So the funds for the pig farm in Jianhua village were just like this. More than 30,000. A Jianhua village raised more than 30,000. Zheng Qinian couldn't help interrupting Jiang Xiaobai words and asked in surprise. This is Jianhua village, almost the poorest villages in the county, actually able to come up with more than 30,000 yuan. Yeah, many people here borrowed money from relatives, some of them sold the money for wedding gifts, some sold their coffins, and some bought all valuable watches at home, only to collect the money. Speaking of it, Jiang Xiaobai felt that his shoulders were heavy. This was the heaviest sum of money he had received in these 2 lifetimes. Zheng Qinian fell silent after listening, suddenly turned around and pressed Jiang Xiaobai firmly. What am I doing? Jiang Xiaobai asked. I want to see how many mouths you have opened. How can you fool people into this way, borrow money, and sell things? I won't talk about it. But you can give out the gift money for marrying a wife, and this is also a great pen for you. But the old man sold his coffin. What is it to partner with you to open a pig farm? I want to ask how you did it. End of this chapter. Chapter 208 Miscellaneous. Chapter 208. Jiang Xiaobai. Look, this will be the pig farm in Jianhua village in the future. Pigs will grow up from here, and then they will go out of Jianhua village to the slaughterhouse, and then become pork, supplying thousands of households across the country. Here, this is the fish pond. In the future, the waves will linger and the fish will be like clouds, and the fish will swim and shrimp. Here, this is the breeding base of emperor bamboo grass. In the future, there will be green grass, lush green, and cover the sky. Jiang Xiaobai pointed to the dusty construction site on the pig farm and introduced Zheng Qinian. Completely zero emissions, no pollution, hungry fishing, tired lying in the grass looking at the blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and green water. Jiang Xiaobai said, Zheng Qinian's thoughts seemed to follow Jiang Xiaobai's description and saw this scene. A gust of wind blew over, and Zheng Qinian took a mouthful of soil and coughed. Was immediately awake from the beautiful picture drawn by Jiang Xiaobai. I know why. The old man sold the coffin and he wants to raise pigs with you. Your mouth can really kill the dead, Zheng Qinian said angrily. Whether I have any money is still here to fool me. Can't you say that? How can I be called Huayu? Don't you think that today is a hot construction site, but tomorrow will be a scene of grassy fish fat and piggy? Jiang Xiaobai said dissatisfied. Fudge, Jiang Xiaobai has never been able to fudge. Okay, don't talk about it. The construction site is still in full swing. You really know how to use adjectives. This will support the dusty construction site. Zheng Qinian was shocked, but on the surface he looked contemptuous. He didn't dare to praise Jiang Xiaobai anymore, because the wind was so strong that he was afraid that the coffin that Jiang Xiaobai bought with the old man would float away. Hey, Professor Jiang, this is our county magistrate in Sangsuan County. Today, he is here to inspect our construction site. The county magistrate Zheng attaches great importance to and supports the development of our pig farm. Jiang Xiaobai brought Zheng Qinian to Professor Jiang and introduced it with a smile. The corner of Zheng Qinian's mouth twitched. I just learned that you have built a pig farm. You open your mouth because I take it seriously and support it. Jiang Xiaobai raised the Jianhua village pig farm to a new level in an instant. What is it called? This is called the art of speaking. Professor Jiang did not refute, although Jiang Xiaobai said something official. But it is true. Hello Professor Jiang. Hello County Chief Zheng. The two shook hands with each other. But Zheng Qinian didn't dare to put on the prestige of the county head. Professor Jiang, I asked the cafeteria to add food at noon, and I would drink 2 glasses in a while. In the afternoon, I took advantage of the wine to sleep well. I am older and can stand soaking in the construction site all day. Jiang Xiaobai said, okay, you are busy with you. I am in good health. Nothing is wrong. Professor Jiang waved his hand and said, then turned around and went to the construction site. Just this character, let's go. Let's go around again. Jiang Xiaobai said. Zheng Qinian and Jiang Xiaobai walked and talked all the way, watching busy villagers everywhere. Zheng Qinian feels that Jianhua village has changed its appearance compared to before. There is no longer that kind of laziness. Zheng Qinian didn't know what was going on with these changes. But looking at Jiang Xiaobai who smiled and said hello to every villager, he felt that he couldn't do without the young man beside him. Although Jianhua village is still very poor, this can be seen from the villagers' complexion and clothing, but the whole Jianhua village feels like a mountain of flames about to erupt. Although there is no change in appearance, it is full of vitality, as if only after a spring rain just broke ground and brought changes to the whole world. Professor Jiang came over to take a bite at noon, and then went back. Jiang Xiaobai and Zheng Qinian were left drinking in the small private room. Includes Li Laosan, Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, and Song Weiguo who Wengzun rushed to. To be honest, I was really surprised by the changes in your Jianhua village. In just a few months, your educated youth canned food has so many accounts. Cooperate with the first prison garment factory to set up factories, cooperate with villagers to raise pigs and open farms, and even professors from the capital have come to cooperate with you. Zheng Qinian took a sip of wine and said with emotion, of course, it's not just you. After the third plenary session of the 13th Central Committee, changes are taking place throughout the country. The changes in your Jianhua village or the changes in your educated youth cannery are a good epitome. Zheng Qinian said. Jiang Xiaobai also nodded. Zheng Qinian still understood it very clearly. Jiang Xiaobai also said, speaking of this, I just remembered the purpose of coming today. Zheng Qinian said suddenly. And Jiang Xiaobai was bluffed by Jiang Xiaobai before he could tell the truth. It's another college student doing miscellaneous work, and it's also a college professor working. It's only now that he remembered the purpose of coming today. What's the matter? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Good thing. Great thing. Look what this is, Zheng Qinian said, opening the handbag that was aside, taking out a newspaper from it, and handing it to Jiang Xiaobai. "Look by yourself." Jiang Xiaobai looked at the newspaper Zheng Qinian handed over, and recalled the major events that happened this month. If he could be related to him, he probably guessed what Zheng Qinian was talking about. Sure enough, in the original newspaper, I saw news about the country's liberalization of business license registration. Although he had expected it in his heart and knew that it would definitely happen, when he saw the news, Jiang Xiaobai was still excited to pat the table and stand up. "Individual industrial and commercial households can register," Jiang Xiaobai said excitedly. The whole table suddenly became quiet. End of this chapter. Chapter 209 Individual businesses open for registration. Chapter 209 Individual industrial and commercial businesses are open for registration. The crisscrossing scars on Jiang Xiaobai body are the testimony of this era. From now on, it is legal to do business, with a business license, and the private economy will formally enter the stage of the times. Wang Meng, Wang Zhao, Li Laosan and others are still a little confused, don't understand what this means. Song Weiguo's legs are already trembling, his face is full of excitement. Individual businesses can register, which means that business will be legal in the future, and we don't need to sneak in. Jiang Xiaobai excitedly explained to Wang Meng and others that the deregistration of individual industrial and commercial households represented the official stage of the private economy. Legal? Li Laosan asked stupefiedly. Yes, as long as your business license is registered, you can do business legally. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, although the business license is still open for registration, it is only the first step. Relevant laws have to wait until the 1990s, but anyway, it is finally about to kick off the era. Come, have a drink. Jiang Xiaobai filled the wine. He was really happy. Dry. Everyone took the initiative to fill the glass and lift it up. Several wine glasses collided with each other, and the white wine in the glasses was sprinkled on the table, exuding a strong aroma of wine. There is one more thing I want to tell you, Zheng Qinian said. What's the matter, Zheng? Today, as long as I don't let me go up to 9 days to capture the moon, and go down to the oceans to catch turtles, I will promise you, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. What's the matter with what? That's it. Your university can't go to the university, and the county has also communicated with the school. But, Zheng Qinian said that the county did not give Jiang Xiaobai a political trial, so Jiang Xiaobai was not able to go to the capital to go to university. After Jiang Xiaobai's incident, Zheng Qinian has also been communicating with the school, but the school has never let go. Okay, my Zheng, why am I still thinking about it? I haven't thought about it a long time ago, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. As far as going to university, he doesn't have the same obsession as other people in this era. If he can't go to college, he can do it. In this way, my suggestion is that you take the exam again this year and try to get to a university. I will arrange for you in the town, and you can go to school directly. Zheng Qinian nodded, looking at Jiang Xiaobai and said, Jiang Xiaobai's talents. He knew that if he could go to a university again, no matter what he did in the future, it would have a bright future. He didn't want to let Jiang Xiaobai be buried because of the time. Okay, thank Zheng brother, I will go. Jiang Xiaobai agreed without thinking about it. Although he drinks a lot, he still knows in his heart that Zheng Qinian is really considering him. Excited, trembling hands. I just want to have a glass of wine with you. Jiang Xiaobai held up the glass, his eyes blurred. Let's go. Zheng Qinian didn't drink less, seeing that he couldn't leave today. Others Li Laosan, Wang Meng, Wang Zhao, and Song Weiguo also drank each other. Brother Zheng, La Zheng, I am optimistic about you. You must have a lot of development in the future, Jiang Xiaobai said, holding Zheng Qinian's shoulders. In the future, all of us present here will be the lucky ones of this era. If the waves are scouring the sand, we will be the tide makers of the era. Jiang Xiaobai drank too much. Bragging. Well said, drink one. Zheng Qinian also agreed with Jiang Xiaobai words. Drink one. The others also said. You follow me, Jiang Xiaobai. I don't say anything that I can eat with one bite, but you can drink with one sip. I will say that you follow me, Jiang Xiaobai. As long as the future is bright, we educated youth canned food will not always be trapped in this small mountain village. One day, we will go out of Shaanxi province, to the whole country, or even out of the country, to the world. Jiang Xiaobai leaned back in a chair lazily with a cigarette in his mouth. It is obviously that he drank too much and bragged, but it made a few people who had already drunk a lot of blood go abroad, to the world. Everyone toasted again. At this time, Chinese people are not only materially, but also inferior in their mentality. Of course, there are very few dog things that admire foreigners and foreigners. Of course you don't need to look at him, because the foreigner is his own father. No, he is even more intimate than his own father. Also had an impact on the outlook on life and values of the new generation of young people. Jiang Xiaobai had seen it before he was born again. Some little girls madly chase some plastic faces, and some without acting skills. People with dead fish faces are paid for sky-high prices. And some old artists with superb acting skills are unknown. There is courage. Zheng Qinian also slapped the table and stood up. End of this chapter. Chapter 210 Go to School. Chapter 210 Go to School. What, are you going to high school? Professor Zhang stood up from the mound in the field, dusty on his buttocks. What are you doing so excited? I went to high school and came back on the weekend. You can just stare at the pig farm here. Jiang Xiaobai raised the dust coming from his face with his hands, and said with a smile, "No, you are gone." Professor Zhang is also a little embarrassed. This integrated ecological recycling farming is a project he attaches great importance to. He has been in Jianhua village for a while, and he probably understands what is going on with this pig farm. Building this pig farm, from top to bottom, no one cares except for Jiang Xiaobai, who thinks pollution is important. I think it's enough to make money. Of course, this is also the public's opinion. It's just that this Jiang Xiaobai has a high prestige and can be suppressed. With Jiang Xiaobai, other people are not willing and dare not to act. But once Jiang Xiaobai goes to school, the director of the third factory Li, Professor Zhang, has already seen through. Don't look at it now that he attaches great importance to integrated ecological cycle breeding. That's because it was made for Jiang Xiaobai. In his bones, he is purely a soil bun, and he doesn't care about pollution or pollution at all. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai left, this group of people must not violate their own yang and yin. It is estimated that the integration of ecological cycle breeding will also be pulled down. You are gone. Even if you go to school, you may not be able to pass the exam. Professor Zhang saw Jiang Xiaobai's face turned black when he finished speaking, and hurriedly explained, "Don't care, I just feel happy." Jiang Xiaobai's face is darker. It is better not to explain. No, I mean, yes. Otherwise, I will get you a place for you and go to our school. Professor Zhang said. Then the relationship is good. Thank Lao Zhang. Then I will not go to school. Jiang Xiaobai was not polite, so he agreed. Professor Zhang was stunned, and he agreed. I said this just now, it was straightforward, and I regretted it when I said it. I thought that Jiang Xiaobai would regret it immediately if he dared to be polite, but he didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai not to play cards according to the routine. Agreed without any discipline. This. Why don't you go to school? I will try to do it for you here, so you can learn more knowledge in school. Professor Zhang said weakly. He was afraid that he would not be able to do it in the end. In addition, Jiang Xiaobai did not go to school, and was admitted to the university. He delayed Jiang Xiaobai. Oh, that's okay. Jiang Xiaobai instantly understood what Professor Zhang meant, and looked at Lao Zhang with a smile. All of a sudden, Lao Zhang was stunned. I can definitely do it, Lao Zhang said with support. Ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai turned around without saying a word. Leave Professor Zhang standing on the spot, like a rooster that has been defeated. Mad. What am I doing? No one stayed, so I went to help them find a relationship. The third child. When I go to school tomorrow, let your daughter wait for me. Jiang Xiaobai returned to the office and watched Li Laosan order. Okay, factory manager. Old San Lee had a weird face. How he heard these words, how did he feel? A little strange. At the dinner table that day, I knew Jiang Xiaobai was going to high school, but it was still a little awkward when things came. What should I do if the boss and the girl become classmates? Waiting online, in a hurry. Would you like to bring you one of my girl's school bag? Li Laosan asked when he looked at Jiang Xiaobai, who was packing up the review materials. Okay, I can share some of the review materials for her. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, being favored and remembered. In that case, let her review the materials. Oh, good, thank you. The director. Li Laosan felt that his emotional intelligence was not enough. After I leave, you will be watching the pig farm. You must follow the progress of the project. I know that you don't take the pollution problem seriously, but Jiang Xiaobai really doesn't want to be scolded by someone pointing his nose in the future. Jiang Xiaobai thought about it and explained it. Okay, I understand the director, don't worry. Li Laosan nodded and responded. Well, Xiao Liu, call Wang Meng and Wang Zhao. Jiang Xiaobai shouted to the people. Director, director. Soon Wang Zhao and Wang Meng arrived at the office. I'm going to school tomorrow, the two of you in the factory are staring. Lao Song went to apply for a business license, and Wang Zhao from the garment factory is fine and go around. But that's it. It is very difficult to apply for a business license. There is no need for Jiang Xiaobai to worry about the garment factory. People in the prison system should have no problem doing this. On the pig farm side, it is a serious township enterprise with villagers' shares in it, which is relatively better. The only difficult thing to do is the educated youth cannery. Although it can barely be said to be a township enterprise, the educated youth cannery has nothing to do with the township except that it is located in the township. If the equity is clear, don't be clear anymore. So Song Wei-go didn't care about the garment factory when he had to deal with the business license during this period. Wang Zhao and Wang Meng responded. Just after eating at noon the next day, Li Bibai was waiting for Zhang Lanfang and a few other children at the gate of the educated youth cannery. You are waiting here. I will go in and call Uncle Xiaobai. Li Bibai looked at the crowd and said, Sister Bibai, you take me in, I also want to see where my dad works. Zhang Lanfang said, well, yes, but you remember to go in, don't run around. Li Bibai thought for a while and agreed, and walked towards the factory with Zhang Lanfang. Bibi is here. Lanfang glanced at the two of them outside the door, and opened the door with a smile. Uncle Wang, look for Director Li. Director Li seems to have just gone out. The security department said outside the door. Li Bibai is the girl of Li San. He thought he was looking for Li San. No, I'm looking for Uncle Xiaobai. Li Bibai said, and walked in with Zhang Lanfang. Looking for the director. What is the matter with the director? The employees of the educated youth cannery did not know that Jiang Xiaobai was going to school, including many children. It was only when they were preparing to go to school just now that they knew that Jiang Xiaobai was going to be classmates with herself, and then Li Bibai took them to the gate of the educated youth canning factory. Said he was waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to go to school with him. You said? Is what Bibai said just now true? Uncle Bai is going to school too? It should be true. Who dares to make a joke about this? Uncle Bai will become our classmate in the future. At the gate of the educated youth cannery, the remaining students were discussing the breaking news. End of this chapter. Chapter 211 Shangma Township High School. Chapter 211 Shangma Township High School. Uncle Bai, Li Bibai, Zhang Lanfang entered Jiang Xiaobai's office. Babe is here, wait a while, I will clean up. Jiang Xiaobai's voice came from the office. Babe, you are here. Li Xiliu heard the voice and walked over from the office. Brother. Bibai gave a clear cry. After a while, Jiang Xiaobai came out holding the quilt. There is also a flower school bag spliced with rags on her body. This is the school bag used by Li Bibai. Director, I'll come, Li Xiliu said quickly. Okay, Jiang Xiaobai was not polite, handed it to Li Xiliu, and walked outside the office with Li Bibai. "Are you the daughter of Jiang Bofeng's family?" Jiang Xiaobai looked at Jiang Lanfang and asked. He remembered seeing her once at Jiang Bofeng's house. "Yes, Uncle Xiaobai, Jiang Bofeng is my dad," Jiang Lanfang said excitedly. She did not expect Jiang Xiaobai to know her. "You study well. You will have to do your homework." Jiang Xiaobai subconsciously wanted Jiang Lanfang to help with the homework, but only after half-talking did he realize that something was not good. "Do your homework well." Jiang Xiaobai changed his words. "Yes, Uncle Xiaobai." Jiang Lanfang didn't hear it at all, nodded in response. Li Xiliu tied Jiang Xiaobai's bedding to the back seat of the bicycle. "Director, I'll take you to school." Li Xiliu was a little worried. "Bullshit. Go back. They can all go to school on their own. I have to send it." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand with a black line on his face. "You slapped me in the face in front of so many students. Didn't you make me laugh when you sent me?" "Let's go. Whoever is carrying heavy things, put them in the car." Jiang Xiaobai pushed the bicycle and walked slowly toward the outside of the village with a group of children. In fact, it is a child, and it is not young anymore, but Jiang Xiaobai usually talks with their father in the same generation. Some of them are the same age as Jiang Xiaobai, and some are only 1 or 2 years younger than Jiang Xiaobai. "It's okay, Uncle Bai. We can carry it by ourselves." Jiang Xiaobai bicycle is already tied with a bedding, and no ignorant person puts things in his hands. "Babe, how are you studying? Can you be admitted to university this year?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "I'm studying in general. My dad wants me to take a college entrance examination," Li Bibai said. At this time, tertiary education is more popular than university. It doesn't cost money to go to school, and the job assignment is not bad after graduation. It is the first choice for many families in difficulty. Lao San Li, is it a fool? Don't worry, Bibai. I will tell him when I turn around. As long as you want to go to university, Uncle Bai will let you go. Jiang Xiaobai said. This old lady Li is not promising. She is still so short-sighted. Is it because I didn't pay him a salary or something? Just the money? Needless to say, there is no university tuition, and a part of the living expenses will be subsidized. Even if you don't have a subsidy, you have to go to university. Thinking about Jiang Xiaobai, I also feel a little emotional. It is also a problem of this era. People are not very interested in learning. Many people just stopped attending elementary school. The strength of a country is reflected in all aspects. Like later generations, some impoverished families spend more money for their children to go to school. This is a change of thinking. While chatting along the way, I came to Shangma Township High School. Someone in the middle wanted to help Jiang Xiaobai push the bicycle, but Jiang Xiaobai refused. It was troublesome to trouble others, and it would make people laugh at it. Send the child. The old doorman looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile. The last time Jiang Xiaobai happened to meet Li Bibai and the others to go to school, he still remembers the things he brought over. Without him, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Zhao were pushing a brand new bicycle. At this time, in Shangma Township, I was able to afford bicycles, even more local tyrants than later generations who could afford Mercedes-Benz. So after such a long time, the old doorman is still fresh in his memory. Jiang Xiaobai nodded calmly, and followed Li Bibai and others pushing their bicycles into it. Brother Xiaobai, the principal is on the second floor of the office building. You park your car here and we will help you watch. Li Bibai and others brought Jiang Xiaobai to a three-story low-rise building and stopped and said, This Shangma Township High School was originally said to be the base of devils. Okay, everyone else should go to work on their own. Jiang Xiaobai nodded his bicycle and went up to the second floor. It's really possible that this place is a Japanese stronghold. Jiang Xiaobai observed the corridor and found that there were bullet marks. Boom, boom, come in. Jiang Xiaobai walked into the office and saw an old man dressed in a grey tunic with a grey coat and posing with the master, who was busy behind his desk with reading glasses. Principal, this is Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, which class of students? What? The principal said halfway, and suddenly the table rang. You are Jiangxiabai. I remembered that I went to the county for a meeting 2 days ago. The leader said, I should go to the senior year. Yes. Jiangxiabai nodded. Wait a minute. I'll call your head teacher over, you can sit down first. The principal said, walking towards the outside of the office. The walking appearance made Jiangxiabai almost unable to hold back several times and rushed over to help. After a while, I heard the sharp voice of a middle-aged woman remembering. Principal, isn't this a joke? How long will it take for the college entrance examination? How can I keep up with the progress of the review now? Oh, Teacher Ma, don't you worry. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up. It's fine to review for another year next year. Someone from the County Education Bureau said hello. The old principal said slowly, and it sounded quite reasonable. Okay, in this case, I have nothing to say. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged woman walked in. A sharp gaze glanced at Jiangxiabai, and then he spoke. Come with me and go through the admission procedures. After speaking, he turned his head and left. Jiangxiabai hurriedly followed behind. Actually, there is nothing to deal with. Unlike in later generations, there are still student status files. At this time, there is no Mao, so I filled in the basic information and got it. Okay, go find the dormitory by yourself, and pay the public food as soon as possible. After finishing the formalities, the female head teacher looked at Jiangxiabai and said, looking at Jiangxiabai was not the kind of student with family difficulties, and she didn't say anything else. Is able to find a relationship with the leader, but I can't help if I want to help. Okay, Jiangxiabai nodded and watched the head teacher go, then turned and went downstairs. What is menopause? I offend you. Looking at the head teacher, Jiangxiabai thought of his painful experience in high school in his previous life. End of this chapter. Chapter 212 Change Dormitory. Chapter 212 Changing Dormitory. How is it, Uncle Xiabai? Li Bibai asked as she watched Jiangxiabai come downstairs. It's over, class 108, Jiangxiabai said. Uncle Bai in our class. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang said excitedly. Well, what? You take me to the dormitory first to put things down, Jiangxiabai said. Okay, here is brother Xiabai. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang walked forward with Jiangxiabai. Shangma Township High School is not too big, with a total of more than 1,000 students. This is the result of the addition of junior high school and high school. Of course, Shangma Township is not the only high school, but Shangma Township High School is considered the best. This is the boys' dormitory, and next to it is the girls' dormitory. We live in this dormitory. Li Bibai introduced to Jiangxiabai. Uncle Xiabai, go and clean up first. After you have finished packing, come to our dormitory to find me, and we will take you around the school. Okay, Jiangxiabai replied, stopped the bicycle and untied the contents of the car, and was stopped by Li Bibai as soon as he was about to enter the dormitory. Li Bibai stepped forward to lock the bike to Jiangxiabai, and then gave Jiangxiabai the key and put it in his pocket. Bang! Jiangxiabai held a lot of things and kicked the door open with his feet. I'm sorry, let me give me a hand, let me give me a give. Jiangxiabai went in with his stuff, and put it down first when he looked at an empty bed. Jiangxiabai looked at the furnishings in the dormitory, and suddenly he was not in a beautiful mood. All kinds of strange smells constantly pierced into the nose. The whole is a big bunk, two bunk beds together. Each bunk squeezed 4 or 5 people. It is equivalent to 2 small people sleeping in 2 beds. Everyone's bedding is also mixed together, most of them are dirty, and some of them have black reflections. Not to mention the underground, not to mention the potholes, all kinds of garbage are still on the ground. My name is Jiangxiabai and I am new to school. Put things here first. I'll be back soon. Jiangxiabai hurried out after speaking, rode his bicycle directly to the post office in the township, and then dialed the phone back to the office of the Educated Youth Cannery. Find me Lawson, Jiangxiabai said. He really can't live in the dormitory, so he can only find a way to see if there are other empty houses to clean up. Director Lee Lawson came over soon. Find someone for me and get a single room in the school. Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, factory manager, you can go back and wait. I will send someone to find you in a while, and I will ensure that everything is done for you. Li Lao-san agreed without saying a word. Now is the time to experience your own value. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face found Jiang Xiaobai at the door of the dormitory. Hello, I'm the vice principal, Lao Li's friend. The middle-aged man understood Jiang Xiaobai. Principal, I'm sorry to trouble you. Jiang Xiaobai shook hands with the middle-aged man. No trouble. So there is a small utility room on the school side. I have let people clean it up. You see if it is appropriate. The vice principal took Jiang Xiaobai to the end of the row of bungalows behind the dormitory. This used to be the archives room. Later it has been emptied, and many archives are gone. Now the school has a new archives room and this room has been vacant. Although the deputy principal didn't say it clearly, Jiang Xiaobai understood what it meant. It should be the sports club. This archive room was abandoned. Okay, thank you principal. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the room and quickly thanked him. Although the place is not big and there is no furniture, there is a wooden single bed, a table, and a chair. But compared to the environment just now, it is really good. Not too much. Director Xiaobai, just satisfied. Just tell me what you want, the vice principal said. When Li Laosan was looking for him just now, he had already revealed Jiang Xiaobai's identity. In the beginning, there was an uproar within the investigation team. Otherwise, it is mainly the relationship between Jiang Xiaobai and Zheng Qinian. It's just that he never thought that Jiang Xiaobai would come to their school. Just now, Mr. Li called the school office, and when he asked him about this matter, he was still a little confused. But soon he was in ecstasy. Jiang Xiaobai's educated youth cannery was nothing, but the relationship between Jiang Xiaobai and Zheng Qinian was something he valued. If he can catch Zheng Qinian's relationship through Jiang Xiaobai, then he will make a lot of money. So instead of thinking that Li Laosan was bothering him, he gave himself an opportunity. Sent away the vice principal, Jiang Xiaobai started to clean up the house. Actually, the house has probably been cleaned, but Jiang Xiaobai cleaned it again carefully, put the quilt on and put things away. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the broken door lock at the door, and planned to go to the male dormitory to ride a bicycle to the supply and marketing agency to buy a door lock. Only walked back to the boys' dormitory and found a crowd around the door. Jiang Xiaobai looked at it from a distance and thought something was wrong. But when he walked in, he realized that he was watching the excitement around his bicycle. Whose bicycle is this? Is there anyone in our school who bought a bicycle besides the principal? This bike looks quite new. I guess it hasn't been long since I bought it. Come and give way. Jiang Xiaobai squeezed into the crowd, and when everyone was stunned, he took out the key and unlocked the car, gently dialed some car bells, and the car bells made a crisp sound. This awakened the onlookers and gave Jiang Xiaobai away. Jiang Xiaobai rode his bicycle out of the school gate and walked out of the village as everyone watched. Shangma Township High School is only 3 miles away from the township, and Jiang Xiaobai arrived in the township within a short while. The supply and marketing cooperative was about to close. Jiang Xiaobai walked in with a good bike. The salesperson was already packing up his things and was about to go home from get off work, watching Jiang Xiaobai come in and asked indifferently, "What do you want?" "Door lock, lock, powder on paper." "How many copies of Fenlian paper do you want?" 5 books. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said, "At this time, many people bought woolen paper and then cut them for use. Of course, the supply and marketing agency will also make extravagant notebooks made of powder-linked paper, but they are much more expensive than those made of paper." End of this chapter. Chapter 213 Unforgettable Ditch. Chapter 213 Unforgettable Ditch. As soon as I rode my bicycle back to the school gate after shopping, I saw Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang were already waiting. "Uncle Little Bai, I went to your dormitory to see you just now, and they said you left on a bicycle. Li Bai watched Jiang Xiaobai come back and hurriedly stepped forward and said, just now, she went to the boys' dormitory to find Jiang Xiaobai, but was told to leave by bicycle. Many people are still pulling her to inquire about Jiang Xiaobai. At this time, she can ride a bicycle to school. This is a place like Shangma Township. There is no difference between and later generations driving a Mercedes-Benz to school. And it has to be the kind that does not leak oil. I heard that Jiang Xiaobai had gone by bicycle, and Li Bai was anxious. Before coming, Lawson told her to ask her to help Jiang Xiaobai more at school. In fact, Lawson Li didn't tell her that she knew that the children at this time were not later generations, not to mention going to high school or college. At this time, the children mature early. If they don't go to high school, they might marry and start a family. It's not that Li Bai doesn't know what's going on in her family. If she didn't have Jiang Xiaobai, she wouldn't have to say she would go to university in the future. As far as high school, his father Li Lawson estimated that he would almost be unable to pay for her to go to school. Now that Jiang Xiaobai is coming to school and he is a classmate, of course he has to have a good relationship with Jiang Xiaobai. It's okay, buy something. Jiang Xiaobai got out of the car and pushed the confident car with a smile. By the way, I don't live in the dormitory anymore. I have changed places. If you have anything to do, you can come here to find me, Jiang Xiaobai said, pushing the confident car to the back of the dormitory. Here, this is my dormitory. Jiang Xiaobai took out the door lock and found that there was no screwdriver. Li Bai hurried to borrow a screwdriver. Uncle Xiaobai, the concierge, borrowed it. Li Bai said, passing the screwdriver in his hand to Jiang Xiaobai. The two girls were very careful. Jiang Xiaobai changed the door lock, and they wiped the room again with a rag, and even the windows were wiped clean. However, after years of hesitation, many of the glass on the window has been broken. It was pasted with woolen paper, and only one piece was left intact. Okay, don't worry about it. Tomorrow I will call someone to change it, Jiang Xiaobai said. At this time, glass is also a valuable item, and many people's windows are pasted with paper. Mouses in the TV series. The martial arts masters will have a hole when they poke their fingers, whether it is to watch a beautiful woman take a bath through the hole, or use a bamboo pipe to blow smoke in the room. It is very convenient. Uncle Bai, let's take you around the school. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai responded and went out with the two of them. Uncle Xiaobai, you should keep your bicycle locked in the house. Li Bai looked at the bicycle in the corner and said, there is still a trace of eye heat, but his father has promised himself that as long as he is admitted to a college or university, he can buy himself a bicycle. Li Lawson is now at the level of factory director. With $500 a month, he has become more vigorous. It is more willing to spend money on a girl. Okay. Push the house. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. A bicycle is lost or broken. Jiang Xiaobai is not too distressed. The key is to be confident that it will be inconvenient for him to lose the car. When you return to Jianhua village, you have to walk back, or you have to buy it from the county again, which adds to the trouble. Anyway, the room is big enough, so it can be placed in the room. Uncle Xiaobai, this place is called Unforgettable Ditch. Li Bai pointed to a huge gully and introduced Jiang Xiaobai. Killing people are all throwing people inside. In summer, it rains and sometimes a part of the side collapses. Sometimes you can see the bones that collapsed and fell out. I don't know whether it is human or animal. Since I was a child, I didn't talk about food to open my mouth. And it's almost the same when I'm in clothes, and I've never missed anything for eating. Li Bai said, suddenly changed her tone, and said gloomily, Brother Xiaobai, you should never come here when it's dark. Listening to Li Bai's words, Jiang Xiaobai was agitated. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaobai also has some problems. One island fear of heights, the other is fear of such supernatural events, and the third is motion sickness. As long as he gets in the car, he gets a headache, and he can't touch his mobile phone in the car. Now that Li Bai said that, if it weren't for the broad daylight, Li Biaibai words would be able to startle Jiang Xiaobai. I heard that this place is haunted at night. One time our school organized to go to the village to watch a movie and had to pay 5 cents. In order to save money, a student didn't go, so he went crazy with it in the dormitory, using popularity to suppress it during the day, but in the evening there will be unexplainable things happening, which is very strange. Anyway, I would rather believe it if you have it than if you can't believe it. The technology of later generations has reached that level, and there are still too many people who can't explain it. Change place, change place. I'm not feeling well, Jiang Xiaobai said and didn't wait anymore, turning around and leaving. The whole Li Biaibai is a little surprised. I just say, I am not afraid of a girl, but you are a man. This is the cafeteria. It's cold in winter, so I eat in the house. It's hot in summer. Everyone leaned against the corner and squatted in a row to eat. This is the classroom. Our class is here. There are 53 people in the class. Uncle Bai, you will have 54 when you come. Li Biaibai took Jiang Xiaobai to finish the introduction. It was getting late, and the two of them took the lunchbox in the dormitory and walked towards the cafeteria. There were also many people along the way, walking to the canteen with lunchboxes. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai and Li Biaibai, Zhang Lanfang and many of them were discussing. Did you see it? That is the new student who rides a bike. I heard that they seem to be in the same village as Li Biaibai. Bullshit. Li Biaibai is from Jianhua village. I don't know how poor Jianhua village is. I even rode a bicycle. It's not bad to be able to ride a bicycle. Someone spoke. You are all the old almanac. Jianhua village is different now. Someone spoke slowly, and suddenly everyone's appetite was lifted. End of this chapter. Chapter 214. From extravagance to frugality is difficult. Chapter 214. It is difficult to change from extravagance to frugality. What's wrong? What's wrong with Jianhua village? Someone asked curiously. Jianhua village is well known to everyone, and that is well known in Zhangxuan County. This Jianhua village is different from the original. Let's not talk about the others. Li Biaibai used to know what was going on at home, but now what? Look at the clothes. Are there patches on them? The school bags are filled with powder. It's a paper book. A boy said mysteriously that he has relatives in Jianhua village. Although the relatives came to borrow money last time, they were very arrogant. No longer the low brows and pleasing look of the past. And also talked about many changes in Jianhua village. It's really true that you said that. You don't usually pay attention. Why is Jianhua village suddenly rich? Someone asked curiously. I can't say anything else. Just mention one. Everyone knows canned educated youth. I know. How can educated youth cannot know? During the Chinese New Year, my family bought several bottles. Don't say that this educated youth can is not only cheaper than the canned food of the supply and marketing agency, but also more delicious than the canned food of the supply and marketing agency. A boy spoke. Cut. Have you eaten canned food from a supply and marketing agency? The boy opened his mouth and was speechless. The canned food from the supply and marketing agency is so expensive that he hasn't eaten it yet. The people next to him looked at the boy's desolate appearance and burst into laughter. Jiang Xiaobai was far away and did not hear the people's discussion, but it is estimated that he would not care if he heard it. Are you new student? The canteen master looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, the spoon in his hand trembling constantly. The porridge in the spoon is almost gone. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand and said as he looked at the master. People say that a big head and a thick neck are either a big money or a man. But at this time, the chef can't eat anything. He looks like a thin one, otherwise, why would he keep dangling? Remember to hurry up and hand in the public food. It may be the end of the questioning, or the master felt that the spoon in his hand was almost swayed, and there was nothing more, so a spoon of porridge was buckled into the Jiang Xiaobai porcelain jar. At this time, students go to school and don't pay for food. Instead, they bring food for themselves. Take the cake yourself. 1. The master asked Jiang Xiaobai. He was busy working all afternoon in the afternoon, and his stomach was quite hungry, but after eating the porridge in the lunchbox and the cake in his hand, Jiangxiabai felt even more hungry. Fuck. Jiangxiabai felt that his tooth was broken. He stretched out his hand to take it out, but found that it was a small stone. What am I special? Jiangxiabai cursed, and moved the corn paste in the bowl with his chopsticks. Uncle Bai, the school cafeteria is like this, just get used to it. Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang on the side and Longcom encouraged them. Well, Jiangxiabai felt that he could do it. When he first came to Jianhua village, he was not much better than this. If there are small stones, there will be small stones. At this time, whether it is wheat, millet, or corn, it is all on the stone mill or on the ground. It is normal to have stones. The only difference is that someone is careful and will pick it up, at least when cooking. And you can't have such high demands in the school cafeteria. I flicked for a while, and I felt that there was almost no sound of collision between stones and the lunchbox. Just as Jiangxiabai was about to continue eating, he saw a dark object in the lunchbox. Holding the chopsticks out, Jiangxiabai almost didn't vomit. It turned out to be mouse shit, which is not too much, it is the norm at this time. But Jiangxiabai really can't eat it anymore. It is easy to change from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. Jiangxiabai sighed and turned to Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang. Go. Don't eat. Go to my house. Jiangxiabai took the two of them home to his house. Although there was mouse in the meal, Jiangxiabai did not dare to dump it in front of others. Otherwise, you must be scolded to death. And wasting food a few years earlier will also be criticized. As for the rat and stones in the meal, everyone thinks it is normal. Stop eating, let's go to the village to see if there is anything to eat. Jiangxiabai pushed out the bicycle. Uncle Xiaobai, it's okay, we are all used to it, you can go by yourself. Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang waved their hands again and again. Let's go, Uncle Xiaobai invites you to dinner, come. Baibai sits on the front beam. Lanfang jumps up in a moment. Jiangxiabai arranged. Li Baibai hesitated slightly, and then sat on the front beam. Jiangxiabai pedaled hard, and the bicycle swayed forward. Then Zhang Lanfang didn't have time to think, and awkwardly jumped into the back seat of the bicycle. The old driver Jiangxiabai almost didn't overturn the car. Sit down. Jiangxiabai took the two of them and rode their bicycles seriously, for fear of falling down accidentally. After leaving the school, people who weren't going to see Jiangxiabai and three secretly talking. Jiangxiabai thought he was talking about bicycles and didn't pay attention. But Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang's faces were flushed. At this time, the countryside is still very conservative, and many boys and girls are silent. Even in rural areas until the 1990s, some shy men and women would not ride a self-confident car when they were married. However, Jiangxiabai came from the age of continual artillery fire. I don't know how many people are holding hands and kissing all over the street. In addition, I felt that Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang were a generation older than Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang. But I didn't think much about this issue, so I let them get in the car. Fortunately, I arrived in the village soon. Look for it and see where there is a small restaurant. Jiangxiabai stopped the car, and while pushing the bicycle forward, he instructed the two of them. Uncle, is there a small restaurant in our town? It is the place where I opened my own home and buys food. Jiangxiabai asked one by one. Yes. I just opened a house 2 days ago. Just when I entered the village, you will be back for a while. There is a small red door on the side of the road. Her house is. The old man carries his hands behind his back, and knows clearly about the things in the village. It is commonly known as sitting in the land. Bye-bye, Lanfang, let's go. Jiangxiabai greeted the two and came to the place the old man said. Opening the door and looking, Jiangxiabai knew that he had not found the wrong place. There are 3 or 4 tables in a dark room. Although the place is small, it is very clean. A middle-aged woman, sitting in the room, saw Jiangxiabai and 3 people coming in, and quickly got up to greet her. Come on with the confident car, put it outside and don't lose it. The middle-aged woman greeted her with a smile. With this bicycle, She greeted her with a smile. I saw it in the newspaper a few days ago that the unemployed workers should be registered as self-employed businesses. She has been out of work, so she wants to use her home to open a small restaurant. But there are just so many people in a village. Plus many people don't know. There is almost no business. End of this chapter. Chapter 215 Lavish. Chapter 215. We have 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 3 bowls of rice. Jiang Xiaobai didn't order any food, he ordered it for nothing. At this time, the small restaurant prepared just a few dishes. Okay, you guys sit down and wait a while, and you will be fine soon. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai started ordering without asking for the price, the proprietress knew that Jiang Xiaobai was not bad for money. Scrambled eggs with green onions, spicy tofu, shredded pork with pepper, beef stew with potatoes. The lady boss brought it up in a while. A scent of scent made Jiang Xiaobai 3 people unable to help but swallow. Taste it, it doesn't suit your appetite, the proprietress said with a smile. And she still prepared something good for the opening 2 days ago. It's just that the preparations are finished, but no one comes to eat, and the things are kept. Today Jiang Xiaobai, who is not bad at money, came over. She didn't do it quickly, for fear of breaking down tomorrow. Even high-quality goods such as beef, which surprised Jiang Xiaobai. Take 3 more bottles of sweet soda. Jiang Xiaobai greeted without raising his head. Holding the chopsticks, he greeted Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang to start. Okay, the lady boss turned around to take the soda, and someone came in outside the door. Tweet, there are guests, the man said. Well, back, the 2 said, and Jiang Xiaobai was a little familiar with the voice behind him, and was stunned when he turned his head to look. Maid, turned out to be a master cook in the school cafeteria. It's you? The man was also stunned. Jiang Xiaobai was only cooking with him just now. How could he not know the new student? Do you know? The lady boss asked with a smile. Students of our school. Didn't you just eat dinner? How? There is something in the porridge. There are stones, and it is mouse feces. There is no way to eat it, Jiang Xiaobai said, holding the chopsticks and pulling the rice. The 2 people are in a family, so it's a virtue not to cook for the boss. The cafeteria chef was a little embarrassed. If Jiang Xiaobai was eating at school, he would definitely start talking without saying a word. But in his own restaurant, he dare not speak. Look at you. How many times have you said you have been cooking? If you are serious, you just won't listen. Can students eat it? The proprietress scolded her husband first, and then looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile, you can eat without worry. Before cooking, I washed the rice 3 times, and the dishes were washed several times. The rest is absolutely clean. Well, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, without saying anything, and started eating. Don't say, although it is a couple living together, the taste of cooking is very different. Of course, it's also because the man cooks a big pot of rice at school and there are no ingredients, while the woman just copies a few dishes at home. It's because the ingredients are better. Jiang Xiaobai ordered 2 bowls of rice and had a round belly. Check out, Jiang Xiaobai called to the back room. Hey, here it is. It's 5 yuan in total. The lady boss came out and said, 5 yuan, 3 people eat, and 1 person eats more than 1 yuan on average. At this time, it is already a big meal. Well, the food in the cafeteria, I am not used to eating. Can I order food at your house every day? Jiang Xiaobai said as he paid. He didn't want to treat his stomach badly. Okay, great. So what do you want to eat? I wrote it down. Every morning and evening I will let my guy take it to you, and I will take it to you at noon when he is busy. Although the proprietress doesn't know about takeaways, there is no business that can't be done for door-to-door delivery, not to mention that the restaurant has just opened at this time and there are no people at all. Furthermore, look at Jiang Xiaobai actions, so generous, and 5 yuan for a meal, without even blinking his eyes. Okay, I don't have any taboos. For breakfast, Steamed buns are okay. There is a side dish sure fried potato shreds. Eggs are okay. I must have meat at noon. I am still growing, preferably beef. Jiang Xiaobai didn't want to wrong his stomach. 23 had a jump. He was just 20 years old. No problem. No problem. The smile bloomed on his face for half a year. This meal is 5 yuan. She can earn at least 2 yuan. So Jiang Xiaoshan eats this way every day, plus 2 meals in the morning and evening. She can earn at least more than 80 yuan a month. 80 yuan. Her husband cooks in the school cafeteria. Only 30 yuan a month, which is more than twice her husband's salary. And this is Jiang Xiaobai alone. If someone else comes to eat, 100 yuan a month will definitely not be a problem. Well, it's 8 yuan a day, and there is no need to send it on weekends, so it's almost 200 yuan a month. Jiang Xiaobai took out a pile of Great Unity from his pocket, and counted 20 pieces of Great Unity in the stunned boss. At this time, the third set of life coins is used, and the unity of 10 yuan is the largest face value. This is a month, and if the money is not enough, please find me again. Jiang Xiaobai patted the money on the table. Okay, okay. The lady boss nodded in a daze, holding the money on the table in her hand in an unbelievable way. So much money, just give it to myself. So I'm not afraid that I won't admit it if I took the money. Then what, Lao Li, you follow? Follow. Just call me Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Lao Li, follow Xiaobai and find the place where Xiaobai lives. You will prepare a meal and bring it to you. It will be heated in the cafeteria and then delivered to Xiaobai in the dark night. The proprietress was extremely enthusiastic, and Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang looked a little secretly. I used to know that Uncle Xiaobai was spending money lavishly, but he never had an accurate concept in his heart, and now I really understand it. 5 yuan for a meal, without blinking, and not a meal, but a fixed daily meal for 8 yuan. $8 a day, except for $200 on weekends a month. I ate it. The two of them really felt what it meant to be wasteful. If the $200 were replaced by the original, it was enough for their family to live for more than a year. Okay. The man looked at the money and forced a smile on his face. On the way back, Jiang Xiaobai did not ride a bicycle. He had just finished eating, strolling around with his bicycle, digesting food. Of course, in this era, it is also a luxury to stroll after a meal. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai's single dormitory, the canteen master Li Igo completely understood that Jiang Xiaobai was not an ordinary person at all. 200 yuan a month for meals in a single dormitory. Who is this special? Back to the dormitory, Jiang Xiaobai found that there were no lights, and Li Igo rode home again on his bicycle to help bring a kerosene lamp at home. I wanted to help Jiang Xiaobai get more kerosene, but Jiang Xiaobai refused, and he was going to connect the light tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 216 Project Progress. Chapter 216 Project Progress. In the morning of the next day, Teacher Ma introduced Jiang Xiaobai to the whole class. There are empty seats behind, so Jiang Xiaobai can get to the empty seats behind. Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. In the angry eyes of the head teacher, he took the rag and wiped it 3 times before sitting down. The teacher started the class. Jiang Xiaobai lay on the table, looking at the review materials in his hand. In fact, the college entrance examinations in the past few years are very simple. So simple that later generations of junior high school students will almost be able to enter the university. Language test papers are almost able to get full marks. The main reason is that most of the students work at home without systematic learning. Unlike later generations, starting from elementary school, there are various makeup classes, study classes, and interest classes. You need to pull the suitcase to go to and from school. It can be said that the college entrance examination questions are getting more difficult year by year. The teacher's lecture is aimed at most people. Jiang Xiaobai did not listen, so he learned his own. Of course, the college entrance examination was about to come. Jiang Xiaobai turned around. The teachers did not expect him to keep up with the review progress. and thought that Jiangxiabai was making up the original course. Time passed day by day, and it was the weekend in a blink of an eye. Jiangxiabai was packing things in the house, preparing to return to Jianhua village. This week, he did not have much contact with classmates in any class. He returned to his dormitory after class, and food was delivered by someone. But Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang, the two little girls, were acquainted with Jiangxiabai because Jiangxiabai called them over for dinner all day long. Jiangxiabai's windows were replaced with glass, and the lights in the house were also connected. "Uncle Bai, are you finished packing things?" Li Bai opened the door and walked in. "It's finished. Do you want to wash this clothes when you go back?" Li Bai asked directly from the package on Jiangxiabai bed. "Well, go back and wash it." Jiangxiabai nodded and said, in fact, he has basically never washed his clothes. Every time it was the canteen Li Lawson's affection. Until you took it for him to wash when he cleaned up the house. "You don't need to take it back. You give it to me, and I will wash it for you." Li Bibai took the package up as he said, "No need, no need." Jiangxiabai hurriedly stopped. "It's okay, Uncle Bai, just 2 pieces of clothes. Just by the way." Li Bibai couldn't help but snatched it. As long as she has time at home, she can cook and wash her clothes. Needless to say, the relationship between her father and Jiangxiabai was that she had been eating and drinking with Jiangxiabai this week, and she couldn't make it easy if she didn't help Jiangxiabai with some work. Jiangxiabai looked at the figure of Li Bibai who was leaving with his clothes, and opened his mouth without speaking. "It's okay, Uncle Bai, we will wrap up your dirty clothes in the future. We will do it all day long at home. When we used to raise pigs for the production team, we used to go up the mountain to collect hogweed. We will eat with you every day, and if we don't do some work, we will not feel good about it." Zhang Lanfang on the side also said, "Sensible." Jiangxiabai sighed and said, "What's the meal? Anyway, I can't eat it alone. By the way, I'm going back to the factory this weekend. There's something wrong with the homework assigned by the teacher. That homework is silent writing and practice questions." Zhang Lanfang did not understand Jiangxiabai meaning, and thought that Jiangxiabai had forgotten what their homework was. "Oh, I know." Jiangxiabai was a little speechless. "Can't you hear it? Help me with my homework. Is it so obvious with what I said? Don't you talk about eating and doing some work? Do homework." It is still Jiangxiabai riding a bicycle to bring Zhang Lanfang and Li Bibai back to the village. "Go home, and wait for the weekend afternoon to find me." At the gate of the Educated Youth Cannery, Jiangxiabai said goodbye to the two. "Although it is said that it is a 2-day holiday on weekends, I usually go to school on Sunday afternoon." "Director, I'm back." "Okay. The director is back." Jiangxiabai returned to his office with a smile, put his things down, and went to the pig farm address behind the village. Sure enough, Professor Zhang was busy working on the construction site. 1 week later, there were new changes on the construction site. The approximate shape of the fish pond has come out, and the place where the emperor bamboo grass is planted next to it is almost flat. The foundation of the pig farm has also been laid, and the road from the pig farm to the village entrance is also being repaired by villagers. "I'm back." Professor Zhang saw Jiangxiabai coming back from the construction site. "Well, it's okay." "What about the third child? Why didn't you see it?" Jiangxiabai asked. "He and Xiaoliu went to other provinces." "I have a friend who has the seeds of the emperor bamboo grass you said, so he went to get the seeds." "Originally I said that Xiaoliu could go by himself, but he was worried, and followed Xiaoliu." Professor Zhang said. "Yes, just follow along. Xiaoliu really doesn't make people feel relieved." Jiangxiabai nodded, agreeing with Professor Zhang's opinion. Yu Jian is really not reassuring. It was basically an accident to be able to come to Jianhua village from the capital. If it wasn't for Jiangxiabai to let the truck from the factory go to the county to pick up the villagers and he ran into him, maybe it was somewhere. Let him get seeds. It's not bad that people can come back without losing. "How is the progress of the pig farm? When will it be completed?" Jiangxiabai continued to ask. "It's March now, about the end of June," Professor Jiang said. At the end of June, if the distribution speed is fast, the first batch of raw pork tenderloin in front of you can be released. Jiang Xiaobai muttered, thinking that the time for pigs to go out of slaughter is usually May or June. This period of time is the rapid growth period of the piglets. After this time, the weight gain of the piglets will slow down, and it is not cost-effective to continue to raise them. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai did not go anywhere else, but stared at the construction site with Professor Jiang. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai took the car to the garment factory's construction site. The progress on the garment factory's construction site was much faster than the pig farm. About half of the overall structure, but the structure of the garment factory is much more complicated than that of the pig farm. The estimated progress of the completion of the project is also around June or July. Shi Sheng and Section Chief Liu stared at the construction site, eating at the cafeteria next to the prison at noon. The food in the prison cafeteria is still very good. After a few drinks, Jiang Xiaobai went to bed in the afternoon. When he returned to the educated youth cannery in the car, Song Weigo's business license has not yet been issued, and the pig farm and clothing factory are almost the same. The educated youth cannery still has to provide several certificates and materials. End of this chapter. Chapter 217 Economic Recovery. Chapter 217 Recovery of Economic Elements. At the Jiang Xiaobai garment factory, Pierre Cardin wore a windbreaker and walked on the streets of the capital while rushing to catch up with the progress of the project. Biaowang has been fired hot, and Biaowang's advertisements do not know how many products are popular, especially alcohol products. In the future commercial capital of Modu, the Patriotic Construction Company for Industry and Commerce, which was later known as the first private enterprise, was established. On the same day, radar watch ads appeared in Modu newspapers. The Swan Hotel in Guangzhou is also starting preparations. This is the first high-end Sino-foreign joint venture hotel and the first 5-star hotel in China. The Shekou Industrial Zone is also preparing intensively. At the same time, Jiang Xiaobai is still living a 2-line life at school, classroom, dormitory. He would never go to the cafeteria. After class, Jiang Xiaobai returned to the dormitory. Today's lunch has not been delivered. Jiang Xiaobai is sorting out the clothes that Li Biaobai sent back after washing. During this period, Jiang Xiaobai was also used to it. Li Biaobai and Zhang Lanfang came to the dormitory every day to clean up, and the two of them took turns washing their clothes. Uncle Xiaobai, let's come. Li Biaobai snatched Jiang Xiaobai's hand and helped organize it. Boom. The meal is here, I will pack it later. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, got up from the chair and opened the door. Just opened the door, Jiang Xiaobai was stunned. Teacher Ma, why are you here? Jiang Xiaobai was stunned when he looked at the people standing outside the door. I'm quite comfortable. You haven't gone to the cafeteria to eat. Is it difficult at home? Teacher Ma said and walked in. It was only today that he heard the students talk about it, so he prepared some food and prepared to see what happened to Jiang Xiaobai. But I didn't expect that. When I went to the students' dormitory, I found that Jiang Xiaobai was not there. I asked someone to find out that Jiang Xiaobai lived here. No. Jiang Xiaobai was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to lie. There was no way. The bicycle was left there. Teacher Ma is not blind, and of course he saw the bicycle by the wall at a glance. And of course his two precious students, Li Biaobai and Zhang Lanfang. These two girls are both the top 5 in the class, and they are expected to be admitted to college this year. They are all the baby bumps in her heart. And what are these two people doing now? One is packing clothes, the other is sweeping the floor, and Jiang Xiaobai is like an uncle, with a cup of tea on the table. This bicycle is yours? Teacher Ma asked when he looked at the bicycle in the corner. Well, mine. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Since your family is not short of money, why don't you go to the cafeteria to eat or pay public rations? I heard people say that you have never been there. Teacher Ma looked at Jiang Xiaobai questioningly, and looked at the bicycle in the corner with some envy. Bicycles? She hasn't had a bicycle herself. so she has no money to buy it because of the salary earned by the school and occasionally subsidies to poor students. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai was about to speak, the door was pushed open. Xiaobai, the rice was delivered here. Someone delivered a rabbit yesterday. I simmered it for several hours today. Take the time. You can try to see if it suits the taste. The proprietress of the small restaurant walked in while talking. He carried several lunch boxes and a few bottles of soda. Oh, there are guests. I left it for you. I only saw Teacher Ma there after half a year after I came in, but I didn't care about it. It just felt like the atmosphere in the room was a little weird. Okay, Jiang Xiaobai said awkwardly. Watching half a year, I put the food on the table, then turned around and left. The smell of the tangy food soon permeated the room, and the room quietly fell silent for a while. Cuckoo. Suddenly, my stomach screamed. Jiang Xiaobai subconsciously followed the direction of the sound. Then he met the eyes of Teacher Ma, the head teacher. Teacher Ma, would you like to eat together? Jiang Xiaobai asked. No, no. Teacher Ma suddenly felt that the head teacher's aura in her body was gone, and quickly waved her hand. Take some, Teacher Ma. This auntie cooks deliciously. Li Bibai persuaded him not to look at Teacher Ma's usual seriousness, but he was good to her and Zhang Lanfang. When the two of them used to have difficulties at home, Teacher Ma took them to their own home for dinner, so they would study hard and get a good grade in the exam, so that they can go to Teacher Ma's home to have a good meal and improve the food. They also learned power. Yes, Teacher Ma, you can taste it, Jiang Xiaobai said as he opened the lunch boxes on the table. The aroma of the food in the house became stronger. Smelling the meat that I haven't smelled for a long time, Teacher Ma involuntarily took another bite of water. Think about it, it seems that I haven't eaten meat for a long time. When was the last time I ate meat? It seems to be Chinese New Year this year. Some guests came to visit relatives at home. They copied 2 or 2 pieces of meat, and the children were also clamoring for meat, and relatives. They really only ate 2 bites and disappeared. Waiting for the relatives to leave, in the evening, the mother and son poured the remaining broth on the noodles, and had a delicious meal of broth. I still remember the fragrance even now. Now there are 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, hot and sour potato shreds, and the main dish, rabbit meat. Looking at the golden eggs and the stewed rabbit meat, Teacher Ma especially wanted to learn from Zhu Ziqing. But the rejection is on the lips. But I can't say it. Teacher, come to Ma, eat it while it is hot, and taste it not to your appetite. Jiang Xiaobai put a bowl of rice in front of Teacher Ma. Originally, Li Bibai wanted to pull Teacher Ma to sit down. At the very least, Mr. Ma insisted. His legs were not soft and he did not sit down. But looking at the crystal clear ice grains, the rice scented with rice, suddenly my legs softened and I sat on the stool. End of this chapter. Chapter 218 Taste. Chapter 218 Taste. Okay, then try it, Ma Rongwu said. Since he has already sat down, he is not hypocritical. Jiang Xiaobai is his own student. He didn't come here to eat a meal, but knew that Jiang Xiaobai had never gone to the cafeteria to eat. He cooked the meal from home and delivered it. Is just right to catch up. Since the hospitality is difficult, it's no big deal to eat a meal of your own students. Teacher Ma, what are you holding? Li Bibai asked, looking at the lunchbox Ma was placed on the table. It's nothing, it's just simple meals. I thought Xiaobai didn't go to the cafeteria to eat. He was as poor as yours. So I didn't worry, so I came to send some food. I didn't expect you to eat so well. Ma Rongwu was a little embarrassed. He thought he was here to deliver food, but he didn't expect to eat it at his own student. Jiang Xiaobai listened to Teacher Ma's words and gave a soda drink. He came to him these days, and this Teacher Ma gave him a cold impression. It seems that he doesn't understand the world at all. But he has also listened to others. This Teacher Ma's husband has passed away, and he takes the children by himself. Jiang Xiaobai thought that her personality was like this, but she didn't expect to have such a side. Babe, put the meal brought by Mr. Ma. Let's taste Mr. Ma's craftsmanship. and I will taste Mr. Ma's craftsmanship." Jiang Xiaobai said. Ma Rongwu was taken aback. Jiang Xiaobai was not able to use these meals here. She planned to take them back to her son to eat. Although it's not as good as Jiang Xiaobai food, it's pretty good in his own home. I didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to try his own craft. But forget it. Just try it. I'm eating here. Oh, good. Li Bai opened the box brought by Teacher Ma. Inside was a fried noodle with eggs. Noodles can also be regarded as a special noodle dish of Jin province. Nourishment is relatively rich, and Ma Rongwu saved it by himself. "Smell it, smell," Jiang Xiaobai said, holding up the rice box in front of him. He took the chopsticks and pushed the rabbit meat and eggs into it a lot, stuffed it full, and then closed the lid. "Teacher Ma, you will take it back in a while and give your children a taste?" "No, no need." Ma Rongwu waved his hand and stood up in a hurry. She is an adult. Although she has a dark face all day long and looks like a stranger, it does not mean that she is stupid and knows nothing. Jiang Xiaobai, it was to taste his own craft. He wanted to give his own rice to his children. "Taste your own craft, that is just a cover, but I don't want to let myself refuse it." "Teacher Ma, I will eat what you brought." "What happened to this rice for the children to taste?" "You don't want to let this be the noodles you brought?" Jiang Xiaobai said. "No, it's not." Ma Rongwu explained hurriedly, but after a few words, it was reflected. Jiang Xiaobai said that on purpose. "Forget it, thank you, teacher." Ma Rongwu sat down again, and seriously looked at Jiang Xiaobai, who had been transferred to his class for more than a month. But there is no sense of existence at all, so ordinary students can be ignored. I thought it was a dull ordinary student, but I didn't expect that the contact today was not only intentional. Besides, he is not like a child. He is always thinking about others. He clearly wants to bring some food to the child, but he says that he has become a taste of his own craftsmanship. "I have a fart skill, and I am not a cook." "Come on, let's eat." Jiang Xiaobai said that he moved the chopsticks first. He could tell that he didn't move the chopsticks. Teacher Ma didn't take food. Li Bai and Zhang Lanfang are used to it, and they can start eating. "Fragrant, really fragrant." "Don't tell me, the master in this canteen is not good at cooking, and his wife is really good at cooking," Jiang Xiaobai praised. "The woman just now was the daughter-in-law of the canteen master." Teacher Ma asked in a little surprise, and her words were a bit vague because of a piece of rabbit meat in her mouth. "Well, Teacher Ma, don't you know, when I went to a small restaurant in the village for the first time, I saw our canteen master enter, and I was also stunned." Li Bai was eating while explaining to Ma Rongwu. Ma Rongwu stayed at school for a day. "I really didn't know that there was a small private restaurant in the town. I guess he wouldn't go in to eat even if he knew it." "You guys are so late every day. How much does it cost?" Li Bai said that I would let Kankan deliver food all day long. Ma Rongwu's shocked hands were all in the air. "Don't say that the meal is prepared and delivered. Even if you buy something for yourself, it costs a few yuan to make it. It's so late every day. How much money can I eat?" "Almost 200 a month, right, Brother Xiaobai?" Li Bai turned her head and asked. "Well, almost." Jiang Xiaobai nodded. "Not to mention dividends, his monthly salary at the educated youth cannery is still 500 yuan. How can it be enough to eat by yourself?" 200 a month. Ma Rongwu felt like a fairy tale. 200 yuan a month for meals. Needless to say, I have seen it before, but I have never heard of it. I ate a bicycle in my stomach this month. "Xiaobai, what are your parents doing?" Ma Rongwu asked with his mouth open. 1 month's salary, 38 yuan. The child goes to school, the family favors and expenses, and the two of them eat and live. I feel that there is a little left. But this month, she can't even imagine that she can only eat 200 yuan for one person. "Do you eat like this every day?" But looking at Jiang Xiaobai is not fat. "My parents are ordinary factory workers," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. He didn't know at this time His father Jiang Tishan had gone to sell tinned educated youth. Father Jiang contributed part of the money earned by the educated youth cannery. On the other hand, I can barely ask to spend the money my parents earn. Ordinary workers. Ma Rongwu didn't ask much, except that Jiang Xiaobai was inconvenient to say. Ordinary workers? What are you kidding about? Whose ordinary workers spend so much money? Does your parents' monthly salary be enough for you to eat? Come on, teacher, eat. Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang kept adding food to Ma Rongwu. Ma Rongwu was really full, and a few dishes were eaten up in the end. Looking at a big box of rabbit meat, there was only soup and water left in the end, and Ma Rongwu remembered it after touching his round belly. At first, I wanted to eat less and let Jiang Xiaobai eat another meal. After eating, Li Biaibai began to clean up, and Ma Rongwu also helped clean up the dishes, but Jiang Xiaobai wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, I didn't stop it. Teacher, just throw this garbage away. The cafeteria chef will come and take things away, so we don't need to wash the dishes. End of this chapter. Chapter 219 I'm getting married. Chapter 219 I'm getting married. Bye-bye. Why are you and Zhang Lanfang at Jiang Xiaobai today? After dinner, Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang sent Ma Rongwu back. Ma Rongwu looked at Li Biaibai and asked. She thought that Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang were the same as themselves today. We are eating here every day. Li Biaibai said, you two are eating here every day? Ma Rongwu's eyes widened, and suddenly became severe. What does it mean to eat at Jiang Xiaobai every day? There is no free lunch in the world. Jiang Xiaobai is a big man. These two beautiful girls. What does he mean to eat at him? What do you want to do? These are my two most precious students. Ma Rongwu had bad thoughts in an instant. Yes, Lanfang and I are eating at Uncle Xiaobai every day. Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang said in a simple manner. Ma Rongwu, who was a little angry, was suddenly stunned. Uncle Bai, what do you mean? Ma Rongwu asked subconsciously. Uncle Xiaobai and we are in the same village. He has a very good relationship with my dad. Before coming, my dad asked me to take care of Uncle Xiaobai more. Li Biaibai said, except for the educated youth cannery, it doesn't matter if he didn't say anything else. As for the educated youth cannery, Xiaobai didn't want to talk about it, and he didn't dare to disclose it. That's it. Ma Rongwu breathed a sigh of relief and said again. Then you are not good at eating here every day. The food is so expensive. 200 yuan a month's meals are eaten and drunk all day long. What do people think when it takes a long time? I went home and talked to my dad. My dad said that if Uncle Bai greets us, we just have to eat and we should eat with Uncle Bai, otherwise Uncle Bai will be alone at school, and then there will be another person. Alone. Li Biaibai said. In fact, what Li Laosan said was, it's okay to eat. With such a big educated youth cannery, your little Uncle Bai would not care about the money for eating. You can eat without worry, but if you have a chance, you will slap your little Bai's ass. If you feel comfortable, your little Bai will definitely be able to help you with anything in the future. At school, you must seize the opportunity to have a good relationship with your little white uncle. Okay. Ma Rongwu smiled bitterly. Since the parents have said so, it is hard for a teacher to say anything more. And I can eat 200 yuan a month. I guess people don't care about this anymore. Day by day, Jiang Xiaobai has no other changes in life except for asking Li Biaibai to send Ma Rongwu a meal from time to time. Of course Ma Rongwu did not want to accept it, but Jiang Xiaobai accepted it for various reasons. The overall framework of the garment factory in the village is almost complete. The emperor bamboo grass has been planted, and the fish ponds will soon be diverted. There is only less than half a month left before the college entrance examination. The kerosene lamp in the classroom was on all night. Knowledge is the only way to change destiny. A line of big characters hangs on the blackboard forever. No one on duty will wipe it off, which makes Jiang Xiaobai reverberate from time to time about the scenes of last summer. When there was no educated youth canning factory, it was producing canned food in the educated youth courtyard. More than a dozen educated youths, in the yard at night, One study is one night. Jiang Xiaobai walked out of the classroom with the review materials, and walked towards the dormitory. He has asked Teacher Ma for leave just now, although Teacher Ma is unwilling to give Jiang Xiaobai a leave for this section of the college entrance examination, but still couldn't stand Jiang Xiaobai's soft and hard soaking, and agreed to go back for a long time. Now the senior high school students have no weekends at all, and they are studying at school day and night. Jiang Xiaobai doesn't matter, he won't go back to the educated youth cannery, but tomorrow the fish pond will be diverted to release the fry. Professor Zhang has already called to urge him to go back and have a look, plus it has not been back for more than half a month. It is time to go back and have a look. Back to the dormitory, Jiang Xiaobai rode a bicycle, dangling out of the school, and walking towards Jianhua village in the sunset. If there are no accidents, if you can enter the university after the college entrance examination, you should go to the capital to go to school. But pig farms and garment factories have just started, so I feel a little worried about going to school in Beijing by myself. If you can't pass the exam, you can go back to the capital to go to school. Professor Zhang's number of recommended places has already been allocated for him. It's just that at that time, I can't choose my major. I can only follow Professor Zhang to learn how to raise pigs. Along the way, Jiang Xiaobai saw many people coming home from the village pushing a trolley with some vegetables in the car. It is estimated that the rest of the purchase after the rural fair market is opened, every time it comes to the fair. There are even more people going to the market to sell goods. Some villagers also exchange their home vegetables for money at the market to subsidize their families. When Jiang Xiaobai returned to Jianhua village, it was already dark. Li Laosan is still waiting for Jiang Xiaobai in the factory. Jiang Xiaobai cleaned up and washed, while Li Laosan followed behind his and reported the situation of the pig farm. After finishing speaking, watching Jiang Xiaobai preparing to rest, he was a little bit hesitant to speak. Just tell me if you have anything, Jiang Xiaobai said. In getting married, I'm going to marry Kui. Li Laosan, a black-faced man with a shy face, stared at Jiang Xiaobai for a while. Marriage? This is a good thing. Do the children agree? Jiang Xiaobai asked. What happened to Li Laosan and Liu Kui was known from when Jiang Xiaobai first came to Jianhua village to jump in. Liu Kui is a widow. There are still people in her natal family, but her in-laws are gone, so there is no opposition. It is mainly the problem of the children in Li Laosan's family. Children? I have asked them all. I don't have any comments, and they all agree. Kui is still good to the children at home. Li Laosan is full of happiness. Is the date set? Is it short of money? Jiang Xiaobai asked. No, it's not bad for money. Just tell you, I'm going to find you to pick a day. Li Laosan said. When we get married here in the countryside, we always find Mr. Yin Yang to choose a suitable date. I can't. You still find a Mr. Yin and Yang. Jiang Xiaobai face turned dark and said, Who do you think of me, Jiang Xiaobai? I am the director of the factory, and I am not Mr. Yin and Yang. I choose the day to be the matter. I decides that you are better than those Mr. Yin and Yang. The 16 character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret technique looks for dragons and divides gold to look at winding mountains. One heavy mountain is a heavy barrier. Li Laosan opened his mouth. Go away. I'm a stubborn book, not complete. Jiang Xiaobai face darkened, and the manager of Lozi collapsed within minutes and became a fortune teller. But looking at Li Laosan seriously, thinking of the contributions that Li Laosan has made for the educated youth cannery, he still bit his head. You go back first, I'll do the calculations for you. End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Business License. Chapter 220 Business License. Laosan. Li left happily. Jiang Xiaobai lay helplessly on the bed, and he couldn't get rid of the personal settings of Mr. Feng Shui. In the early morning of the next day, next to the pig farm construction site, Jiang Xiaobai, Professor Zhang, and Laosan Li came here early. There are also many villagers in the village watching. diversion. Jiang Xiaobai said. The villagers who had been prepared aside immediately took the tools and started to open a hole in the earth dam that was blocked by the side with a shovel. The splash of the river flowed into the fish pond that had already been set up. Seeing that the digging is almost done, and then put a net on Rashuiku to prevent the fish from running out. Drew the river water and sprinkled the fry. Even if the matter was over, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Laosan and others came to the pig farm side. Now the overall structure of the pig farm is almost the same. The production area has been completely completed, and the other living areas and management areas have not been fully completed. While walking, Laosan Li said, preparing to enter the live pigs, we can temporarily store the feed in the warehouse of the educated youth cannery. Anyway, it is not far away. The living quarters can be temporarily in the educated youth cannery. Isn't it a waste to start raising pigs in such a big place, waiting for it to be fully built? Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, then I will start to make sewage pipes tomorrow, and contact to buy piglets, and strive to get the first batch of piglets within 5 days. Laosan Li nodded and said, well, at the same time, use this period of time to let Professor Zhang give a simple training to the selected pig farm villagers. A piglet is not cheap. If you die, you will pay for it. Jiang Xiaobai said, you will arrange it. Professor Zhang looked helpless. I am here to do research on new topics, not to help you raise pigs. But training is really needed. Once the pigs are not raised well, it may not be a problem with one pig, but all the pigs in the pen. Professor Zhang continued. I don't need me for this matter. Xiao Liu will do it. I will check it. Professor Zhang looked at Liu Jian behind him and said, Jiang Xiaobai and Laosan Li said in unison. Looking at the appearance of Jiang Xiaobai and Li Laosan, Liu Jian felt that he was insulted. What's wrong with me? My specialty is good breeding. I can do it. You can't always look at people with old eyes. I've been in Jianhua village for half a year and it's not Liu Jian who forgot to open the letter of introduction. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Also because he is demanding now. If it turned out that a college student had fooled you to raise pigs for yourself, I didn't know what it would be like to be happy. But now I might even dislike a college student to raise pigs for myself. This is a small news for later generations of college students to raise pigs. Raise it. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai nodding, Liu Jian looked proud. I did it. But in a flash, Liu Jian realized something was wrong. I am a college student. Why should I be proud of the opportunity to teach others to raise pigs? It's not that I don't teach, but I'm going back to school tomorrow. It's been so long since I've been out, and there's still something going on at school. Professor Zhang spoke again. Jiang Xiaobai was surprised. Lao Jiang, are you leaving? Fuck off. What is Lao Jiang? It is Lao Jiang. Professor Zhang smiled and scolded. Not because he owed favor to you, because of the guarantee. A few more graduate students will be admitted at once, and he also needs to go back to prepare. Of course, he didn't say this. He seemed to be incapable of speaking when he said it. I am a dignified professor and cannot be despised by you. No, you are gone. What about this pig farm? The subject is not researched. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly said, with Professor Zhang there, that would be a sacred needle for the pig farm. Isn't there still Xiao Liu there when I leave? He can record data at any time. Besides, I can come back when I have time. Professor Zhang said with a smile. All right, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take you back. Although Jianhua village welcomes you back, you are in the county seat. I will ask you to take you to the photo studio to take a few photos and hang them on the wall. I want to let Jianhua village raise pigs. The field will always remember your contribution. Since Professor Zhang has decided, Jiang Xiaobai did not say anything. You little bastard, I'm not dead yet. What are you doing on the wall? Professor Zhang said he was about to kick Jiang Xiaobai, but Jiang Xiaobai avoided him. However, it's okay to write this on the stone tablets at the door. After all, I did something on this too, Professor Zhang said with some embarrassment. A group of people were smiling, and the parting atmosphere diminished a lot. After returning from the pig farm, Song Wei-go was already waiting in Jiangxia office. He just came back from the garment factory. The business licenses of pig farms and garment factories have come down, and only the needs of the educated youth cannery are left. Shareholders go and sign. Song Wei-go took out 2 business licenses and handed them to Jiangxia Bai. The business license at this time is different from the business license of later generations. In addition to the registration time of the business license and the scope of business, there is also a black and white photo of Jiangxia Bai. Speaking of this Xuan County Bureau of Industry and Commerce, there is something interesting. His predecessor was Zhangxuan County's Office of Fighting Against Speculation. It turned out that whoever did business caught who. Now it is to issue business licenses to those who do business, although it sounds a bit ironic. Also ironically, there are stowaways in Guangzhou. As for the illegal immigrants, Guangzhou is strictly guarded against the immigrants, and the punishment for illegal immigrants is quite severe. A few years ago, many people's duty was to prevent smuggling and detaining smugglers, but now they think that holding smugglers is adventurous and outstanding. The wheels of history are always rolling forward, and no one can see what the future will look like. Jiangxia Bai said, "Okay." Song Wei-go nodded, turned around with the business license and went out. And Jiangxia Bai took out the notebook from the bag and began to continue designing the clothes style of the future garment factory. "I was going to go back to school this afternoon, but Professor Zhang will leave tomorrow, saying that he needs to give away everything." End of this chapter. Chapter 221 Ask for Leave. Chapter 221 Leave. In the early morning of the next day, after sending off Professor Zhang, Jiangxia Bai listened to Liu Jian's pig-raising training class for a while. The teaching plans of the training were all read by Professor Zhang, and Jiangxia Bai didn't understand. After listening to it for a while, he got up and prepared to go back to school. "I have said that I would like to take a long time off. Now it's the next day. If I don't go back, I think the head teacher Ma Rongwu should be anxious." "Director, are you going back to school?" Jiangxia Bai pushed his bicycle to the factory director's door and was stopped by Lo San Li. "Well, back to school." Jiangxia Bai nodded. "Director, that ... then me." Old San Li said vaguely. "Oh, that wedding day, right? August 1st Army Day is a good day." Jiangxia Bai said. Okay, thank you factory manager. "Thank you factory manager." Li Lao San quickly thanked him. It's okay, I'm leaving," Jiangxia Bai said, then got in the car and left. After returning, Ma Rongwu looked at Jiangxia Bai's face very badly but didn't say much. 3 days later, Li Laosan came to the school. "Dad, you came to see me." Li Bai looked at Li Sanxing and exclaimed in excitement, "Where's your little Bai?" "Ah, Uncle Xia Bai is in the dormitory." Li Bai was no longer excited, and thought it was for him. But it turned out not to be. "Take me over." Li Laosan didn't realize the emotions of the girl. Now that he has money to spend, he has food to eat, what is he demanding so much? Okay. Although she didn't come to see her, she was still very happy to be able to see her dad. "Dad, we are going to take the college entrance examination in some time, and we are very nervous about studying. We haven't had it for several days." Li Bai said. Li Laosan also turned to look at the girl. "I don't think you are thin. Why do you seem to be fat?" Li Laosan stretched out his hand and squeezed Li Bai's face. "Dad," Li Bai yelled jealously. "Lack of money?" "Dad will give you money. Dad now has a long salary, 500 yuan a month," Li Laosan said, ready to pay for the girl. "Dad, no need, the money is enough to spend." Li Bai waved his hand quickly and said, "Dad, don't be too tired, take a break." Seeing the frown at the corner of Li Laosan's eye, Li Bai said with some emotion, "Father's love may not be as delicate as maternal love, but it is more profound. My mother died when I was young, and my father took so many children in the family alone. He really became a father and a mother again. No matter how difficult the family is, my father is always happy, but he remembers that there was no food at home once. My father borrowed food from someone else's home and came back to cook. While cooking, he secretly shed tears. After cooking, he didn't eat because he only had enough for himself and his younger siblings. Waiting for the others to finish eating, his father mixed the last remaining pot with some water and drank a bowl. At the beginning of the Educated Youth Cannery, some people said that his father flattered Jiang Xiaobai. He was a flatterer, and it was all based on flattering. At that time, she was still a little uncomfortable, and she didn't understand why her father wanted to be like this. But now she sees her father's cheerful look. She understands. All of what my father did was for this family, for himself and his younger siblings, so that he could eat and go to school. Father has been using his thick spine to support this family abruptly. Dad is okay. Dad is now the director of the factory, so he can control the overall situation and he is not tired. Li Laosan waved his hand and said indifferently, "Yeah." Li Bai nodded, and took the big fan-like hand of Old Man Li. "Director, there is a problem with the pigs, and the municipal pig factory will not sell it to us." Laosan Li came into the house and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said that he almost didn't break his leg in the past 2 days. But the city pig farm just didn't buy them the piglets. Jiang Xiaobai saw Li Laosan entering the house before he could catch up with him. He heard Li Laosan's words and frowned. "Sit down and take a drink and speak slowly," Jiang Xiaobai said. "Okay." Li Laosan sat down, and Li Bai poured water on his father as he was familiar with the road. "This is the factory manager. I went to the city to raise pigs 3 days ago and wanted to buy a batch of their piglets. They definitely don't have 1,000 piglets in their pig farm. They planned to buy 500 piglets and then go to another pig farm to buy 500 piglets. But they didn't expect the city pig farm to ignore us." Laosan Li told the story in detail. "Analyze. What is their purpose for not buying us?" Jiang Xiaobai frowned and said, "He was not on the scene, and the specific situation is unclear. I don't think it's specifically aimed at us, but maybe they are also useful and don't want to take care of us." Li Laosan said. "Well," Jiang Xiaobai nodded, specifically focusing on this matter, except for personal grievances, but also competition. The state-owned enterprises at this time have a sense of competition. In this way, you call Song Wei-go and ask him to see if there are any acquaintances in the city that can catch up. "I will go to the city with you in the afternoon." Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said, "Okay, I will go now." Song Wei-go said that he was about to leave, but was stopped by Jiang Xiaobai. "Wait, let's have a meal together, and then go after eating." "I have to ask for leave if it's too late," Jiang Xiaobai said. While speaking, Zhang Lanfang also came in, and after saying hello to Laosan Li, several people sat down to eat. After eating, Laosan Li rode a bicycle to the village to make a phone call, while Jiang Xiaobai strolled to the door of the classroom dormitory. "Ma Rongwa." "Boom boom boom, coming." Ma Rongwa's stern voice sounded. "Teacher Ma." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and pushed the door in. "Little Bai." Ma Rongwa's voice softened a little. "Teacher Ma, it's like this, my family," Jiang Xiaobai said with a bit of emotion. Just let Ma Rongwa interrupt before finishing speaking. "Is there something wrong at your house? This time is the house leaking? Or is someone sick?" Ma Rongwa asked. "The college entrance examination is about to be done." This Jiang Xiaobai has been fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, and asks for leave from time to time. "There is a water leak in the house today, and someone will be sick tomorrow." Especially when it comes to Sunday, everything happens every time. "It's too much now. It's not even Sunday before it starts. The house is leaking. What a joke. You can eat 200 yuan for 1 month. Even if you can't afford to repair any house, you still leak water all day long. This excuse is really terrible." "Can the house leak?" Jiang Xiaobai asked slyly. He didn't want to take time off, but the pig farm placed the hope of all the villagers in Jianhua village. It was the whole village's efforts to raise money to sell iron. End of this chapter. Chapter 222. I have a recommended quota. Chapter 222. I have a quota. Xiaobai, I know you may have a little money in your family. No. Yes, very rich, but you still need to study hard. As long as you can pass the university entrance examination, then you have a bright future in your life. Look at everyone, they are studying hard, staying up all night and all night. For what? Ma Rongwu looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said bitterly, she also had a headache for this student. A person who lives in the world is not like a student at all, but like the old fried dough sticks from the institutional courtyard, it is not slippery. Ma Rongwu said. Jiang Xiaobai kept nodding his head without saying a word. Until Ma Rongwu said that he was tired, he did not speak. Teacher, I really have something at home. You are not allowed to leave, and that is not allowed. Ma Rongwu did not expect to say that for a long time there would be no effect at all, and his hands trembled in anger. Soft ones are not good. Only hard ones are available. No. What did you say? Think of a student who lives in a dark and damp dormitory, eats nutrient-free corn with mouse dung and pebbles, but stays in the classroom with a kerosene lamp and does not sleep all night to study. I still don't know if I can go to university or what kind of university I can take. Look at Jiang Xiaobai's living and learning environment. The meals cost 200 yuan a month. There are chicken, fish, rice and noodles every day. He lives in a single dormitory, which is not worse than his own teacher's dormitory. For an instant, Ma Rongwu suddenly felt that the world was so unfair. You go. Ma Rongwu waved his hand, not knowing what to say. Good fate, really good fate, good reincarnation. But at the same time, Ma Rongwu is even more curious. What exactly is Jiang Xiaobai family doing? Why does this kind of family appear in the small place of Jianhua village? Is it really just going to the countryside to jump in the queue? But it's going to the countryside to jump in and get the recommended places from the National Agricultural University. Isn't it just a sentence to return to the city? Jiang Xiaobai is not the roundworm in Ma Rongwu's stomach. Of course he doesn't know what Ma Rongwu is thinking. I just know it. And I'm not interested in explaining anything to her. Whatever you want. He was not a good reincarnation. He didn't have that life. He was able to have today, and he was able to come here step by step, from taking people to make educated youth cans at the risk of begging for food in the next year, sleeping at the door of the county supply and marketing agency with their clothes. It was raining to bring people back against canned bottles. Windmills and sleepers are running and selling. The crisscross scars left by the inventory team. Step by step until today, he has paid many times for the students sitting in the classroom, so he can enjoy these things now. How's the contact? As soon as Jiang Xiaobai returned to the dormitory, Lausen Li came in. Okay, let's go now. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, solving the matter as soon as possible, and striving for the first batch of pigs to be released before the end of the year. Give the villagers a dividend to let the villagers have a fat year. Jiang Xiaobai also did not ride a bicycle, and walked with Li Lausen to the village. When both of them were waiting to lose their patience, the bus came swaying. Quickly squeezed into the car and found a seat to sit down. The bus is now more crowded than before. After the registration of individual industrial and commercial households was released, more than 100,000 individual industrial and commercial registrations were registered in just 1 month across the country. Of course, these 100,000 individual industrial and commercial households did not pop up overnight, but they didn't dare to do business with integrity. But now they have no scruples. The villagers in the village send vegetables and some eggs to the village to buy. Many people in the village also took things into the county to buy and sell. There is even that basket with a big cock. Jiang Xiaobai is also used to this kind of life, but he is very happy to see the commercial vitality presented in this rural area. At the county seat, Song Weiguo was already waiting with Wang Zhao and Wang Meng. After connecting Jiang Xiaobai and Li Lausen, the 5 shareholders of the Educated Youth Cannery are complete. I went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau together. At this time, the Zhangxuan County Industry and Commerce Bureau was a small courtyard. Needless to say, the staff's attitude to work is not difficult to get in, face ugly, and difficult to handle at all. But I don't want to do it at all. Some villagers who are waiting to do it are probably waiting for the villagers who want to register for a business license. However, the staff saw Song Weiguo coming in, but their attitude was much better. There is no way, This is a lot of trouble with educated youth canned food everywhere, and Songwego is now a member of the educated youth cannery, later ... and never came back. So to the people of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Jiangxia Bai is the of plague. The of plague on the 1st of Danzi. Director Song, it's not that we embarrass you. Without the signature of Director Jiang, it really can't be done. The staff looked at Songwego with some embarrassment and said, I am Jiangxia Bai. Jiangxia Bai said, You ... You are plant manager Jiang. The staff subconsciously took a step back. With a face full of horror, he didn't expect Jiangxia Bai to appear in front of him so unprepared. End of this chapter. Chapter 223. Go out and take a look. Chapter 223. Go out and see more. Can I do it now? Jiangxia Bai was a little anxious about the pig farm, frowning tightly, and his tone of voice was not very good. Startled the staff, and then nodded quickly. It's okay. It's okay. The staff hurriedly took Jiangxia Bai into the office. The other people waiting to do something, cursed inwardly one by one, but did not dare to speak. I can't do anything about Zixing. After working for an hour, holding the business license, everyone walked out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Wang Meng and Wang Zhao, you can go back to the village with the business license. Let's go to the city. Jiangxia Bai arranged. Wang Zhao and Wang Meng also probably knew what was going on, nodded, and instructed the three Jiangxia Bai to pay attention to safety, and then got into the car and returned to Shangma Township. And Jiangxia Bai and others got in the car and headed for Shangdong City. Old Song, are you getting to know someone from the city pig farm? Jiangxia Bai in the car looked at Songwego and asked. He also doesn't quite understand the current situation. If he is really a person from a city pig farm, it is useful to keep the piglets, and he might not be able to bite even if he finds a relationship. It really doesn't work, so you have to look elsewhere. And there is another problem, which is the problem of feed. If in a few years, just go directly to the Liu brothers of New Hope to buy them, but now it is estimated that some of them are still raising chickens, raising quail, and selling quail eggs. Well, I used to know the sales section chief of the municipal pig farm when I ran sales. I will go there soon to see if I can have a meal in the evening. I will feel the situation first. Songwego said. Well, this time the matter has been resolved. We still have to find a way to introduce some breeding pigs. Otherwise, just relying on the introduction of piglets to raise pigs will make it difficult to buy, and the cost is also high. Jiangxia Bai nodded and said, Yes, we also built some breeding stalls back then, and the production area has reserved a lot of space, which can be expanded at any time. Li Lawson said. Old Song, where is the garment factory? How is it? Jiangxia Bai finished talking about the pig farm, then turned to look at Songwego and asked, On the garment factory, the overall building structure has been completed, and it has entered the final decoration stage. It will be completed soon. The next step is to introduce the production line. The deputy director of the factory also passed. As soon as the decoration is completed, the production line can be installed immediately. Songwego said that the garment factory's affairs are still progressing smoothly. Because of the big brand of the prison system, everything is always the green light, and progress is still very fast. Well, for the production of raw materials, you can see if you can make people go to the south to find a way to buy goods. Go to the south to find a way to buy goods? Songwego was puzzled, and he didn't understand why he had to go to the south to buy goods. The prison garment factory has its own raw materials for production. Just take them and use them directly, so why bother to go to the south? Now the raw materials of the garment factory are made of tunic suits and work clothes. Our Jiangxia Bai clothing brand cannot be made into a work clothes brand, right? If you want to make clothes bigger and stronger, you must keep up with the trend of the times. You must not be able to sit in the factory every day to make clothes, but go out. Not to mention that we run a garment factory. Now that the country is going out to learn foreign experience and fund, if our garment factory still holds the original concept, then it will definitely be eliminated. Jiang Xiaobai continued. Look at the people on the street outside now. Do they still wear the original clothes? Other people don't say. Look at the girls, although they are still wearing grey and blue overalls. Take a closer look. The exposed corners of the lining, floral skirts of various colors, shirts. Some time ago, Pierre Cardin, a foreigner, had already held a costume fair in Beijing, which was very successful. Jiang Xiaobai took advantage of the right time to tell Song Weiguo more about clothing. Wait, send someone, or go to Guangzhou in person, and see if you can get some raw materials for denim clothes. It is not enough to just rely on the production of old Chinese tunic suits. Okay, I'll go see it myself when I go back. Song Weiguo nodded and said, well, I am also designing some clothing styles now, and I must brand Jiang Xiaobai as a brand. Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weiguo chatted, and the car drove into the city slowly. After getting off the bus, holding the letter of introduction, the three of them first looked for a hotel to stay, and Song Weiguo called the sales department chief of the municipal pig farm. It's an appointment. I will have dinner at the Shandong City Hotel in the evening, Song Weiguo said after coming back soon. Jiang Xiaobai checked that the time was almost up, and the three of them got up and went to the city hotel. Good or bad, I finally booked a private room. 3 people waited from 5 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 o'clock in the evening. Only a middle-aged man walked in. My brother, I'm sorry, I've been waiting for a long time. It's just right to catch a spot. The slightly bald middle-aged man said. It was obviously Zhu Chenglong, the chief of the sales department of the municipal pig farm. It's okay, don't delay. Brother Zhu watched what to eat, and I asked the waiter to order. Song Weiguo looked at Zhu Chenglong, who was already a little drunk, and didn't know what to say. Okay, who are these two? Zhu Chenglong only saw Jiang Xiaobai and Li Losun at this time. We are from Jianhua Pig Farm. Jiang Xiaobai didn't go around the corner and said directly, Jianhua Pig Farm. Zhu Chenglong muttered, as if he had thought of something, and instantly understood the purpose of Song Weiguo's treat today. The dishes came soon, Jiang Xiaobai said while holding the wine glass. Chief Zhu, I guess you also know the purpose of our coming. I will not say anything else. I will be happy if you can come today. I will do it. Jiang Xiaobai didn't say a word, and the Totwa cup first made a glass of white wine. This little brother is interesting. Come, I'll accompany one. Zhu Chenglong didn't have the face of Jiang Xiaobai, so he drank it all in one go. You tell me, our Jianhua pig farm is funded by the whole village, and every household has invested a lot of money. It is a trivial matter to sell iron and sell iron. Some take money for their sons and wives. Yes, went out to find relatives to borrow. Section Chief Zhu, if you don't approve some piglets for us, what face do I have to go back to see my father and the folks? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhu Chenglong and said in tears. Although the trick of selling miserable is a bit old-fashioned, it is very useful. Otherwise, there won't be all the acceptance speeches in the past life. There will be a difficult family, and there will be a grandfather who is very similar to the judge. Each acceptance speech was in tears. End of this chapter. Chapter 224 Real Reason. Chapter 224 The Real Reason. Brother Zhu. Jiang Xiaobai unconsciously pulled the relationship closer. To be honest, I felt cordial when I saw you today. You and my elder brother have a special look. I think my elder brother was poor because of the poor family. Hey, let's not say it. You will be my elder brother from now on. Jiang Xiaobai was crying, not to mention Zhu Chenglong, Song Weiguo and Li Losun on the side doubted whether it was true. Jiang Xiaobai's performance, needless to say, put it in the present, that is, it will be put in the future generations, and it can also be regarded as an award-winning speech. Okay, I will be your brother from now on. Zhu Chenglong nodded and said involuntarily, Brother, you have to help me, otherwise I have any face to live. Jiang Xiaobai continued. Help, but I can't forget it. Zhu Chenglong sobered up a lot. Let me be honest with you, this batch of piglets has been assigned to the factory's brother-in-law, and the factory manager's brother-in-law has opened a pig farm by himself. Zhu Chenglong explained the cause and effect of the incident. It was introduced to Jiang Xiaobai and others in detail. The three of them understood what was going on. Also, let's be honest, this year's piglets are not easy to buy. Last year, the country liberalized the supply of meat. Now the supply of pork on the market is in short supply. On the contrary, the price of pork has increased a lot because of the liberalization of meat supply. If this batch of piglets hadn't been assigned to the factory manager's brother-in-law, they would not appear on the sales list at all. You think ... No, it's not easy for us to grab food from our mouths, Zhu Chenglong said with a wry smile. It really wasn't that he didn't help, but that he couldn't help at all. Against the factory, he will have to spend time in the factory afterwards. Furthermore, he is taking the risk of offending the factory director. If the factory does not sign, he dare not sell it. Jiang Xiaobai listened to Zhu Chenglong's words and felt that he was worth the miserable sale. He was not an insider in the factory, who would tell you this kind of news. Jiang Xiaobai frowned when he heard it. The factory manager's brother-in-law, the predetermined piglet, want to grab food from the mouth. This is not so difficult, but it's not impossible to try. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhu Chenglong and said, well, brother, no matter what, I'm here. Let me see your factory manager. Hey. Okay, I will set up a game tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and I will still be here. Zhu Chenglong nodded helplessly, and continued after thinking about it. However, I don't think we should hold on to hope. This is all on the surface, or I will help you contact other pig farms to see if they are sold. Big brother, trouble you? We want a lot of little piglets. You can contact me by the way. At least we need 500 piglets and some breeding pigs. Otherwise, we will sell piglets like this every time, and the cost will be high. Jiang Xiaobai quickly thanked him. You need 500 more? Are you going to mount 1,000 piglets at once? Zhu Chenglong asked in shock. After receiving Jiang Xiaobai's affirmative answer, he looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, brother, it's not that I said you. Actually, I suggest you keep fewer pigs in the first batch. Your factory is newly built, and neither the workers nor your management have experience. Moreover, once a pig with an open mouth becomes ill, it is not two of them, but batches of illnesses. Zhu Chenglong is sincerely persuading him, if it is a factory of a state-owned enterprise, it will be fine after death. Anyway, the loss will be borne by the state. The director and the employees in the factory should still receive wages, and they should be given benefits. But the pig farm in Jianhua village is different. All the funds are from the villagers. Once the compensation is paid, it will be lost and there is no place to cry. Professor of National Agricultural University? Don't be kidding. Zhu Chenglong patted the table and stood up, more shocked than he heard that Jiang Xiaobai was about to launch 1,000 pigs in the first batch. What is the grade of the pig farm in Jianhua village? Even a township and village enterprise is not even a team-run enterprise. The pig farms in their city did not dare to recruit a college student who graduated from a national agricultural university. In the past few years, it took a lot of effort to get a college student who graduated from an ordinary university. That's it. In their factory, they are all treasures. The treasures are terrible. Arrangement of housing, promotion and so on are all trivial matters. But for the pig farm in Jianhua village, a professor was hired directly. What's the joke? This is the same as the three musketeers of the internet who went to work in an ordinary roadside advertising company. Can you believe it? It's just joking. Brother, I can still lie to you. Since the pig farm was built, Professor Jiang has been there, and now there is a university student from the National Agricultural University who is training the breeder who is about to start. Our pig farm adopts integrated ecological cycle breeding, which is a new topic that Professor Jiang has studied, so Professor Jiang is our honorary factory director. Jiang Xiaobai arranged a title for Professor Jiang in a blink of an eye. Ecological cycle integration? Zhu Chenglong was a little confused. If you raise pigs, you must raise pigs. How can there be such a reputation? Well, To put it simply, Jiang Xiaobai gave Zhu Chenglong a brief introduction. Although Zhu Chenglong is the head of the sales department, he also understands the pollution problem of pig grazing, but in many cases, everyone just pursues economic benefits. No one cares about the pollution, let alone making a fuss about the integration of ecological recycling. I won't mention it. After all, using these imaginary things to fool a professor from a national agricultural university is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Several people were eating and chatting. Mainly Zhu Chenglong introduced the pig farm to Jiang Xiaobai and others. In terms of breeding, you have high-quality students, so I won't say much. I will mainly talk about their management of pig farms. The first one is the problem of feed. If the cost of feed is too high, it will cause the piglets to grow up and pay a pound higher cost. The rapid development period of the little piglets is about half a year. During this period, the piglets must gain weight quickly. Once this period is exceeded, Zhu Chenglong said in detail. Jiang Xiaobai and others also listened carefully. End of this chapter. Chapter 225 Threat. Chapter 225 Threat. The next day Jiang Xiaobai and others waited at the guest house for a day, but neither Li Laosan nor Song Weiguo were very emotional. The director of the factory specially left it for his brother-in-law. Can he allocate this share to his factory? In fact, sometimes knowing the truth is often more cruel than not knowing the truth. Don't be frowning, maybe things will turn around, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. In fact, he thought about it yesterday, and it must be impossible to resolve it peacefully. Can only use a little trick, but after using this method, it really offends the manager of the city pig farm. Li Laosan and Song Weiguo both responded, not very emotional. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the three set out from the guest house, and it was already 6:30 when they arrived at the Shandong City Hotel. When I came to the entrance of the hotel, I found the banner hanging on it. A warm welcome to the leader to check. Looking at the fluttering banners, Jiang Xiaobai became more sure about what happened tonight. After the three of them arrived in the private room, Zhu Chenglong arrived. The four ordered 2 cold dishes and 2 bottles of wine, and then waited for the director of the municipal pig farm to come. Waiting until 7:30, a middle-aged man with a big belly came in, followed by a young man wearing glasses. Wait for the third round of drinks. Wang Haiyang directly asked, "Is there anything wrong with the few?" "This is the factory manager Wang. We are from the pig farm in Jianhua village. We want to order a batch of piglets from us." The cup in Jiang Xiaobai hand kept turning. "Impossible. Our factory has no extra piglets." Director Wang refused to wait for Jiang Xiaobai to finish. What a joke. This is a predetermined thing. Director Wang, don't refuse in a hurry. Take a step and speak. Jiang Xiaobai stood up. No matter what you say, the piglets in our factory will not buy it. This year, our factory has fewer piglets, and the only 500 piglets are scheduled to go out. There is no extra. Director Wang said as he stood up and walked to the side with Jiang Xiaobai. Director Wang, if you don't speak secretly, I will make a decision for this batch of piglets in your factory. Jiang Xiaobai spoke, and Director Wang sneered. Wang Haiyang did not say anything. He wanted to see what kind of confidence Jiang Xiaobai had, and he dared to talk to him like this. Our Jianhua pig farm is a team-run enterprise and is collectively owned by Jianhua village, but your brother-in-law's pig farm is a private enterprise. Jiang Xiaobai's voice is not too loud, but it is as if it fell in Wang Haiyang's ears. Thunder. However, Wang Haiyang is also an old fritters. Although shocked, he said without changing his face. So what? Now that individual industrial and commercial households are open for registration, they are also legally operating, and the business license is issued by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Wang Haiyang insisted and said, "How? Manager Wang, the municipal pig farm sells piglets to our Jianhua pig farm. Anyway, the meat is still in the pot if it is rotten. If you give it to your brother-in-law, it will be a sale of national assets." Now, more than 700 people in Jianhua village will not agree. Jiang Xiaobai pointed out the words directly, and factory manager Wang's face was blue and white. He thought that Jiang Xiaobai and others were from the countryside. When Li Losun first came, he didn't pay attention at all. He didn't even show his face, so he sent the person below to send it away. He didn't take such people from the countryside seriously, but he didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to say such things. Once you put on this kind of hat, no one can stand it. Director Wang, in our pig farm in Jianhua village, all villagers in the village participated, and some of them took out the money for their sons to marry their wives. Some even bought the coffins, just waiting for the pig farm to make money. If it really drives us to a dead end, I really can't imagine what they will do. Jiang Xiaobai said. Director Wang's face was even more unsightly. This was a threat that was naked. I can't sell it. What can you do if I don't sell it? Director Wang said angrily. Okay, don't sell well. I will stare at your brother-in-law from now on. I will buy it wherever he buys. I will see who dares to sell it to him. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Wang Haiyang's complexion suddenly became ugly. Just now he thought, saying that he would not sell it. But when he turned back, he said hello to the pig farm he knew well, and took the piglets first, sold to state-owned pig farms. He has been the director of the factory for so long, and he still has this contact, but he did not expect that Jiang Xiaobai would block this last road in a blink of an eye. Don't deceive people too much. Wang Haiyang's hands trembled. He had never seen such a rascal. So how could he rely on himself? You can't sell it yourself. You can only sell it to him. I'm a factory manager. I can sell to whomever I want to sell to, can't it? It's not that I'm deceiving people too much, it's that we have nowhere to go, no matter how bad it can go. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, Okay, do you want piggy? Wang Haiyang turned and Jiang Xiaobai walked back to the table and said, pointing to the 2 bottles of ergutu on the table. Did you see it? After drinking, I will give you the piglet you want, otherwise no one will get it. Li Losun, Song Weigo, and Zhu Chenglong have been paying attention to Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Haiyang. Looking at the two of them talking, they walked back suddenly, thinking it didn't happen. It's normal to fail, and it's all set in-house. It's weird if someone can give it to you. But I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye. Listening to Wang Haiyang's meaning turned out to be an agreement. The 3 of them were stunned. They couldn't figure it out. With just a few words, Jiang Xiaobai just opened his mouth. How can Wang Haiyang change his mind? But it seems that this promise is conditional. 2 bottles of ergutu. What a joke. Both Li Losun and Song Weigo understand Jiang Xiaobai's drinking capacity, although Jiang Xiaobai can drink some, but at most it is more than half a catty of white wine, and the amount is enough. These are 2 bottles of 1 catty of white wine, more than 2 catties. End of this chapter. Chapter 226 2 bottles of wine. Chapter 226 2 bottles of wine. Okay. You promised. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Wang Haiyang with a smile. He still has to struggle now, right? Don't blame me for pitying you if you want to die. I don't want 500 piglets, but 1,000 piglets. 2 bottles of ergutu, 1 bottle of 500 heads. Worth it. Yes, I promised. As long as you finish drinking, I will give the piglet you want. Wang Haiyang also said angrily. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai said as he reached for the wine bottle. Director, Song Weigo and Li Losun yelled, and they stood up to stop them. Sit there. Jiang Xiaobai shouted. Li Losun and Song Weigo returned to their positions. Jiang Xiaobai drank to the mouth of the bottle. Although the wine at this time was not like later generations, it was a blend of alcohol. But this ergutu also has a temperature of more than 60 degrees, and the throat is so hot and painful to drink. Gudong, Jiang Xiaobai gulped. Spicy white wine flowed down the throat into the stomach, and the burning stomach felt like it was on fire. A burst of wine smell, from throat to nose, stimulating Jiang Xiaobai nerves, making him seem to be able to vomit out in the next second. The first bottle. Jiang Xiaobai held the table with one hand and the wine bottle with the other, turning it over. Some water flows from the bottle, ticking, and dropping on the table, stimulating everyone's nerves. Growing up this way, It was really the first time he saw someone struggling with his life for a business. In Wang Haiyang's sluggish gaze, in the worried look of Li Laosan, Song Weigo, and Zhu Chenglong, Jiang Xiaobai picked up the second bottle of wine. Fortunately, the waiter opened the bottle at the beginning, otherwise Jiang Xiaobai might not be able to open the bottle cap at this time. Using his teeth tightly, biting the mouth of the bottle, gudong, gudong, Jiang Xiaobai drank again. Every time I swallowed a sip of wine, I was challenging my limit, and my stomach was boiling over. He felt that his throat was numb, and he didn't feel any more. My legs were already trembling a bit, and I almost couldn't support the weight of my body. The upper body was getting heavier and heavier, but the lower body was getting lighter and lighter. Gudong, gudong. Jiang Xiaobai continued to drink. What he was drinking was not wine, but the hope of more than 700 people in Jianhua village. He promised to let the young man who brought the gift to get back more money so that he could marry a wife. He promised that he would let the man who said the last time borrowed money from his relatives, and let his relatives come home to borrow money in the future. He promised that he bought the coffin in exchange for the old man who raised pigs. There will be a better coffin in the future, at least red pine wood. He promised to more than 100 households in Jianhua village, men and women, 700 people, old and young, that he would lead them to a better life, that they would have enough to eat and wear warm words. He carries the hope of Jianhua village on his shoulders, so he can still drink it. 3 minutes passed. Jiang Xiaobai barely controlled his nerves, making his hands less trembling. Forcibly squeezed a smile on his face, but he didn't control it and looked a little stiff. The wine bottle in his hand slowly turned over again. This time only a few drops of wine dripped. Drink. It's finished. Jiang Xiaobai said word by word. Yeah? Wang Haiyang was taken aback for a moment before speaking. I will give it to you, buy it for you. Wang Haiyang said subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai fell backwards. Li Laosan and Song Weigo rushed over and held Jiang Xiaobai. Wang Haiyang turned and left, and Jiang Xiaobai spit on the ground. Li Laosan ran towards the hospital with Jiang Xiaobai on his back. It was noon the next day when Jiang Xiaobai woke up again. Director, what's wrong with you? Director. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai wake up, Song Weigo and Li Laosan leaned forward and asked. I'm fine. Jiang Xiaobai still felt uncomfortable in his stomach, but he didn't feel that hot anymore. Director. Li Laosan's eyes were red. I don't know if he stayed up late last night or cried. When Jiang Xiaobai was sent here last night, the doctor said that it would be life-threatening if it was sent later. Director, you can eat something. I'll go to the canteen to get you some porridge. As he said, old San Li turned around and went out. Director, you can rest for a while. Song Weigo didn't know what to say. I knew before that Jiang Xiaobai was very hard. For the first time, he slept on the road for canned bottles. It was raining heavily, and the canned bottle that took people to Resist all night got a serious illness. The inventory team took it away, still with crisscross scars. But at that time, he was still from the perspective of an outsider and bystander. But this time, as a shareholder of the educated youth cannery, he also has his share of the investment in the pig farm in Jianhua village. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai like this, he really realized this feeling, this kind of conviction. He wished that it was himself who was lying on the hospital bed now. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai replied softly. Then his head became dizzy and closed his eyes and fell asleep. When Li Laosan came back with the porridge, Jiang Xiaobai was already asleep. The two continued to guard Jiang Xiaobai's side. This sleep was another afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai woke up in the evening. After drinking some porridge, he felt much better in his stomach. Forcibly asked the two to go out to find the guest house to sleep. After driving away the two, Jiang Xiaobai fell asleep again. On the morning of the third day, Li Laosan and Song Weigo helped Jiang Xiaobai to leave the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, there are 10 large trucks, 4 of which were rented by the educated youth cannery itself. Now they are all transferred. The remaining 7 vehicles were temporarily borrowed by Song Weigo. Zhang Fugi saw Jiang Xiaobai coming out, got out of the car and walked over. And Li Laosan helped Jiang Xiaobai enter the car. Go to the city pig farm. Although Jiang Xiaobai's voice was still weak, it was extremely firm. Okay. Zhang Fugi responded. The city pig farm is not in the city, but in the suburbs. Of course, this was also moved after the opening. The car did not drive for a while, before Jiang Xiaobai let the car window roll down. He had motion sickness, and he felt even more uncomfortable just after he was discharged from the hospital. Zhang Fugi tried his best to drive the car more steadily to make Jiang Xiaobai feel better. Before the car arrived at the city pig farm, Jiang Xiaobai smelled a stinky smell, and almost didn't vomit. Jiang Xiaobai quickly let people close the window of the car. Don't even think about it. It should be not far from the city pig farm. End of this chapter. Chapter 227 Weighing and Loading. Chapter 227 Weighing and Loading. After closing the window, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The smell was really irritating. The car walked for a while, and soon we could see the city pig farm from a distance. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the muddy river water and sighed inwardly. He was able to manage Jianhua village and the educated youth cannery, but it can't control the municipal pig farm. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of the municipal pig farm. After explaining his identity, the guard went to ask the leader for instructions. Jiang Xiaobai, such a big movement, Wang Haiyang had already seen clearly from the office building. With such a long motorcade, whether he was blind or not, how could he not see it? It's just that things are coming, and he still feels a little awkward. Boom. I see him going now. Wang Haiyang sighed softly after listening to the knock on the door, and then stood up from the sofa, walking towards the door. Zhu Chenglong watched Wang Haiyang come out and followed him. Wang Haiyang gave Zhu Chenglong a fierce look. How could this situation be like this if it hadn't been for this guy to ask him to go there? Although from his short-lived experience in contact with Jiang Xiaobai, even without Zhu Chenglong, he would think of other ways to see himself. Has little to do with Zhu Chenglong, but Wang Haiyang still can't help but blame Zhu Chenglong. Open the door, Wang Haiyang shouted loudly while standing at the office building. In fact, after that day, he was really a little confused with Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's desperate appearance that day really frightened him. Crack! The iron gate slowly opened, and Zhang Fugi was the first to start the car and drove into the city pig farm. The 9 trucks behind also drove in closely. Jiang Xiaobai was helped from the car and walked off. Let's go directly to the pig farm. Wang Haiyang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, but he didn't want to say anything else. Was blackmailed by Jiang Xiaobai rogue tactics. Okay, then thank you, Director Wang. Having obtained the actual benefits, Jiang Xiaobai will not take advantage of words. Hurry up and get Piggy into the car. 1 catty of little piglet, $1, if you agree. Weigh it now and load it into the car. Wang Haiyang brought Jiang Xiaobai and others to the production area, but the taste of the pigsty was not as strong as before. The piglets screamed. Okay, Jiang Xiaobai agreed without much thought. After the meat supply was released last year, the price of meat rose from the original 9 cents to $1. So this year's live pig market is very good. The price of 1 yuan is not high for Wang Haiyang. Load the truck. Wang Haiyang gave an order, and the workers began to get busy, and the little piglets were driven out of the pig pen by the workers. Jackie Chan, go call the accountant over and settle the account on the spot. Wang Haiyang turned his head and ordered towards Zhu Chenglong. Zhu Chenglong responded and turned and walked towards the living area. Li Laosan and the others hurriedly followed to work together. Seeing the little piglets rushing around, Li Laosan didn't feel dirty. Pig number 34, 25 catties, 25 yuan. Number 56 pig, 31 catties and a half. 31 yuan 5. These piglets are young piglets that have just been weaned. The light ones are only 20 jins, but the heavier ones are no more than 35 jins. After being weighed, the piglets were driven into the Jiafang truck. Are all little piglets? There is no problem with the Jiafang truck containing 50, but it is also full. A little time has passed. The first car is full, start a U-turn. The second car is full, start a U-turn. It was almost noon. The last car was also full, and the front of the car was turned around. 500 piglets, weighing 12,547 catties, and a total of 12,547 yuan. The accountant of the city pig farm reported a string of data, and Jiang Xiaobai turned his head to look at Song Weigo. Song Weigo nodded towards Jiang Xiaobai, indicating that he was correct. Okay. Pay. Jiang Xiaobai said. Lao Li opened the black bag in his hand, took out a few bundles of great unity from it, and then began to count. After the count, it was handed over to the accountant of the other party, and the accountant of the city pig farm said to Wang Haiyang after counted twice, Director, no problem, thank you. Director Wang. Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand towards Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang really didn't want to shake hands with Jiang Xiaobai. The 500 piglets were taken away by Jiang Xiaobai, and his heart was dripping blood. But in front of so many people, we still have to maintain demeanor. Wang Haiyang stretched out his hand stiffly and shook Jiang Xiaobai's hand. I have done what I promised, Wang Haiyang said softly, and he was ready to withdraw his hand after speaking. However, it was discovered that Jiang Xiaobai held it tightly, and had no intention of letting go. No. You haven't finished it, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. What do you mean? We have given you all the 500 piglets in our factory. What else are you doing? Don't deceive others too much. Wang Haiyang said coldly. No, I deceived people too much, but what you said. Give me all the piglets I want. I don't want 500, but 1,000 piglets. Therefore, Mr. Wang, there are 500 piglets left. I still need your help to contact me, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. If Wang Haiyang didn't force himself to drink the 2 bottles of ergot, since you have forced yourself, don't blame me. Give whatever you want. At that time, Section Chief Zhu was also there, and he also knew that we wanted 1,000 piglets. Wang Haiyang turned his gaze to Zhu Chenglong, and Zhu Chenglong nodded hard. Wang Haiyang's face has turned black and reflective. It's so fun. You are a pig farm with a team-run enterprise, and there are 1,000 live pigs all at once. Don't be afraid to die. Once the piglet gets sick, you will die. Impossible, Wang Haiyang said decisively. Then don't blame me. I will often see where my brother-in-law bought the piglets, and I will buy some too. Jiang Xiaobai looked like he had torn his face anyway. Although the words were not clear, but the meaning was very clear. If you don't give it to me, I will stare at your brother-in-law. You. Wang Haiyang couldn't say a word. Almost no blood spurted out, deceiving people too much, deceiving people too much. He didn't understand how he, the director of a large state-owned enterprise, would let a few peasants in a team run a company to eat to death. I had given all the piglets from my factory manager. I can only use my own relationship to find a way to contact them, and figure out a way to see if I can get some piglets from other familiar pig farms. After all, I dare not, let alone count on others. End of this chapter. Chapter 228 Back to the village. Chapter 228 Returning to the village. Okay, goodbye. Then Director Wang. Jiang Xiaobai let go as he said, then bent his fingers, pointed at his own eyes, and pointed at Director Wang. Although there is no TV at this time, Director Wang has seen this action for the first time. But I instantly understood what Jiang Xiaobai meant, and I would stare at you. Suddenly, Wang Haiyang's face looked very ugly. Jiang Xiaobai laughed. This feeling of being a villain is really cool. Wait a minute. Wang Haiyang hurriedly stopped Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai slowly turned around, smiling at Wang Haiyang and asked, Director Wang, what else can I advise? Jiang Xiaobai's smile was really annoying to Wang Haiyang. He felt that he might have a shadow of such smiling people in the future, and it was too annoying. 200 heads, up to 200 heads. Wang Haiyang said. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai didn't wait for Wang Haiyang to finish, so he agreed. If there were more than 200 heads, there would be more than 200 heads. In fact, he just scared Wang Haiyang. He has already got 500 piglets from Wang Haiyang. How could he still be able to die? I didn't expect that Wang Haiyang was really not frightened. He had gotten 200 heads. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai promise so happy, Wang Haiyang was stunned. I understood something in an instant. Actually, it's not to blame Jiang Xiaobai for frightening him. The main reason is that Jiang Xiaobai's desperate appearance when he was drinking 2 days ago was really scary. He saw such a desperate first time. People, how can porcelain tiles touch? Then Director Wang will trouble you, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Then turned around and said, "Get in the car and go back to the village." Bang bang bang. The drivers got in the car one by one and closed the door. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Lao San Song Weigo also got in Jiang Fugi's car. Trucks drove slowly away from the city pig farm. Looking at the leaving convoy, Wang Haiyang felt that his heart was dripping with blood. And he would continue to drip 200 drops. Ha ha ha. Song Weigo and Li Laosan burst into laughter as soon as they left the city pig farm. Looking at Wang Haiyang's ugly face, I was really relieved. Director, you really have a way. I am particularly curious. How did you move Wang Haiyang and sell Piggy to our factory? Song Weigo asked, although on the surface it was because Jiang Xiaobai drank 2 bottles of Erguatu. But no one was stupid. Issues involving interests can be solved by just drinking. If you do business like this, just hire 2 alcoholics. Drinking is just after succumbing. Wang Haiyang is a matter of face. This matter, bad move. I will tell him. Jiang Xiaobai recounted the dialogue between him and Wang Haiyang in detail. Although it's a bit unorthodox, when doing business, how can there be so much harmony and a win-win situation? If you earn money, then I can't earn it. If you earn more, I will earn less. The business is not inferior to the battlefield. Is often dirty and dark. Li Laosan and Song Weigo said that they are also counted as their own right-hand men. So now, Jiang Xiaobai will show them the darkest side. Don't think that doing business is about loyalty. Don't think that everyone is a good baby, a good person. For the sake of profit, everything can be done in the business field. I don't know how many friends turn against each other. After listening to Jiang Xiaobai words, Li Laosan and Song Weigo were taken aback, and then Li Laosan gave Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. Director, how did you come up with this trick? The snake hits 3 inches. You are hitting Wang Haiyang's 3 inches. Yes, the factory manager. I really can't think of something that is impossible in our opinion, so you can settle it in 2 simple sentences. Song Weigo was also a little bit emotional. Although they looked at just a few simple words, they had never thought of this kind of trick. In business, you can't get into the corner. Sometimes you jump out and take a look, and you will find that it is another situation. The blocked roads suddenly pass. Zhu Chenglong, he has no interest in this matter, so we can sell miserably and win his sympathy. Wang Haiyang, he has obvious interests in it, and selling miserably at this time is useless. Jiang Xiaobai explained to the 2 in detail. In fact, this time it was barely a negotiation. Li Laosan and Song Weigo were also eye-opening. Needless to say, Li Laosan was a farmer for the first half of his life and had little insight. Only the wisdom and cunning of these farmers. And although Song Weigo is the sales section chief of a state-owned enterprise, the only difference between sales in the planned economy era and working in the office is that there is oil and water. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting, and the sound of buzzing car engines sounded in Jianhua village. Many villagers gathered from home or from the field to the pig farm behind the village. Early in the morning this morning, the big truck of the educated youth cannery started buzzing, and it was said that it was going to pick up the piglets. Now listening to the sound, it should be back. Piggy is back. This is a major event for the whole village. Although Huang Zongfu is not young, he walked around, but the wind was blowing at his feet, and he walked towards the pig farm behind the village in 3 steps. As the buzzing car engine became louder and louder, more people walked out of their homes and walked towards the back of the village. Until the first Jiafang truck drove into the village, almost all the villagers in Jianhua village walked out of their homes. 1, 2, 3. The sound of the engine could not conceal the loud cries of Little Piggy. Listening to the cries of Little Piggy, the villagers showed smiles on their faces. More and more trucks drove into Jianhua village, and the calls of the little piglets became louder and louder. After the Jiafang truck drove into the village, it slowed down. People followed the truck towards the pig farm behind the village. 1, 3, 2, 5. Mom, there are 10 big trucks in total, the little boy said, holding his mother's finger. The other villagers around laughed ha ha. The mother did not educate the children either. Now is not the time to educate the children. Wait until it rains. There are pigs, pigs, so many pigs in the car. A group of half-a-year-old children ran around the truck, yelling. Rang was still holding hands by her mother, and the little boy standing aside showed excitement in his eyes. Director Xiaobai is back with Piggy. Director Xiaobai is back with Piggy. I don't know who dared to make the first call, and then the rest of the crowd also shouted. Slowly, the voices of the crowd gathered together, and the voices shook the sky, piercing the clouds and cracking rocks. End of this chapter. Chapter 229 figured it out. Chapter 229 I want to understand. The first 500 piglets have been purchased, Jiang Xiaobai said loudly from the car. The first truck stopped in front of the pigsty, and Li Lawson began to unload pigs from the truck with people. The little pigs just started to enter the new environment. They were still a little restrained, but they quickly became active. The pig pens in the production area were filled, and the villagers showed smiles at this scene. After listening to the loud cries of the piglets, Li Lawson finally felt that he was the director of the pig farm. It's back. After the piglets entered the factory, they were well trained, and the pig farm employees in uniform began to feed the piglets as required. The piglets who have just come to the nursery period are relatively easy to raise, but the employees of Jianhua Pig Farm are inexperienced after all. Some are only a few days of training and learning, so the difficulty is not small. The pig farming is very different from the small-scale breeding in the personal home. Liu Jian has also been personally observing and directing at the scene. It is relatively safe to have Liu Jian and Jiang Xiaobai. In other words, he is also a college student majoring in breeding at a key university. At this stage, Liu Jian is the one who knows the most about raising pigs in Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai did not observe much, and after the breeder started feeding, he went out to the educated youth cannery. Li Lawson, Song Weiguo and others also followed. Jiang Xiaobai has just been discharged from the hospital, and he is in good health. On the way back from the city to the Jianhua pig farm by car, he is already holding on. Back in the office of the educated youth cannery, Jiang Xiaobai was already pale. In the concerned eyes of Li Laosan and others, Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and turned into the bedroom to fall asleep. When Jiang Xiaobai woke up again, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. After a few hours of sleep, Jiang Xiaobai felt much better, got up, put on his clothes, and walked towards the cafeteria. The sky in June has already started to heat up, and the breeze in the evening blew over, making people feel comfortable. When Jiang Xiaobai walked into the canteen, Li Lawson and Song Weiguo were celebrating. Director. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming in, everyone hurriedly got up and greeted. Well, Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile. His nose twitched, smelling the smell of ergot, turned around and started to retching, mad, still not agile, almost vomited after smelling it. Director, are you okay? Director. Li Lawson hurried over to help Jiang Xiaobai and patted Jiang Xiaobai on the back. I'm fine. You drink. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and suffocated his breath and left their table. The elder sister of the canteen is about to leave work, but after seeing that the person is Jiang Xiaobai, she still patiently asks Jiang Xiaobai what he wants to eat. Soon a bowl of millet porridge and a plate of pickles were placed in front of Jiang Xiaobai. After eating something, I felt a lot of stomach comfort. I walked out of the canteen and ran into Liu Jian. who had just returned from the pig farm. "Have you eaten? Hurry up. The cafeteria is about to close," Jiang Xiaobai greeted. "I have eaten it a long time ago, so I don't worry about going to the pig farm for a round," Liu Jian said. Now the production area of the pig farm has been built, but the management area and living area are not fully built. So Liu Jian still lives in an educated youth cannery. "Are there any nights worthy of the night?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded and asked. "Yes, it's arranged. The big guys will take turns," Liu Jian said. Well, Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Jian were talking as they walked. The evening breeze was still very comfortable, and the two of them walked under the plum tree without realizing it. "Sit down," Jiang Xiaobai invited with a smile. "Okay." Liu Jian nodded, and the two of them sat down beside the steps, and the plum tree was directly in front of them. After a year of careful cultivation, the plum trees are more lush than they were when they were transplanted last year. "Director, I always want to ask you a question," Liu Jian asked Jiang Xiaobai, who was staring at the plum tree in a daze. "Well, you said." Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said. "Jiang Xiaobai is you, right? Are the things you said at the beginning true, or did you mean to lie to me to raise pigs?" Liu Jian stared at Jiang Xiaobai eyes tightly. "He has a lack of life skills, but he can enter a key university. Isn't he really mentally retarded? I have been in Jianhua village for so long." "Who is Jiang Xiaobai?" "There is no need for him to inquire, someone will talk about it. And the UFO thing, not to mention, it has been so long." After he calmed down, he also wanted to understand. "If I didn't talk about raising pigs so arrogantly that day, maybe there would be no such things now." "Yo-ha!" Jiang Xiaobai turned around and looked at Liu Jian with surprise. "Do you want to understand?" Jiang Xiaobai looked at Liu Jian with a smile. Liu Jian stared at Jiang Xiaobai bitterly. "I was not a fool. Listen to me telling you a story." Jiang Xiaobai turned his head again, as if he could not see Liu Jian's little eyes that were about to burn after being deceived. "You said?" Liu Jian gasped. He really wanted to give Jiang Xiaobai two mouths on his face. "The person in front of you is completely a liar. Use UFOs to trick you into raising pigs yourself. It's okay to cheat over. If you don't pick it up, it's okay. I have come to Jianhua village, and I scare myself from time to time. I am very worried about coming here for a while. Has been talking until now. There is no concealment in the middle. Look at the scars on my body," Jiang Xiaobai said as he took off his clothes. "Look at the plum tree in front of you again." In the yard, Liu jumped down from the stairs and fell into the position where we are sitting. Liu Jian's face changed, looking at Jiang Xiaobai crisscross scars, and looking at the plum tree that Jiang Xiaobai had always loved, and he liked to sit under the tree. For a long time, Liu Jian has always felt that Jiang Xiaobai is the kind of unsympathetic factory director who is just to make money and is a high-ranking liar. But suddenly, it was overturned. In a poor mountain village on the lowest plateau, I struggled hard, from changing my life to taking the inspirational story of the village fathers and villagers to make a fortune. Yes, maybe, the young people in this entrepreneurship also have some cunning methods, but they are harmless. On the contrary, it seems to be more humane and more real. No, Pa, I am so hurt in that story. Others can think so, but I can't. Why did he lie to me? But it is interesting and real. End of this chapter. Chapter 230 Biao Zai. Chapter 230 Biao Opera. When you are okay, go to the village and take a look around, and you can see what kind of life the villagers live. This Jianhua village pig farm is a place where their hopes are placed. I admit that I did not ask you to come here to tell you some UFO story. I am not as idle as your college students. Compared with the ethereal aliens, I care more about the lives of the poor villagers in front of me. I hope they can have a better life, have dinner and warm clothes so that the children can go to school. Before speaking, Liu Jian had thought about it. As long as Jiang Xiaobai admitted to lie to him, he would leave a bunch of words and wait to ask him why he lied to himself. I don't know, so I lied to myself. If it weren't for luck, I would have died in Zhangxuan County. Do you know how many things I have missed for such a long time? I almost disappeared from graduate students. Even after finishing talking, even if he couldn't beat Jiang Xiaobai, Liu Jian felt that he would give it a try, at least he could vent. But now when Jiang Xiaobai really admits it, Liu Jian doesn't need to ask questions. He is now ashamed. I can't wait to find a place to sew in. Compared to Jiang Xiaobai, he seems to be really useless, far inferior to others. He almost died from freezing, but Jiang Xiaobai also escaped from the dead several times, and others wanted to lead the villagers to make a fortune. As for what UFO I am for, there is no comparison between the two. Liu Jian, I sincerely hope that you can stay, even if you stay for a while, and teach the villagers to leave. This pig farm is their hope. I really hope that he can go smoothly. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and bowed deeply to Liu Jian. On behalf of more than 100 households and 700 villagers in Jianhua village, I beg you, I lie to you, I will let you beat and scold. Jiang Xiaobai said. Liu Jian stood up and raised his hand. Slap. Liu Jian slapped himself. Director, you don't need to say. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Compared with you, I really did nothing. Although I am a college student, I do less than 1% of what you do. I will stay. I will stay. After a while, I will graduate. After graduation, I will stay in Jianhua village. When will the Jianhua village pig farm make the life of Jianhua village villagers better? I will leave. Liu Jian said emotionally. Jiang Xiaobai was a little stunned. You are just bowing. Why are you hitting yourself? Can you just leave it? What are you doing? It's great that you can stay here. From now on, you will be the deputy director of the pig farm in Jianhua village. I hope that under your leadership, the pig farm will grow bigger and stronger, and go out of the city, province. Our meat must be supplied to thousands of households across the country. Even one day we will want to export, buy our pigs abroad, and go to the world. Jiang Xiaobai also fully mobilized his own emotions. Liu Jian's extraordinary performance. He also has to put a little more into acting. Otherwise, if you can't catch Liu Jian's play, it will be over. Can there be such a day? Liu Jian was also refreshed and happy by Jiang Xiaobai description. There will definitely be one day. Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hands towards Liu Jian. I believe your factory director. Liu Jian held Jiang Xiaobai with both hands tightly. Well, factory manager, it's getting late. Your body is recovering. Go back and rest quickly, Liu Jian said. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and looked at Liu Jian's departure direction and shouted, Hey, where are you going? The dormitory is here. Isn't this kid fooled by himself? He can't even find the office building. I know that I am going to the pig farm to sleep today, and today the piglet comes back on the first day. Nothing will happen. Liu Jian kept walking under his feet, striding towards the outside of the pig farm in large strides. The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai got up to eat, and then rode his bicycle back to school. Went to school. Class was in the classroom. Jiang Xiaobai pushed the door in. Except for Li Biaibu brother Jiang Lanfang and looked up at Jiang Xiaobai. Everyone else didn't look up at all. Is studying with a head covering. Jiang Xiaobai also returned to his seat to do a good job, took out the review materials and started learning. After class, I asked Ma Ronghua, the teacher in charge of the get out of class, to take the leave. Ma Ronghua's face was so gloomy that water dripped. If you say yes, please take 1 or 2 days off, and it will last for several days as soon as you leave. Do you know how many days are left for the college entrance examination? Ma Ronghua asked with a black face. There are ... and Jiang Xiaobai faltered. He really forgot that there are still a few days before the college entrance examination. It was half a month before, and now there are still a few days before the college entrance examination. He really forgot about drinking, and he hasn't counted it. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai like this, Ma Ronghua was even more angry, and forgot even a few days before the college entrance examination. There are only 3 days left. The college entrance examination will be taken the day after tomorrow, and I will leave for the city the day after tomorrow. Okay, go back and study quickly. Grind your gun. Ma Ronghua sighed and said helplessly. Grinding this beer before the battle. The unhappiness is gone. Jiang Xiaobai tentatively answered. Ma Ronghua, who had just deflated, almost didn't let Jiang Xiaobai die. This student, if it were not for the recommended places, with this attitude, it would be hopeless to enter the university. The 2 days passed. When get out of class was over in the evening, Ma Ronghua stood on the podium and looked at the students in the classroom, talking about the precautions for the exam. Everyone will pack everything tonight, and take a bus to the city tomorrow morning. The exams and admission tickets will be sent to everyone the day after tomorrow. Don't lose them. I hope everyone can perform supernormally in the examination room. Learning is the only way for everyone. The college entrance examination is your chance to change your destiny. I hope everyone can get a good result in the test, change their destiny, and dismiss get out of class. Ma Ronghua turned around and walked out of the classroom after speaking. This was her first graduate. She is more nervous than these students. Li Beibai and Zhang Lanfang followed Jiang Xiaobai back to Jiang Xiaobai's dormitory. Beibai, Lanfang, help Uncle Xiaobai clean up. I will go back to the village. Jiang Xiaobai said. It's been 3 days since little piggy came back, and he was a little worried, and wanted to go back to take a look at night. Okay. Li Beibai and Zhang Lanfang nodded. They are very confident in Jiang Xiaobai. Uncle Bei was admitted to the university last year, but it was not easy for Uncle Bei to retake the exam today because of the political trial. Jiang Xiaobai rode a bicycle, took an iron rod, and headed towards Jianhua village. Wait until after 7 o'clock in the evening before returning to Jianhua village. Once back in the village, I ran directly to the pig farm. Liu Jian was right there, and when he saw Jiang Xiaobai coming back, he was surprised, and he told Jiang Xiaobai about the situation in the past 2 days. After the adaptation period, the little piglets are more active in the pigsty. End of this chapter. Chapter 231 The Second College Entrance Examination. Chapter 231 The Second College Entrance Examination. The next morning, when Jiang Xiaobai returned to school, the bus was already parked in the schoolyard. Watching Jiang Xiaobai pushing his bicycle into the school, Ma Ronghua breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this guy finally caught up with the college entrance examination. Li Beibai and Zhang Lanfang have already helped Jiang Xiaobai pack things up. The bicycle was released, and Jiang Xiaobai boarded the bus under everyone's attention. Uncle Xiaobai, this. Li Beibai and Zhang Lanfang were sitting at the back, and they greeted Jiang Xiaobai when they saw Jiang Xiaobai getting in the car. Okay, come on, give way. Give way. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and walked back. The students brought a lot of things, and they filled the aisles of the bus. Jiang Xiaobai walked back while letting people move their luggage. Oh, I'm not late at all. Jiang Xiaobai sat down in the back seat. Ma Ronghua ordered the number of people again, and then the bus started slowly. This Jiang Xiaobai, isn't it just that the family has some money? You can still care for him for the rest of his life. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of surfing the net. It is estimated that coming to the college entrance examination this time is a formality. Well, I have been here for a few days to study. If I say that I don't need to go through the process, I take advantage of this time to study hard. It will be almost the same for taking the college entrance examination next year. No, if you don't let him try, how does he know he can't? In the front row of the bus, a few students were full of sourness talking about Jiang Xiaobai. Everyone knows what life Jiang Xiaobai spends at school. The bicycle alone is enough for them to envy and hate. Coupled with the meaty meal, it makes them feel the deep malice of this world. People are like this. They don't suffer from lack and unevenness. Everyone walks. You ride a bicycle. Everyone eats bland throat dishes. You eat meat and white noodles every day. In addition, Jiang Xiaobai is alone, not much with everyone, and it is not easy to study. The students in the class said Jiang Xiaobai's strange things are not one or two. If Li Beibai and Zhang Lanfang were in the same village as Jiang Xiaobai, the name Jiang Xiaobai was Uncle Xiaobai. and the relationship between men and women in this era is still very pure. Maybe there will be some rumors between the three. Ma Rongwa also sat in the first row of seats, listening to the whispered comments of the students behind him, and did not make a big move to stop him. In fact, not only the students, but even her teacher felt the deep injustice of this society in Jiangxia. I earn 30 yuan a month, and you earn 40 yuan a month, or 50 yuan. I am just jealous, and I will work hard to get a salary increase. I eat wild vegetables, you and corn paste. I eat meat on New Year's 30. And you eat 2 meat on New Year's Day and New Year's Day. Everyone is half a catty, almost the same. Although life is a bit harder, there is nothing to it. After all, everyone is like this. Suddenly a child spends 10 times your salary each month. You will feel like everyone is from two worlds. Ma Rongwa also knows that these students who secretly talked about Jiangxia staying up all night and all night, are not the smartest, but the hardest. Ma Rongwa doesn't know if he doesn't go to university, but there is hope. But the ignorant Jiangxia they talked about was long since he was recommended to a major university. It's okay if you don't take the college entrance examination. People who take the college entrance examination are just trying to change a school. You say it's irritating. It is estimated that when the college entrance examination notice comes down, this group of students will be dumbfounded. Forget it. This will be the last class before leaving the school. Ma Rongwa comforted herself in her heart. Jiangxia sat in the back seat of the bus, of course, and did not hear other people's comments. He went back so late yesterday and got up early today. At this time, he fell asleep as the bus swayed forward. I was fortunate along the way, and I didn't encounter any troubles, so I drove directly to the city. Stopped at the door of a guest house. 6 people in a room, 3 beds put together to sleep 6 people, equivalent to a chase. But Jiangxia didn't say much. This is already considered good, and there is still a place to sleep. When they took the college entrance examination last year, many people could not find a place to live and sleep outside the examination room. They also found the guest house of the steel factory. Otherwise they would have to sleep on the road. There are unified buses and guest houses this year. Although it is a bit crowded, it is much more formal. Put down his luggage. The other 5 people went out directly without greeting Jiangxia and Jiangxia didn't care. It's just a group of children. This is the time. After another 2 years, there is a rich second-generation classmate by his side. Don't talk about other things. It's okay to have a better relationship, and you can help if you have anything. At this time, everyone is very respectful. Jiangxia greeted Li Bai, and Zhang Lanfang went to see the examination room and ate at the guest house in the evening. There were 3 dishes for a table of a dozen people. Jiangxia just stretched out his chopsticks, and the dishes on the plate are almost gone. There were people tossing around all night. Jiangxia didn't care, and fell asleep soon after. Jiangxia comforted a few words, but it did not have much effect. After the exam the next day, the answers were correct everywhere. If your own answer is the same as others, it will immediately be excited, and your own answer will be different from everyone, just like frustration. Of course, these kinds of students are all scumbags. A scholastic master like Jiangxia does not agree with others. If there is any good answer, I feel that I have done it right. Of course, Jiangxia is the real scumbag in the eyes of others. The answer is wrong. It is because it has not been done at all. On the way back after the college entrance examination, Li Bai and Zhang Lanfang became excited and said they were going to go to school. Uncle Xia, where are you going to school? Li Bai tilted her head and looked at Jiangxia and asked, I'm going to Beijing Normal University. I planned to go last year. Jiangxia thought of the girl who was still waiting for him in Beijing. I missed an appointment last year, and this year one said that I can't miss an appointment again. Beijing Normal University. Then I will also be admitted to Beijing Normal University. Li Bai said, I will go too. Zhang Lanfang also followed. Jiangxia is now in Jianhua village. Not to mention young people, Even the older generation admires or convinces Jiang Xiaobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 232 2 Series. Chapter 232 2 Series. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang also wanted to go to Beijing Normal University, but Jiang Xiaobai did not stop them. Beijing Normal University is indeed not bad, the national key university. The old Beijing Normal University. In the past, the students of the Jingxi University Hall had official status. Moreover, teachers' majors are also suitable for girls. After talking about the school, Li Bibai talked about the marriage of his father, Li Losun. Jiang Xiaobai ordered Li Losun to get married on the August 1st Army Day, and now it's July 23rd after the exam. The current college entrance examination is not for later generations. The college entrance examination is in June. But in mid to late July, before Li Losun remarried, there are only 8 days left, and Li Bibai will have one more stepmother. Aunt Liu is very nice. My mother passed away early. She took care of me and my younger siblings. Li Bibai said with a smile. It's the younger siblings at home. They are still a little unhappy. I hear too many stories and I don't want to have a stepmother. Sister Liu has no children. After you get married, maybe you can have more younger siblings. Jiang Xiaobai also said cheerfully. Back to the school gate, I saw the Jiafang truck of the educated youth cannery parked at the gate. Seeing the bus driving into the school, Zhang Fugi got out of the car and followed in. Brother Zhang, why are you here? Jiang Xiaobai asked while looking at Zhang Fugi, the factory manager. It's a good time to deliver the goods back. I know you will be back today and wait a while to see if you will return to the village. Zhang Fugi smiled. Okay, it's right. Help us pull back all the luggage. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, although his luggage is not too much and not too much. In addition, Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang, as well as some luggage of other children in the village, are also quite a lot. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang are both making cars for the first time and yelling along the way. The children in other villages are too excited to sit in the carriage. One piece of Chinese tunic suits keep coming down from the assembly line. Jiang Xiaobai also temporarily stayed in a garment factory, mainly training garment masters. You will be the costume designers of Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory from now on. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the 3 tailor masters in front of him and said, at this time, there is no designer in the garment factory. Song Wei-go on the side, Shi Sheng was also listening attentively. The positioning of our Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory is not a factory, but a brand of clothing. Therefore, we must have our own design style. I initially divided our clothing into 3 series. The clothes of middle-aged and elderly people, based on Jiang Xiaobai, Xilian series, and the young man's clothes are Jiang Xiaobai famous fashion series. We temporarily divide them into these 2 series of clothes. Each series must have its own characteristics. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Wei-go and Shi Sheng on the side wrote it down on the notebook. Jiang Xiaobai, Xilian, Jiang Xiaobai famous fashion. Although the 2 of them still don't understand at this time, why did Jiang Xiaobai have to divide one brand into 2 series? The color of the clothes of the elderly can be a little darker, and it does not matter if the style is older, but the tailoring must be fit, and it cannot be the same as the original tooling, that is, a big bag. Master Jiang, these are some clothes drawings I drew. You can take a look, and you will be responsible for designing the Xilian series of clothes in the future. Jiang Xiaobai took out a small book from the drawer and handed it to Master Jiang. Master Jiang is getting old, and Jiang Xiaobai is afraid that he will be responsible for the young people, so he can't turn his mind. This is a tunic suit, and this hem is too long. Sure enough, Master Jiang didn't need to mention watching young people, but watching the clothes Jiang Xiaobai designed for the elderly, and he couldn't turn his mind. This is a medium-length style. It's similar to that windbreaker, but it's a bit shorter than the windbreaker. Jiang Xiaobai explained. Then this kind of zipper, is this design appropriate? Appropriate. Their zipper technology is very mature. And is this shoulder a bit narrow? Master Jiang kept asking. And Jiang Xiaobai took the trouble to explain. Master Qiang, you are in charge of young men's clothing. Master Liu, you are in charge of young men's women's clothing design. These are some of the design drawings I drew. You can take it back and see if there is anything you don't understand. We will look back. Jiang Xiaobai took out 2 more books and handed them to 2 tailors, a man and a woman. Although both of them are in their 30s and 40s, they are too young compared to Master Jiang. Dismissed the 3 master tailors, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigou, and Shi Sheng sat down by the sofa. Lao Song, talking about southern denim clothes. You have time to take a strong master to take a look. Or I said, our Jiang Xiaobai garment factory must find out our position. We are a brand of clothes, not a garment processing factory. Jiang Xiaobai repeated once again that in this era of blue and green oceans everywhere, it is difficult to tell them about brands. But Jiang Xiaobai still wants to make it clear to them. Okay, factory manager, I will go when the youngest is married. Song Weigou nodded and said, well, when you go, take Li Xiu and ask him to pick up a few talented personnel from the security department. Don't worry about the travel expenses. The road is peaceful. Jiang Xiaobai urged. I understand, factory manager. Well, after the first batch of clothes are designed, we can open a few flagship stores in the big cities of Beijing and Magic City and try to see if we can sell our brand. Flagship store. Song Weigou and Shi Sheng were forced to go together. What is the flagship store? What does it mean? Flagship store refers to a certain brand model room, that is to say, display products. Jiang Xiaobai then remembered that the 2 did not know what a flagship store was. The term flagship store came from abroad. At this time, there was no such saying in China. Jiang Xiaobai explained to the 2 of them what a flagship store is. If the flagship store is successful, then we can first be an agent, just like an educated youth can, and be an agent to join. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. As for what Shi Sheng first thought, it was a joke to let the educated youth canneries agents help sell clothes in the countryside. I have heard of home appliances going to the countryside, cars going to the countryside, motorcycles going to the countryside. I have never heard of clothes going to the countryside. Now that the registration of individual industrial and commercial households is also liberalized, it is a good time to become an agent. End of this chapter. Chapter 233 Liu Chapter 233 Liu. Of course, things about the flagship store and the agents are not in a hurry. Wait for the first batch of clothing designs. It is estimated that it is also in September, which is right for me to go to school in Beijing. I will arrange these 2 things at that time. Jiang Xiaobai finished arranging the garment factory's affairs, so he rode out the factory manager on a bicycle. 2 days later, it will be the day of Li Lawson's marriage, and I have to go back and look at it anyway, and help me out. Liu Mei took the notebook given by Jiang Xiaobai, and after returning to her office, she opened the notebook at will and prepared to take a look. In fact, she doesn't have a lot of favors with Jiang Xiaobai. I have been a tailor for more than 20 years, and I dare to say that I have a little understanding of clothing. But what about Jiang Xiaobai, a young man in his 20s who has not done any clothes for a day, dares to speak out about designing clothes, still gesticulating in front of the master, instructing himself and others to design costumes. That master does not have his own unique skills. What is your Jiang Xiaobai doing? Just as soon as I opened the first page of the book, Liu Mei was deeply attracted. A simple floral dress with an epice dress, long and short, style, fat and thin. Except that Jiang Xiaobai's floral dots on the skirt are really hard to look directly at. The rest are deeply attracted to her. In all fairness, if there is such a dress hanging in the store, whether she can afford it, not every day, at least she will pass by once a week to see it. A woman's love for beauty is never distinguished by age, tall, short, or thin. After watching for a long time, Liu Mei couldn't wait to go to the workshop now to make this skirt. Just holding the thickness of the notebook, Liu Mei reluctantly turned to the second page and said, no matter what the design behind it is, with this skirt, Jiang Xiaobai is indeed qualified to talk about design. It's just that I don't know if this skirt is a blind cat and a dead mouse, or whether it's really powerful. The second page is a two-piece dress with lace cuffs. Although Lyuma still doesn't know that the hollow cuffs are called lace. But it did not prevent her from liking this dress. She dared to swear that if she was 20 years younger, even if she was saving 3 months' salary, she would want such a dress. In fact, this was also designed by Jiang Xiaobai in combination with this era. He only dared to design some lace edges on the cuffs. As for the lace edge of his chest, he was afraid that no one would dare to wear it after designing it. The third page, the fourth page, the fifth page. Skirt, mesh skirt, woolen coat, half sleeve, small leather jacket. From clothes to pants, from short sleeves to skirts, Jiang Xiaobai's designs should not be too complete, and women's clothes and styles should not be too many. And as someone who has a girlfriend, Jiang Xiaobai doesn't have too many types and styles. One piece of clothing, Lyuma was itchy to watch. But Jiang Xiaobai's painting skills are so bad that Lyuma is itchy to see. But Jiang Xiaobai still needs to be asked for specific details. Thinking, Lyuma couldn't wait for a minute. She held the notebook tightly in her arms, and got up to go to Jiang Xiaobai to ask questions. Sister Liu, look at the design in that book. I look a little weird, but it's pretty. Lyuma was stopped by Giangzhun as soon as she got out of the office. Giangzhun is 1 year younger than Lyuma. It turns out that the two belong to the same factory, but they are familiar with each other. He also read the little book that Jiang Xiaobai gave him just now. To be honest, the clothes look very personal and fit, but I don't know if anyone would dare to buy and wear them after the design. I have something to do. Wait until I come back. Lyuma's steps didn't stop at all. Have I seen anything before? I have watched it from beginning to end, and now I feel itchy to see it. It's up to you to say whether it looks good or not. Liu ... Sister Liu. Giangzhun looked at Lyuma as leaving back, with some doubts in his heart. How could this be the way to the factory director's office? Would you like to tell her that Director Xiaobai had gone with Deputy Director Song just now on a bicycle? Thinking about it, let it go. What if it's not the director of Xiaobai? Lyuma hugged the notebook tightly. In her eyes, the design drawing in her arms is more precious than anything, and she won't change her money. Lyuma walked to the door of Jiang Xiaobai's office in 3 steps and 2 steps. I wanted to push the door directly, but after thinking about the book in my arms, I reached out and knocked on the door. I must have basic respect for people who are better than myself. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The room was quiet. Is the director Xiaobai here? This is Lyuma. Lyuma whispered. At this time, the door of the next office opened. Sister Liu, find Director Xiaobai. Director Xiaobai is gone. Gone. Where did you go? Lyuma asked stupefiedly. Didn't I just say that I was waiting in the office for someone to come over and discuss it? Why is it that people are gone for a while, and co-authoring such a big person, just talking about fun? It seems to have heard that it was back to Jianhua village. A factory manager got married and he went back to help. Jianhua village, help. When can I come back? Lyuma frowned and said it will take a few days. It seems that I will be able to return after August 1st. August 1st, when someone else gets married but he is not married? Why does it take so long? Lyuma was not happy anymore. With such a good design drawing here, she ran over without waiting for a minute, but told her that she would have to wait for several days. Director Xiaobai is still the director of an educated youth canning factory. Maybe there is something in the director over there. The person in the office next to him left after speaking. Lyuma was also lost holding the notebook and walked to her office. A person like you should be a tailor if he is a factory manager and wastes time. When he is a designer, it is really violent. Lyuma muttered. In her opinion, Jiang Xiaobai was doing nothing. On the other side, Jiang Xiaobai was still dangling on the road on a bicycle. The garment factory was still some distance away from Jianhua village. It takes about half an hour to ride a bicycle. When Jiang Xiaobai returns to Jianhua village, the village obviously becomes lively. According to the custom here in Jianhua village, eating banquets for weddings and weddings is for 3 days in a row. It just turns out that people are poor, so they can only arrange a meal. But Li Laosan is different. His monthly salary is 500 yuan. It must be adjusted according to the specifications. If it is said that the celebrations will be eaten for 3 days in a row, then they must be eaten for 3 days. So from today on the first day to the third day of marriage on the last day, the whole village basically has a table to eat every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 234 3 Rings and 1 Turn. Chapter 234 3 Rings and 1 Turn. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming back, Li Laosan became even more excited. Director Xiaobai, just waiting for you to come back. Li Laosan smiled and greeted him. Okay, leave me alone. The bridegroom official is the biggest. If you have any work, arrange it for me, and I will work for you. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said. Li Laosan's smile became brighter, and he ignored the few people on the side. Did he see it? Lao Tzu is so valued by the director Xiaobai. When I get married, the director Xiaobai not only comes here in advance, but also helps me with work. You don't need Xiaobai, director, you sit down quickly, and the table will start immediately. Li Laosan said. Jiang Xiaobai is also the beauty who refuses any more, and he will start the meal as soon as the meal is served. It is just right to ride the bike and come back hungry. Uncle Xiaobai, Li Bibai also greeted Jiang Xiaobai, but after placing Jiang Xiaobai in his seat, he went to work. Although Li Bibai has just graduated from high school, he is already an adult in the countryside. After a while, Liu Kui also came over. Liu Kui is now the head of the canteen of the Educated Youth Cannery. Now in the canteen of the Educated Youth Cannery, there are a total of 3 or 4 cooks, all under Liu Kui. Director Xiaobai, thank you for coming. Liu Kui followed Li Laosan, her face shy. You get married, can I not come? Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Kui exchanged greetings, and the two of them went to work. After eating the banquet for 3 days, Li Laosan is now the director of the Jianhua pig farm. Even those who did not have a friendly relationship with Li Laosan's family have come along, but Li Laosan doesn't care about the gift money at all. After eating it for 3 days, the villagers have eaten it back with the little money. What he wants, Li Laosan now, is the scene. His funds are out of the low-level taste of money. On the wedding day, Jiang Xiaobai gave Li Laosan a bicycle, a radio, a sewing machine, and a plum watch. Laosan, you get married, I mean it, in the factory. 3 rings and 1 turn. Jiang Xiaobai pushed the bicycle tied with the red cloth, and Song Weiguo carried the bicycle and watch. Wang Zhao and Wang Meng are pushing a sewing machine with a trolley. This is too expensive. The triumphant expression on Li Laosan's face could no longer conceal. Looking at the envy and jealous gaze cast by other villagers next to him, Laosan Li wanted to laugh even more. Liu Kui, staring at the 3 beeps and 1 turn, is also excited and hateful. 3 beeps and 1 turn. In this era, it is necessary for the little girls in the city to get married. As for the countryside, she couldn't afford it at all, not to mention that she was still a widow, and she didn't dare to mention it at all. However, she did not expect that Jiang Xiaobai and others would actually send it over. Okay, then we'll take it back, Jiang Xiaobai said, turning around and making a move. Hey, don't. Li Laosan stopped subconsciously. Ha ha ha. The people around laughed, and Jiang Xiaobai pushed the bicycle into the house. Li Bibai also laughed loudly, turning a blind eye to the threatening gaze of his father Li San. In the whole wedding, Jiang Xiaobai had a drink with Laosan Li. The other people toasted the wine with water instead of wine. There was no way for the sequelae of 2 bottles of erguitu, which made Jiang Xiaobai feel sick when he heard the smell of liquor. Uncle Huang, Jian Liu, now the 3rd child, is also married, and the remaining 500 little piglets are on the agenda. Jiang Xiaobai, Huang Zongfu, Liu Jian and others said while eating, the 200 piglets promised by the city pig farm have not been given yet. I will send someone to go tomorrow, and I will stare at the city pig farm when I will give it and when will I come back. Jiang Xiaobai explained. Okay, I'll take someone tomorrow, and I will live in the city pig farm. Huang Zongfu nodded and said, well, the remaining 300 heads, I will arrange the garment factory in 2 days, and then go to the surrounding pig farms to find a way. By the way, Liu Jian, you should also pay attention to rest, Jiang Xiaobai said while looking at Liu Jian again. Liu Jian has almost lived in a pig farm during this period, taking care of the 500 piglets day and night. It's okay. I'm studying a kind of feed these 2 days. I still lack some information. It's a good time to go back to school and ask the professor after the graduation ceremony 2 days later. Liu Jian Dao. He really leaned down and pounced on Jianhua. The village pig farm is up. I am also very concerned about pig feed. Now the domestic market does not have a mature technology for pig feed. Basically, each pig farm researches its own pig feed. The time when the pigs are released for slaughter is also different depending on the pig feed. Some pig feeds are better, fattening faster, and can be released in half a year on average. Some pig feeds are just a bit short, and the time for pigs to go out of slaughter is 7 months, or even 8 months. Okay, I strongly support you. If you need the funds, tell me that if you don't work, you can add more investment, Jiang Xiaobai said excitedly. If the pig feed can be studied successfully, then maybe it can compete with Hope Group in the future. The 3 brothers estimated that they had not studied pig feed yet, so they started by themselves. Plus Liu Jian was still a college student at the National Agricultural University. Whether it is capital or talent, I am no worse than Hope Group. Or, go back to school and see if you can bring some more classmates over. Don't worry, whether it's salary or other aspects, I promise that it will not be worse than going to a state-owned enterprise. If the pig feed is successfully studied, I can also invest in building a feed for you. Plant. Jiang Xiaobai continued. College students are all talents at this time, but they can't meet them, especially for township and village enterprises. Okay, I try my best, but I can't guarantee it, Liu Jian said. He had no hope for this, and he knew his classmates too much. They are the same as their original ideas. Needless to say, they are not necessarily willing to come to township enterprises, even state-owned enterprises in the provincial capital, and they probably want to stay in the capital. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai rode his bicycle back to the garment factory. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Liu Mo holding a notebook and looking anxiously. Master Liu, who are you waiting for? Jiang Xiaobai got off the bicycle and watched Liu Mo say hello. Who is waiting for? Manager Xiaobai. The daylily I was waiting for you is almost cold. Liu Mo hurriedly walked over, looking at Jiang Xiaobai with a bitter expression in her eyes. If Liu Mo is younger, or a few years later, she will have to let others misunderstand her. But that's it. Liu Mo's bitter eyes made Jiang Xiaobai shiver all over. Are we two so familiar? Didn't I owe you the salary? What do you mean by waiting for me in such a hurry? And the tone of speaking, I don't owe you money. Jiang Xiaobai took Liu Mo to his office and sat down in his office. End of this chapter. Chapter 235. Is it normal? Chapter 235. Is it normal? Back to the office, Liu Mo explained his intentions, and Jiang Xiaobai knew what was going on. Followed Liu Mo to the workshop, and guided Liu Mo one by one. This section, the cuffs are a little wider, it's okay. This dress, what you want is this effect. The wide cuffs are very powerful. This waist should be thinner to show the figure. Our clothes, no matter the attribute of warmth, should also look beautiful and highlight the female figure. Jiang Xiaobai said and gestured. I don't know when Master Jiang and Giengzhun will also come. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai dancing in a daze, it is clear that Jiang Xiaobai's words make his face red, but Jiang Xiaobai's whole person has a sense of sacredness. Liu Mo was also shocked by Jiang Xiaobai. She felt that she did not know much about women as Jiang Xiaobai. Director Xiaobai, how do you feel that you know women better than me? Liu Mo asked startledly. Is this abnormal? It is always men who understand women. Jiang Xiaobai was also stunned. Is it normal? Is it normal? Master Jiang and Giengzhun on the side asked in unison. Jiang Xiaobai spent 3 days in the workshop of the garment factory, studying clothing matters with 3 tailors. Jiang Xiaobai will give theoretical guidance, and the other 3 have practical skills. After 3 days of busy work, each piece of clothing has become a real design drawing again. It turns out that Jiang Xiaobai's casual graffiti can only make people see a rough picture. But I can't make clothes according to the drawings. This time, I can make clothes with the drawings. Song Weiguo had already taken people to the south 2 days ago to find the jeans and fabrics. Jiang Xiaobai said, after the design drawings are done here, all that is left is to follow the drawings and turn the drawings into real clothes. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help at this step, and it took a long time, so after Jiang Xiaobai completed his task, he rode his bicycle back to the Educated Youth Cannery. As soon as he returned to the Educated Youth Cannery, there hadn't been hot, so Lawson Lee came to the door. Director, the 200 piglets promised by the municipal pig farm have been brought back. Old San Lee said as soon as he entered the house. Newly married Diana, but Lee Lawson has no time to rest, so he gets busy. As the director of Jianhua Pig Farm, Lawson Lee is respected by the whole village, but he also bears the hope of the whole village. How is it? Has Li Jian checked it? Are there any problems? Jiang Xiaobai raised his head and asked. The piglets in the city pig farm forced Wang Haiyang to sell him. Farewell King Haiyang, what do you do badly in the middle? Don't have the heart to hurt people, and the heart of defense is indispensable. Liu Jian has checked, and no problems have been found for the time being. Li Lawson nodded. That's good, we must pay attention to observation. Jiang Xiaobai exhorted. Well, I know, factory manager, here you see when you leave. Let's see if we can figure out a way and buy another 300 piglets. Lawson Lee looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, are you making arrangements there? Everything is settled. Li Lawson nodded and said, then clean up, we will leave in a while. This matter is soon or late. Jiang Xiaobai said and stood up. Piggy comes back a day earlier, and will be able to get out of the slaughter earlier. The villagers can also pay dividends a day earlier. Okay. I'm going to prepare now. Li Lawson responded and turned around and went out. The letter of introduction needed to go out and some daily necessities need to be brought by yourself. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Lawson entered the county seat, stayed at the guest house for one night, and the next day the two got on the bus to Tongliu City. There are 2 pig farms in Tongliu City. On the first day, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Lawson did not see the person in charge. They waited at the concierge for a day, and the 2 people met the person in charge the next afternoon. It's just that they came a step late. They just sold a batch of piglets a few days ago, and they have to raise the rest by themselves. There is no good news for the second pig farm, and they will not sell it at all. Tongliu City did not sell piggy, and the 2 went to another city. It's just that although the 2 have put in a lot of hard work, there is no result. 300 piglets is not a small number. General pig farms control their own breeding pigs in a planned way. At this time, pig farms are basically self-sufficient. Basically, you raise as many piglets as your own breeding pigs produce, and part of the piglets is distributed to the supply and marketing agency for sale. Therefore, there are almost no piglets that can be sold, and in previous years, no one came to sell piglets, and the factories did not reserve them. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Lawson leaned on the seats of the train, and they fell asleep head to head, exhausted. It's been more than half a month since the 2 came out, but they found nothing. The next stop is Dragon City. If there are still no piglets, maybe you have to go to the province next door. Dragon City. The next station in Longqing will be at the station. The voice of the train attendant rang in the carriage, awakening Jiang Xiaobai and Li Lawson who were still sleeping. Director Xiaobai, I'm in Longqing, or I'm waiting for you at the guest house, and you go home? Li Lawson rubbed the sleeping eyes of the apes and said, looking at Jiang Xiaobai. No, do business first. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, it is now late August, and there are not many days left to go to school. When it's time to go to school, just pass by and take a look at home. The most important thing at the moment is to sell piggy. End of this chapter. Chapter 236 Announcement of College Entrance Examination Results. Chapter 236 Announcement of College Entrance Examination Results. Teacher Ma, are all the students in the class here? For all, after the college entrance examination, the students are very concerned about their grades. During this time, they are waiting at school every day, just waiting for the college entrance examination results. There are still some who feel that they have no hope of going to university, and have already started studying in the review class. Ma Rongwa smiled and said, "On the blackboard in our class, knowledge is the word that changes destiny, and it has not been erased." Ma Rongwa feels that he is really proud today. As a widow, she has always been a teacher in school with her children. It's not that no one is saying strange things behind their backs, and I don't know it, but I'm a widow, what else can I say? But today, I finally raised my head and exaggerated in front of everyone. The leaders shook hands cordially, and everyone looked enviously. All this made Ma Rongwa feel as comfortable as drinking 3 bottles of iced soda in the summer. Is not only sweet, but also refreshing. Are you all here? Where is Jiang Xiaobai? Are you there? The smile on Ma Rongwa's face suddenly became stiff. Yes, the 108 classes are basically there. Except for Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai never showed up at school after the college entrance examination. In addition, the college entrance examination has also ended. Ma Rongwa didn't say much. Before the college entrance examination, he asked for leave at 2 days. It would be more normal if the college entrance examination was not completed. Jiang Xiaobai, regardless of his grades, everyone can go to university. It's normal to not care about the college entrance examination results. I still think that when the college entrance examination results come down, let Li Bibai tell Jiang Xiaobai and it will be over. All the other students have come to school in the past 2 days, just waiting for the college entrance examination results, so Ma Rongwa did not count Jiang Xiaobai in at all. Furthermore, the school does not ask to go back to school. The school came to the school itself. What's more, when I was in school, the leader asked that everyone was there, and he said that they were all there and there was nothing wrong with it. Does such a big leader still take a roster and roll the names one by one? But the fault lies. It seems that the leader knows Jiang Xiaobai. I just said that all the students in the class are there. As a result, someone is gone in a blink of an eye. What kind of behavior is this? Deceive the leader? How beautiful and proud just now. Ma Rongwa will be embarrassed at this time. But Ma Rongwa also felt wronged in his heart. Needless to say, he didn't think of Jiang Xiaobai. Even when he thought of himself, he couldn't be in the leadership and ask if everyone is there. I said that I was missing one. In that case, it was not that the student was missing one, but that I was missing one. Jiang Xiaobai ... Jiang Xiaobai. Ma Rongwa faltered, thinking about how to put so many people's faces and leaders to explain. Jiang Xiaobai is not there. Where did he go? Didn't you come to school to find out about your academic records? Of course he will not embarrass a little teacher. Who is Jiang Xiaobai? He knows a lot better than Ma Rongwa. After passing the college entrance examination last year, he organized people to inspect Jianhua village. It can even be said that he is paying attention to Jiang Xiaobai development. But after the results this year, Jiang Xiaobai gave him another big surprise. This is the time to go to Maxiang High School. The summary study that I had prepared last year was useless. I didn't think I might need to prepare a bigger stage for him this year. Yes. Ma Rongwa could only nod his head, and the other teachers on the side raised their mouths with smiles. Let you beep. The student smashed the basket. Several people said this and they arrived at the door of class 108. After the college entrance examination, the students could not stay at home. They came to the school and waited to know the college entrance examination results for the first time. The big guy thinks he can almost pass the exam. Chatting in the class. Chatting? Waiting for the announcement of the results. 4 people overweight this line. 5 have undergraduate line, and 6 have junior line, a total of 15 people, which can be said to be completely beyond everyone's expectations. Many students with good grades have smiles on their faces. There are 15 people in total, and they are definitely there. At the very least, it was also a junior college student. Of course, I might have performed well in the college entrance examination at that time. Those on the undergraduate course would have my own. Maybe even if you are lucky, one of the 4 heavy line is yourself. This is not impossible. After all, the results are usually high, and the difference between the results is not too big. End of this chapter. Chapter 237 The Province is Science Champion. Chapter 237 The Province is Science Champion. The crowd, who had just calmed down, once again exploded, and this time it was louder. Only this time even the teacher and principal were stunned and did not stop the student tryouts. But now the province's college entrance examination science champion is in their class, which is far beyond their expectations. Shangma Township High School is the best among the 2 high schools in Shangma Township, but it is not ranked at all in the county. Not to mention the key high schools in the city, the key high schools in the province, and the high schools of major state-owned enterprises. Shangma Township High School is really not worth mentioning among so many high schools. There are a few who can be admitted to the university. This is where they are working hard, but they have never thought about the province's college entrance examination champion. The principal of Shangma Township High School, as well as several teachers, were all overwhelmed by this huge surprise. Whether it is a principal or a teacher, their task is to teach and educate people, and how to reflect the results. Is there any better way to reflect the results than the college entrance examination? 4 people overweight this line, 5 have undergraduate line, and 6 have junior line, a total of 15 people, which is enough to make them happy. But now, the province's college entrance examination champion is also in their school. Huge results, huge surprises, but also huge surprises. The students also looked at each other, and the first 3 students in the class started breathing quickly. Although they feel that they are not up to this level, the leaders have said that this province's champion is in their class. Since I have to choose a provincial champion in the class, I can only be one of my 3. Mr. Ma. The principal coughed slightly and reminded him that his voice was both majestic and cordial. Is not a master who is proficient in this way. There is absolutely no such ability. Oh, Ma Rongwa heard the principal's voice and immediately reacted, and hurriedly walked out of the classroom. Out of the classroom, Ma Rongwa couldn't be sober, but I don't know why. At this time it suddenly thought of Jiang Xiaobai. It turned out that she felt that the injustice of this society was vividly reflected in Jiang Xiaobai, but now she suddenly felt fair. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai can be recommended to a key university, but other posts can rely on their own efforts to pass the provincial science champion. Humans, after all, we still have to work hard, relying on ourselves. How can we rely on family relationships? A smile appeared at the corner of Ma Rongwa's mouth. She didn't know what was wrong with herself. Suddenly it seemed to be floating, and Jiang Xiaobai, one of the key university places recommended by him, was just like that. A group of people came to the principal's office. Directors gave a look, and the staff around him took out the transcript from the bag and handed it to the principal. The principal was stunned when he looked at the name that ranked first. That is, the name of the unexpected science champion in the college entrance examination. How is it possible? The principal muttered to himself. Looking at the principal, the other teachers rushed forward. Ma Rongwa squeezed in the front, and of course no one dared to compete with it. If there must be a protagonist among the people present, then it is definitely Ma Rongwa. The students in the class have scored in the college entrance examination, not to mention, there is even a college entrance examination champion. If nothing goes wrong, Ma Rongwa's position in the school will definitely be much higher than before. Although the profession of teachers, they also pay attention to qualifications. But grades are definitely the most important criterion for teachers. This rule has been handed down from ancient times to the present. Looking at the first place in the report card, Ma Rongwa was also stunned. The only 3 bright red characters that were written in the first place with a red pen The three words Jiangxiabai neatly written on the paper are so vivid. What did you think of just now? Fair. I just felt that the world is fair, and God will not disappoint people who work hard. But what is the situation now? It doesn't matter that I feel the injustice of this world again, and it is more profound than before. If someone else gets the province's top prize in science, although Ma Rongwu would be surprised, maybe this student has a trace of luck besides studying hard. Then Jiangxiabai won the province's top prize in science, which made Ma Rongwu particularly unacceptable. If the whole class chooses the student who studies the hardest, Ma Rongwu can't pick it out because everyone is similar and all working hard. If it is said that one of the brightest students in the class comes out, Ma Rongwu will not be able to pick it out, because the few students who have studied well have the same talents. But if one were to choose the least serious student in the class, needless to say, Ma Rongwu definitely thought of Jiangxiabai for the first time. Never mind if I go to school for 3 days, fish and spend 2 days on the net, I have to ask for leave for several days before the college entrance examination. And I even forgot the date of the college entrance examination. I went home the night before the college entrance examination, and the whole class waited for him the next day. Not to mention the usual performance: eat well, use well, come last in, get out of class, and go first after class. I've never come to self-study before, let alone studying this kind of thing all night. It is estimated that it is a fantasy for Jiangxiabai. End of this chapter. Chapter 238 Reaction. Chapter 238 Reaction. Ma Rongwu originally thought that Jiangxiabai was like this. In the end, going to the key university that was recommended was the final result. But she didn't expect what she saw now. Jiangxiabai examination results turned out to be the province's #1 in science. What is this kidding? In this case, does the efforts of others still make sense? What are you still working on? Ma Rongwu is not against Jiangxiabai. It was this fact that she really felt like a joke. She really wanted to ask if she had made a mistake in this grade, but she knew it very well in her heart. Such things as college entrance examination results must have been verified again and again, especially for the province's #1 in science. The test paper is definitely not only read once. The score is not just verified again. At this time, other teachers also saw the transcript. Who is this Jiangxiabai? Is it from class 108? Why have I never seen this student? A teacher muttered in his heart. He is also a substitute teacher for class 108, but he has never seen this student in class 108. There are other teachers who looked at Jiangxiabai name and muttered in their hearts. I don't know who Jiangxiabai is. Students with good grades in senior high school, they have basically heard of it. But this Jiangxiabai has no impression at all. And of course they dare not ask. Who knows what's going on in the middle? If by any chance there is an inside story in it, and the inside story is penetrated by himself, then there is no need to say more about his fate. Of course, the real reason is that Jiangxiabai's time was originally short, and there is no sense of presence in the class. It is normal for the substitute teacher to not remember. Why? Some surprises? Or too pleasant? Director Zhu asked with a smile. No, happy. The principal said quickly, handing the transcript to others and asking them to post the list. In fact, it is more than an accident. Yes, it is too unexpected. This Jiangxiabai is the Shangma Township High School where someone from the County Education Bureau greeted him, not long before the college entrance examination. He knew there was someone like Jiangxiabai, but at that time it was not long before the college entrance examination. In such a short period of time, I was able to get a top student in the college entrance examination. Happy. Our Municipal Education Bureau is also happy. Please contact Jiangxiabai. Last year, Jiangxiabai's three-step learning method, because of some reasons, it was not allowed to be studied. This year, the Municipal Education Bureau is going to let Jiangxiabai be in the province before school starts. Give a report, Director Zhu said with a smile. If it were not for the inventory team last year, Jiangxiabai's three-step learning method, it should have been in the newspaper. But now the situation is different. The country has liberalized industrial and commercial registration, and it doesn't need to be concerned about so many things. Furthermore, the Education Bureau's job is to educate, to train talents for the country, and not to engage in political struggles. If you really push yourself into a hurry, you are not a vegetarian. Last year, the three-step learning method. Listening to Director Zhu's words, the principal and a group of teachers were puzzled. You don't know, Jiang Xiaobai was admitted to the university last year, and it is also a national key university, but for some reasons he did not go to university. But it is worth mentioning that under the leadership of Jiang Xiaobai's own three-step learning method, 13 other educated youths who participated in the college entrance examination in the same village as Jiang Xiaobai all have passed the undergraduate course and are now college students. Director Zhu said, the principal came to understand. Last year one remembered something like this, but he didn't match Jiang Xiaobai account. Ma Rongwu feels that his brain today is completely insufficient. Last year Jiang Xiaobai was admitted to a key university with his own efforts, and it was not just himself. Also created a three-step learning method, so that 13 educated youths in a village who signed up for the college entrance examination also passed the undergraduate course. Is talking about the Jiang Xiaobai you know? How do you feel like you are not alone? And I have never heard Jiang Xiaobai mention the three-step learning method. Well, there are still things in our city, so I will go back first. 3 days later, you brought Jiang Xiaobai to the city's #1 middle school to give a report, and the city's Iron and Steel Works High School, and some other key high schools in the province sent invitation letters. Invite Jiang Xiaobai to give a report. Director Zhu, exasperated, turned and walked out of the principal's office. The quality of education in Shandong City is not the lowest in the province, but it is also in the middle reaches. However, it is unexpected that this year the province's science champion in the college entrance examination was in Shandong City. All key high schools are inviting Jiang Xiaobai to give reports. The principal and others sent Director Zhu away, and immediately held a school-wide faculty and staff meeting in response to the situation of college entrance examination results. First of all, immediately go to make a custom banner. The banner writes a warm congratulation to our outstanding student Jiang Xiaobai for winning the provincial champion in the college entrance examination. Make more orders. Don't be afraid to spend money. The school has funds, and the funds will not be less in the future. I will do more with various similar slogans. All colors are required. Director Jiang, this matter is left to you. Can it be done? The principal is already quite young, but he said in a loud voice with excitement. This may be the pinnacle of his career, and in the rest of his career as a principal. Shangma Township wants to get another province's college entrance examination champion. Basically there is no hope, and he is very clear in his heart. No problem. The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office responded loudly, and the school gave results, and everyone shared the honor and disgrace. The second person is to send the happy news to Jianhua village, to send the happy news, to tell Jiang Xiaobai the good news as soon as possible, and to get in touch with Jiang Xiaobai at the same time. The principal said and looked at Ma Rongwu. Teacher Ma, you are Jiang Xiaobai head teacher, and this is up to you. The principal looked at Ma Rongwu and said with an extremely cordial tone, even if there is no such thing as Jiang Xiaobai, a class, 4 people overweight the line, 5 over the undergraduate line, 6 over the junior line, a total of 15 people, a brilliant result. Okay, no problem. Ma Rongwu nodded. In any case, Jiang Xiaobai is also his student, and his student is the province's college entrance examination champion. I am the teacher of the province's college entrance examination champion. No matter how the student usually performs, I can't erase my status as the province's college entrance examination teacher. Besides, if there is no Jiang Xiaobai, the other students in my class will not be able to pass the province's first prize. After thinking about it this way, Ma Rongwu figured it out. Okay, All that is left is to prepare Jiangxiabai to go out and do the report. I will be responsible for this. Okay, this is the end of today's meeting. Everyone quickly act. This is the shortest meeting in the history of Shangma Township High School. End of this chapter. Chapter 239. It's tiring to talk to rich people. Chapter 239. Talking to the rich is really tired. A teacher took the college entrance examination transcript and began to post it on the top of the bulletin board. I was surrounded by students before posting the transcript. If it weren't for a male teacher who posted the transcript, and if he was physically strong, he wouldn't be able to post the completed transcript. Quickly, take a look. Who is that province's top pick? Look at the scores. The scores are out. A group of students desperately pushed forward. Look, how many points did I have in the exam? Have you overweighted this line? If you haven't checked again, have you passed the undergraduate line? If you don't have it, you can only look at the specialist line. A weak classmate saw the turbulent crowd, and his small body couldn't squeeze in. He pulled his strong classmate aside with both hands and said, Ma Rongwu stood behind the students, waiting for Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang, and prepared to wait for Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang to read the results, and go to Jianhua village to find Jiangxiabai with them. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Ma Rongwu sighed softly after thinking about Jiangxiabai. Compared with Jiangxiabai, these people might die of anger. Although they don't work hard, they are born better than you, and that's fine if they are born better than you. The key is that the talent is better than you. Why did you compare with a provincial champion? There is really no way to compare. Key universities, we are all admitted. After a while, Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang squeezed into the crowd and saw their results. Although boys usually give way to girls, but this time is a matter of their own future, but no one will let it. Congratulations, Ma Rongwu said as he looked at the two with a smile on his face. Teacher Ma, thank you teacher. The two little girls blushed and said with excitement. Teacher Ma, did you see it? It was Uncle Xiaobai who got the top prize in the province. Li Biaibai said. Just now, she saw Jiangxiabai results at the top. I saw it, and I was about to inform him of this good news. Are you going home? I will go with you too, Ma Rongwu said with a smile. Go home, I want to tell my dad the good news, Li Biaibai said excitedly. Yes, quickly tell your parents this good news, so that your parents are happy, too, and the family is hard working for you to go to school. Ma Rongwu said with a smile on his face. My dad also promised me to go to college to buy me a bicycle. Li Biaibai wanted a bicycle of his own for a long time. Ma Rongwu choked, and I can't say the rest. New Jianhua village is awesome, you are free, and I didn't say the words including hard work. Let's go together, Ma Rongwu said, completing his task first. Okay. Li Biaibai responded, and went back to the dormitory to pack up with Zhang Lanfang. Ma Rongwu waited while pushing a bicycle that the principal lent her specially for the convenience of her going out. Although the three people who went back could not ride a bicycle, they could return by bicycle when they had notified Jiangxiabai to come back. And this is my first time riding a bicycle. Even if I don't ride, I still have face when I push. Come out, put things on the bicycle. Anyway, the three of us can't ride the bicycle. Ma Rongwu saw Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang carrying things out, pushing the bicycle forward and said, Ah, no, Teacher Ma, you are riding a bicycle. Just now we were thinking about who would take you on a bicycle. We are also riding a bicycle. I am confident that the bicycle is in Uncle Xiaobai house. Li Biaibai said and took Ma Rongwu with him. Went to Jiangxiabai single dormitory. Li Biaibai and Zhang Lanfang pushed a bicycle out of the house alone. No, whose bicycle is this? Jiangxiabai. The other one? Ma Rongwu asked staringly at the two bicycles. This one belongs to my house, Li Biaibai said, putting things on the bicycle, and then getting on the bicycle with his legs. This bicycle is one of the 3 rings and 1 revolution given by Jiangxiabai when Li Laosan got married. Liu Qi also has no children, so she treated Li Bibai and the others as her own children. Now I am married to Li Laosan. Li Bibai wants to ride a bicycle. Although it is a new bicycle, Liu Kui has nothing to bear with him, so Li Bibai directly rides it. Furthermore, a bicycle costs more than 200 yuan, and Li San's salary is only 500 yuan a month. Aren't you? Ma Rongwu didn't respond. Didn't he just say that he was admitted to college? Did your dad agree to buy you a bicycle? Why did it happen in an instant? This bike belongs to my parents, not mine. I just tried it, just like Teacher Ma. Your bike. Li Bibai explained hard, except that Ma Rongwu's face turned black. This is the end of the college entrance examination, or else I have to put on some small shoes for you. Are you saying this to remind me that I don't have a bicycle? I borrowed my bike, don't I know in my heart? Do you need such a metaphor? And the bicycle you borrowed, isn't your parents' stuff at home? Also borrow. This can be the same as mine. I borrow someone else's. Forget it. Talking to these wealthy people is really tiring. Okay, let's go. Ma Rongwu said. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang responded, and rode their bicycles to the outside of the school. As soon as Ma Rongwu walked the bicycle for 2 steps, only Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang could be seen from the back. Him talking about pushing a bicycle to go. Teacher Ma, what's the matter? Didn't you go? Li Bibai rode for a while, turned to see Ma Rongwu did not follow, stopped and asked, yes, isn't there a lot of people in the school? I'm afraid it's not good if I bump into someone. Ma Rongwu smiled, and felt numb in his heart. I can't ride a bicycle for the first time. Although it's easy to watch others riding a bicycle, it should be no problem to ride on her own. But with so many people in the school, if one accidentally falls down, it would be a shame. Yes, Teacher Ma is reasonable. Let's ride out of school. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang heard that it made sense, and they got out of the car and walked with Teacher Ma on their bicycles. Li Bibai used to pester Li San in the factory and learned how to ride a bicycle, so he can ride a bicycle. After Jiang Xiaobai came to school, he also saw that Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang, the 2 little nizzies, love bicycles. When it was okay, the 2 of them rode their bicycles on the way back, so Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang were no strangers to bicycles, not to mention how superb riding skills they had, but they could all ride. The 2 did not suspect him, and they never thought about Ma Rongwu not riding a bicycle. Ma Rongwu smiled and nodded, but he became nervous in his heart. He must not be ashamed in front of his students. End of this chapter. Chapter 240 Who Invented the Bicycle? Chapter 240 Who Invented the Bicycle? Ma Rongwu maintained the personal settings of the Yan teacher, and Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang pushed their bicycles to the outside of the school with Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang. At the same time, I was crazily recalling the actions of others riding a bicycle. But no matter how you recall, it's just a matter of riding on a bicycle and kicking your legs. It's nothing difficult. But Ma Rongwu looked at the bicycle in his hand again, and the more he looked at it, the more awkward he felt, so he didn't need to say to ride it. I feel a little disobedient even when I push it. Although I don't deal with physics, I also know that the triangle support can be stable. These 2 wheels. Who invented the bicycle? Why not 3 wheels? Ma Rongwu frantically complained. The 3 people walked out of the school pushing their bicycles. Let's go, Teacher Ma. Here. Li Bibai lifted her foot onto the bicycle again, and said as she looked at Ma Rongwu. Zhang Lanfang did the same thing, looking at Ma Rongwu, waiting for Ma Rongwu to get in the car and leave first, and the 2 followed behind. Just looking at the eyes of the 2 students, Ma Rongwu said calmly, you will lead the way first, and I will follow. Okay. Li Bibai and Zhang Lanfang got in the car and walked forward. After riding for 2 steps, they turned around and said, Mr. Ma, hurry up. Okay, okay. Ma Rongwu nodded with a smile, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, trying to collapse on the bicycle like 2 people. It's just that I didn't have time to pedal when I crashed on the bike, and I felt swaying and falling to the side. Why? Ma Rongwu called out involuntarily. Hearing the voice behind them, Li Bibai and Jiang Lanfang hurriedly turned their heads back. Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma. Li Bibai and Jiang Lanfang helped Ma Rongwu up. Teacher Ma, how are you? Are you okay? Li Bibai asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay. Ma Rongwu almost cried out of pain, but still had to keep his personality. In fact, if Li Bibai or Jiang Lanfang were the only one of them, Ma Rongwu would confess. But when two people were present, she felt that she couldn't keep the secret, and she couldn't speak frankly. Teacher Ma, can you still ride a bike? Jiang Lanfang asked. Yes, yes. Ma Rongwu insisted, saying that he can't be counseled at this time, or his reputation in this life will be over. Later, someone said from behind, have you seen it? It was the teacher Ma, who rode the principal's bicycle, and came back after a fall after going out. Then, you get in the car first and we will follow. Li Bibai asked tentatively. No, you go, I will follow. Ma Rongwu once again sent the two of them to go first. Then took a deep breath, collapsed on the bike again, glared at the bike and walked forward 2 steps crookedly, and then let out another exclamation. Then there is the sound of the bicycle, the body contacting the road. Although Ma Rongwu didn't yell out this time, but Li Bibai, who had been paying attention to the movement behind him, Jiang Lanfang and Jiang Lanfang turned around immediately. He lifted Ma Rongwu from the ground with a faster motion than the last time. Ma Rongwu's arm has fallen blue and purple, and his leg is also hot and painful. It should be swollen. However, Ma Rongwu can only smash his teeth into his stomach and swallow. The Anshi staff is determined not to collapse, otherwise the team will not be able to lead the team. I'm fine, I can still ride. Ma Rongwu still smiled, and said before the two of them could ask. It's just that this time Li Bibai and Jiang Lanfang have to let Ma Rongwu go first and follow them. After falling twice, Ma Rongwu was finally able to ride a bicycle crookedly for the 3rd time. Li Bibai and Jiang Lanfang are not stupid either. The first time they fell was said to be an accident, but the second time they fell again. Together with the memories of the two, this seems to be the first time Teacher Ma rode a bicycle in memory. Of course I understand. It turns out Teacher Ma can't ride a bicycle. And looking at Ma Rongwu's crooked look now, is it obvious that he was in that state when he first learned to ride a bicycle? Keep your body balanced, your upper body should be straight. Teacher Ma, don't be afraid. Li Bibai slowly followed Ma Rongwu on a bicycle, while leaving enough space to teach Ma Rongwu to ride a bicycle. Ma Rongwu listened carefully to Li Biai's skills, but he didn't say a word. My old lady can ride a bicycle. Okay, what do you mean by that? Along the way, with the teaching voices of Li Bibai and Jiang Lanfang and the exclamation of Ma Rongwu, the three drove towards Jianhua village. When turning in the middle, after Ma Rongwu fell again, he was finally able to ride a bicycle normally. Babe, when you go to college, you must study hard, in the future. Although Ma Rongwu was still riding crookedly, he was able to speak with energy. She never mentions that she can't ride a bicycle, and she shifted the subject to college life. Well, I know Teacher Ma, I am going to Beijing, our great capital, to go to university. Li Bibai said excitedly. The capital is good. Ma Rongwu sighed. She had never been to the capital in her life. The three chatted all the way, and they arrived at Jianhua village. Wang Dumeng just arrived at the entrance of the village and a truck drove over. The road was so wide. Looking at the oncoming truck, Ma Rongwu hurriedly avoided, almost not falling into the ditch next to him. It's okay, Mr. Ma. These truck masters are very skilled and won't bump into it. Li Bibai said hurriedly. It's okay to ride the bike. If you dodge in a hurry, you might be in danger if you accidentally bump into it. The Jiafang truck drove past, and Ma Rongwu, who was in shock, got off the bicycle, feeling that his legs were soft. Why are the trucks in this village? Ma Rongwu asked. Needless to say, to the village, there were no trucks passing by even in the village. Who would have thought that a big truck would be met when entering the village? The feeling of rushing towards the face is really terrifying. This is a truck from an educated youth cannery, delivered. Li Bibai quickly explained to Ma Rongwu. Educated youth canned food factory, which makes canned food. Ma Rongwa had also heard of educated youth canned food. It turned out to be in Jianhua village. It turns out that there is a factory in the village. No wonder the people in Jianhua village are so rich. Ma Rongwa thought in his heart. Teacher Ma, let's sit at my house first, and we will go to Uncle Xiaobai after a while. Li Bibai invited. Okay. Ma Rongwa has no objection. This Li Bibai is also her most precious student. Since he is here, it's okay to visit her home. As for Jiang Xiaobai affairs, he is not in a hurry. They have all come to Jianhua village, and it will be fine to notify him after a while. Teacher Ma, I will go home first, and I will go the later. Zhang Lanfang also said. After the three people separated, Li Bibai took Ma Rongwa to her home. End of this chapter. Chapter 241 went out. Chapter 241. Teacher Ma, this is my home. Li Bibai took Ma Rongwa to his door. Mom, are you at home? My teacher is here. Li Bibai yelled as soon as he entered the door. Liu Qi was just right to take a break today and did not go to work in the canteen of the educated youth cannery. Heard a voice coming out of the house. Babe, are you back? Hello, teacher. Come in and sit down. Liu Qi greeted enthusiastically, and at the same time took over the luggage in Li Biai's hand. Li Biai and Ma Rongwa leaned their bicycles against the wall and walked into the house. Teacher, you sit first, and I will pour you water. Liu Qi said, turning around to pour water for Ma Rongwa. Babe, isn't your mother there? Ma Rongwa asked Li Biai in a low voice. She still knows a little bit about Li Biai's well-studied class at home. I remember that Li Biai's mother had passed away before. So why did a mother suddenly appear? My dad married later. I got married some time ago. Li Biai did not hide it. Soon Liu Qi poured water and came back. Li Biai walked over and said, holding Liu Qi's arm, Mom, where are the younger brothers and sisters? They all went out to play, Liu Qi said, but her eyes kept looking at Ma Rongwa. Is there something wrong with the teacher's sudden visit? Well, Mom tells you good news. I am admitted to a university, a key university. Li Biai said excitedly. Liu Qi was taken aback, and then there was an ecstatic smile on her face. Really? Great key university, key university. Liu Qi said excitedly, feeling a little at a loss. Li Biai's mother left early. When she was a child, Liu Qi watched Li Biai grow up. Since she was a child, she has no children herself, and treats Li Biai like her own daughter. Now that Li Biai is admitted to university, Liu Qi is really excited and don't know what to do. Looking at the scene before him, Ma Rongwa didn't worry anymore. Although he was a stepmother, looking at the appearance of Li Biai and Liu Qi, they were not much worse than their mothers. Mom, I am so happy, Liu Qi said. The corners of her eyes were a little moist, and she quickly wiped it again. Babe, what do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you. After speaking, he remembered Ma Rongwa, who was on the side asking, Teacher, let's eat at home at noon. What do you want to eat? I'll get some food. I want to eat red meat. Li Biai finished speaking, then turned to look at Ma Rongwa. I can do whatever I want, just to trouble you. It's noon anyway. And Ma Rongwa is not hypocritical. When Li Biai's family was poor, she also frugal and helped Li Biai. Ma Rongwa was surprised by the richness of the lunch. Broiled pork, shredded pork with hot pepper, ribs. Ma Rongwa really wanted to ask, does your family buy meat without money? Li Biai's younger siblings also came back, knowing that her elder sister had been admitted to the university. It was noisy again. Congratulations to the older one, and the younger one only takes care of her sister being able to go to Beijing. What's so delicious in Beijing? Bring a little back to yourself when the time comes. After eating, Li Biai asked, Mom, where is my dad? Is he in the factory? During the meal, Li Laosan did not come back, and Li Biai did not care. Generally speaking, Li Laosan did not go home after eating in the factory. No. Your dad and your Uncle Bai have been out for a long time, and they haven't come back. Liu Qi said. Jiangxia Bai is out? Where did he go? Before Li Biai spoke, Ma Rongwa on the side could not sit still, and asked anxiously. The purpose of her coming today is to inform Jiang Xiaobai of the college entrance examination results. And by the way, let Jiang Xiaobai go back to school to prepare for a speech. As a result, he said that he had gone out and was not at home at all. I don't know, maybe I'm still in Shaanxi province, or I'm out of the province. I called back 2 days ago and said that I was in Luzhu city. I don't know where I am now. Liu Qi was taken aback for a moment and said, "What is this teacher doing in such a hurry?" "No, why did Jiang Xiaobai go outside?" Ma Rongwu said angrily. "You said that you, a student who has finished the college entrance examination, don't care about your grades and don't go to school. Then stay at home and wait for the notification. Why are you still running outside? If I can't find anyone, how can I go back and explain to the principal? Although it doesn't have much to do with yourself. But if you are not sure, you will be involved in yourself. Buy piglets. The pig farm in the village buys piglets." Liu Qi said. "No, buy piggy. Do you use him?" Ma Rongwu asked. "Use him to go." Liu Qi said, "Of course. If the director of Xiaobai is not going, who will go?" "Is there any way to contact him?" Ma Rongwu asked. "No, I can only wait for them to call home. Generally, they will call when they arrive at a place." Liu Qi said. Ma Rongwu had no choice but to leave the phone number of the school office, and repeatedly told Liu Qi if Jiang Xiaobai called home, be sure to tell Jiang Xiaobai that if you are in a hurry to find him, call the school back. Then he went out crookedly on his bicycle, and the good mood of having a full lunch was gone. Out of the village, on the way back to the school, thinking that the principal had not done well the things that the principal had explained, I was in a low mood, not paying attention, and fell to the ground again. There were no students next to him this time, and Ma Rongwu was not in a hurry to get up from the ground, rubbing his aching knee, and slowly rolled up his trouser legs. Only then did I see a large swelling on the knee, and it was bleeding. Looking around, there was no one around. Ma Rongwu suddenly sat on the ground and started crying. For so many years, it is not easy for her to take the child alone, and there are many people pointing and pointing behind her. If she didn't pretend to be strong all day long, she held herself tightly with a layer of armor. It is estimated that all of them have been hit by life. I got results in the college entrance examination in the class, and I can finally exaggerate. As a result, not only did I fall several times, but the principal's account was not done. All the grievances rushed to my heart. Tears involuntarily flowed down. Ma Rongwu, wiping tears, got up and pushed his bicycle forward. He didn't know what the principal would say if things were not done. At the same time, Jiang Xiaobai also called back to the educated youth cannery in Longqing. Li Bibai took the phone and talked to Jiang Xiaobai about Jiang Xiaobai's achievements. "I took the provincial science champion. Is it true or not?" "Are you kidding me?" Jiang Xiaobai was also a little confused when he heard the news, wiped a handful of his skinny face after the wind and sun, and grabbed the phone to ask. 2. End of this chapter. Chapter 242 Double Happiness. Chapter 242 Double Happiness is coming. Jiang Xiaobai is still very sure that he can be admitted to a university, even a key university. After all, is a person who has been killed in a sea of books and questions from later generations. Now the college entrance examination is mostly such a large number of workers who have been struggling in the countryside, or they are students who have just returned to the school for a few years. Comparing Jiang Xiaobai with them is still quite confident. At least it's okay to take a key university. But if it is said to be the first in science in the province, it really depends not only on strength, but also on luck. Li Bibai said excitedly, "Uncle Bai is amazing, not only able to lead the village to make a fortune, but also to establish such a big factory director. And it's so good in learning." Turned out to be the #1 in science in the province's college entrance examination. "By the way, Uncle Bai, Teacher Ma came to you, and came to the village today. It seems that there is something to do. Ask you to call her back. The school phone number is." "Okay, I get it." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his excited face. He didn't expect that he had accidentally become a student bully. Hung up the phone, and after a while, Jiang Xiaobai picked up the phone and called the school again. The principal answered the call. After knowing that it was Jiang Xiaobai, his tone became affectionate to a certain extent. There are prisons, and each school also has its own school-run enterprise, but they are of different sizes. That's why Jiang Xiaobai heard that he was going to each school to make a report, and immediately put his idea on the school-run enterprise. Reporting is also one of the unique activities of this era. As soon as someone is selected as an advanced worker or model worker, a report will be made. It's just related to the scope of this selection. If you choose it in your own factory, then you will make a report in the factory. The provincial college entrance examination champions like Jiang Xiaobai basically report from schools across the province. And like some national model characters, it is a national report. Basically it is like having a concert with a later star. Is also admired by people. Really, let me get in touch and get together. There should be no problem with the 300 piglets you want. Director Zhu said dumbfoundedly. Actually, he also wants to understand now. Jiang Xiaobai called himself and thought about it and asked him to help. Is Jiang Xiaobai? If you change another student, even the province's champion, who would dare to call yourself, let alone help yourself by doing a report? Double happiness is here. Double happiness is here. Jiang Xiaobai put down the phone and said excitedly, not only did he pass the province's college entrance examination champion, but he also ran the 300 little piglets that hadn't landed for more than half of them. What's the matter, Director Xiaobai? Lausen asked, looking at the excited Jiang Xiaobai. Although he heard a few words like piggy, college entrance examination, he didn't understand it. Good thing. Go, come to my house, walk on the road and say, let my mother cook some dishes for you, we have a good meal. Rest and rest. Jiang Xiaobai said excitedly. Okay. Li Laosen nodded, seeing that Jiang Xiaobai has good news. It should be Piggy's thing that has been done. Walking on the road, Li Laosen realized that not only did Piggy's affairs have been done, but also that the director of Xiaobai had also taken the provincial college entrance examination champion. Awesome, Director Xiaobai. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were extraordinary. It turned out that the gentleman Wenxing from the sky descended from the earth. Half of Li San was really shocked, and the other half was habitual flattering. But this flattering is really cool. Really? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a laugh. Yes, you are not only Wenxing descending, you are also the god of wealth descending. You see, after you came to Jianhua village, Jianhua village has changed a lot. My family was poor. Here, Laosen Li tried his best to flatter Jiang Xiaobai. On the other side, Ma Rongwu pulled his head and limped into the school while pushing his bicycle. He hesitated at the door of the principal's office and finally knocked on the door. Teacher Ma is back. Come in quickly. Principal, Ma Rongwu lowered his head and asked how to speak. Teacher Ma, are you very efficient in doing things? Xiaobai has already called back, explaining that he will be heading back from Longqing in the next day. If you hurry, you will be able to arrive at school tomorrow night. The principal said. Ma Rongwu raised his head with a surprised expression. Really? Principal? Ma Rongwu smiled and tears almost flowed out again. What is this? The crowd looked for him thousands of times, and suddenly looked back, but the man was in the dimly lit place, and he was talking about himself. Really? I can lie to you. Teacher Ma, prepare for it. If you go out to give a report this time, you have to follow along. They can't just see the province's college entrance examinations science champion, and they can also meet the teacher. The principal continued to say with a smile. Really? I am going to the principal. Is it appropriate? Ma Rongwu was full of ecstasy. It's right. That's it. You go back and prepare. The principal waved his hand and said with a smile. How lost before entering the door, how excited Ma Rongwu is now. This day is really ups and downs. I don't know how long it has been since such a big wave of emotions. Was first questioned by Director Zhu and found out that he had reported the wrong number of people and said the wrong thing. Later, he found out that the province's college entrance examination champion came out of the class, and then went to Jiang Xiaobai's house excitedly, but returned again disappointed. Now I'm going out to give a report again. lost, excited, lost, excited. For the first time in his life, Marongwa has had such a big ups and downs in a day. End of this chapter. Chapter 243 Family Atmosphere. Chapter 243 Family Atmosphere. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Losan returned to the guest house to take their luggage, and then walked towards Jiang Xiaobai's house. This is my home, Jiang Xiaobai said, and walked in with Losan Li. Mom, Mom! Jiang Xiaobai shouted loudly as he walked home. Who? Is it the third child? How did I hear the voice of the third child? Mother Jiang walked out of the house while speaking. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai standing in the middle of the courtyard, he was stunned on the spot. Lao-san, isn't Mum dreaming? Are you back? Mother Jiang rubbed her eyes vigorously. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and walked over, and was hugged by Jiang's mother. Mom, this is my eldest brother from the village where I jumped into the queue. His surname is Li. Jiang Xiaobai introduced Li San to Mother Jiang. Big sister. Li Laosan thought for a long time before he called out. Let's call Jiang Xiaobai an aunt. My own picture is a bit too old, so I can only talk about it. Mom, just call the old third. Jiang Xiaobai said. The third one. Right? Come in and rest. Mother Jiang greeted enthusiastically. Xiaobai, what's the matter with you? Why are you so haggard? Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said distressedly. Jiang Xiaobai has been eating and sleeping all day, and the stubble on his face has appeared, and the whole body has indeed lost a lot of weight. It's okay, Mom. Where's my sister? Jiang Xiaobai entered the room but didn't see the second sister Jiang Honlin. Was it at home just now? This deadens I don't know what to do in hiding in the house. Mother Jiang shouted towards the next room after speaking. Honlin, come here, your brother is back. Jiang Honlin reluctantly came out of the room. She heard Jiang Xiaobai voice just now, but she didn't want to come out. What are you doing hiding in the house? Didn't you hear when your brother came back? Go shopping for vegetables, and call your dad back. By the way, Mother Jiang's mouth opened was a bunch of work arrangements. Although she usually worked, when Jiang Xiaobai came back, she watched Jiang Xiaobai not do anything and worked on her own. Jiang Honlan felt uncomfortable for a while, and she was able to comfort herself at ordinary times. The girl from any other family worked at home. But as soon as Jiang Xiaobai came back, when there was a contrast, Jiang Honlan felt out of breath. Oh! Jiang Honlan prolonged her voice and glared at Jiang Xiaobai. Mom, look at the second sister and she stares at me. Jiang Xiaobai was not used to Jiang Honlan either. Dai Nizai, he is your younger brother. What do you scare him to do? Then scare him, see if I will not join you. Jiang Mu scolded without hesitation. Jiang Xiaobai made a face to Jiang Honlin. It's been a long time since he went home. Jiang Xiaobai also particularly enjoys this family atmosphere. Of course, the second sister Jiang Honlan enjoys it or not. He doesn't know if he enjoys it. Jiang Honlan stomped and turned and left. A conversation between Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang's mother came from behind. Then, the second sister hasn't found her husband's family yet. Isn't this picky? Isn't that so? Tell me about her. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai's words, Jiang Honlan staggered and almost didn't fall. Jiang Tishan was buying canned food when he saw the girl Jiang Honlan coming over. After hearing the news of his son's return, Jiang Tishan was still very happy. He closed the stall and sorted out the money he earned today, cut another pound of pork, and went home with Jiang Honlan. Parents, I want to announce a good news. Before the meal was ready, Jiang Xiaobai looked at his father and mother Jiang and said, suddenly attracted the eyes of father Jiang and mother Jiang. Jiang Honlan didn't know what kind of demon Jiang Xiaobai was going to be. But I was praying in my heart, don't relate to yourself, you said son. Mother Jiang said while putting the dishes. My college entrance examination this year was the #1 in science in our province's college entrance examination. Jiang Xiaobai brewed his emotions and said slowly. After speaking, I waited for Jiang's father and Jiang's mother to look shocked and joyful. It's just that Jiang Xiaobai didn't even stop her hand movements. Don't be kidding, eat well, The dishes on this table are all your favorites," Mother Jiang said with a smile. Although she dotes on her son, she still knows his son's virtues. If she said she had a fight, she believed it. But if you want to take college entrance exams, and you are still the first in the province, that's a joke. If you can study so well, I should have passed the college entrance examination last year. I went to university with Liu Igo and Wang Xiaojun. No, I mean it. Jiang Xiaobai understood and explained it hard. Explained for a long time before letting Mother Jiang and Father Jiang believe that the news was true. Really, son? You didn't lie to us. You really got the first place in the province in the college entrance examination. Jiang's mother stopped, watching her son ask seriously. The son used to fight all day, but he never lied. Really? Can I use this to lie to you? Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Old ginger, green smoke is coming from your family's ancestral grave. Come on, show your mum a good look. My son is amazing. If he doesn't take the exam, he will be the first place. Jiang Mule's heart is in full bloom. Father Jiang's big fan-like hand patted Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder. Good boy, worthy of my kind. Jiang Honlan held chopsticks and sat on the stool in a daze. Real or fake? Only his incompetent brother was able to get the first place in the province. Although I haven't taken the college entrance examination, I have heard of it. How many people can't get into college at all? If the university is easy to go to, so many people won't be able to go to university. Continuous entrance examination for a general university or even a junior college is the goal of everyone's hard work. But now Jiang Xiaobai has actually taken the first place in the province, which is hard to imagine. Although he was a little skeptical, Jiang Honlan also knew that although this younger brother could cause trouble, he was not stupid and would not make jokes about such things, because this kind of lie is easy to expose. Good, great. Son, come and eat more. You look thin, you must be tired from studying. Mother Jiang kept putting vegetables into Jiang Xiaobai bowl, looking at Jiang Xiaobai, all smiles on her face. It can't be opened. Bring me wine, son. Have 2 drinks with my dad. Jiang Tishan turned his head and ordered towards Jiang Hongmai. From childhood to adulthood, as long as there is something happy at home, Jiang Tishan must make 2 glasses, and Jiang's mother will not stop him at this time. Jiang Honlan doesn't understand why she is always hurt. It turned out to be the mother instructed to do the work, but now even the father does it. Jiang Tishan, his son Jiang Xiaobai, and Li Losan were drinking. Mother Jiang ate 2 bites in a hurry, and then said that you eat slowly, and then went out to find neighbors to show off. Since I was young, my little son has always caused troubles and fights. Now that he is successful, he must show off. End of this chapter. Chapter 244 Happy Family. Chapter 244 Happy Jiang Family. At night, when eating, of course all the Jiang family members were called back. Eldest sister Jiang Hongmai, brother-in-law Li Donghai, eldest brother Jiang Zijun, second brother Jiang Zijian, third sister Jiang Hongxiang and third brother-in-law. When the eldest sister and the eldest brother-in-law came, they didn't have any less things in their hands. Now Li Donghai is no longer in the factory, and Liu's hands make more money. Of course, it is generous when it is spent. Li Donghai met Jiang Xiaobai very warmly, but the third brother-in-law was still a new son-in-law, and he was probably a little unfamiliar. He sat silently and taciturn aside. Father and Mother Jiang announced that Jiang Xiaobai had passed the provincial science champion in the college entrance examination. Everyone was stunned, even the second brother Jiang Zijun, who had never heard of things outside the window and read only the sage's books, was stopped. Impossible, impossible. Jiang Zijian reacted more intensely. He is a high school student, and he knows the cruelty of the college entrance examination best. So I know more about what it means to be number 1 in the college entrance examination. My younger brother has not even attended high school for a day. If the blind cat bumps into a dead mouse and takes a college degree, then Taksin. But if you say it's impossible to get into a university, let alone get a provincial champion, what's impossible? It's okay for you not to see your brother. Mother Jiang's eyes widened, and the new brother-in-law saw the status of Jiang Xiaobai brother-in-law in the family for the first time. Don't bother with Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang's mother convinced everyone that this was true with a few words. Okay, Xiaobai is promising, and he has gone to college. If you are short of money, tell your elder sister, we will get the money. Li Donghai patted Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder and said that he said this because one is that he is now earning more money, and the other is that Jiang Xiaobai was awarded the province's top prize, and then he will be an investment if he has a profit. 3 is the time of Chinese New Year. Jiang Xiaobai also gave food stamps and various tickets to make him feel good to Jiang Xiaobai brother-in-law. Li Donghai said this, and he was embarrassed by the new third brother-in-law. What should I say? Isn't it good not to say? But I can't do it again, and this shouldn't be said as a brother-in-law, but Li Donghai just said it. I don't need you, Donghai. I can still do it. I'm not the youngest yet. Xiaobai is admitted to college. I'm exhausted to my old bones, and let him go to school. Jiang Tishan waved his hand and said excitedly. Lao San on the side looked at the family. You are vying for one by one. Don't you know that the one sitting in front of you is Director Jiang, a large factory director who has shares in all 3 factories. Any factory's shares can be taken out, and at this time, individuals can be killed, not to mention the shares. It's just 500 yuan a month's salary. Why is it not enough? How much money do you earn in a month? It can be used for you to spend money. But looking at Jiang Xiaobai's side, old Sanli understood. I'm afraid they really don't know. No, I don't need to spend any money to go to college now. It's free, and living expenses will be paid back. Jiang Xiaobai said. He finally enjoyed the benefits of going to university without spending money, and being able to assign jobs and houses after graduation. It doesn't cost money, that's a good feeling. Jiang Tishan laughed. In this way, pick a day. We have to invite all the neighbors in the neighborhood to have a banquet. Jiang Mu said. Well, yes, this matter can't be pulled down. For such a glorious thing, you must have a banquet. Father Jiang also agreed. When I finish eating, I will take a national certificate and a provincial champion. Jiang Zijian put his chopsticks on the table and stood up and said. It's just that in the end, he still didn't dare to say the words of the national champion. He still had a little bit of self-knowledge about himself. Jiang Zijian went back to his house to study, and he will have the college entrance examination next year. Jiang Zijian's departure did not cause any disturbance at all. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother at the dinner table, plus Jiang Hongmai and Jiang Hongxiang were discussing the banquet enthusiastically. Not only must it be done, but also a big deal. Dong A and I took the money for the banquet. The eldest sister Jiang Hongmai now has money at home, and her tone of voice has become a lot harder. While you stay, you can still get your money. Jiang Tishan glanced at the girl and saw that you were not pleasing to your eyes. Now that you have money, you can talk to Lao Tzu like that. Also used youth to understand people. He could be so inferior to Li Donghai's son-in-law, letting himself sell canned food, but not letting himself earn a high salary. Parents, my little brother has got such a good result in the exam, so we must notify all the relatives in the family. Yes, there are neighbors. The 4 discussed, while Li Donghai and Jiang Xiaobai and Li San were also chatting on the other side. Only Jiang Honlan and the newly arrived third brother-in-law ate silently, which was incompatible with the warm atmosphere on the table. Jiang Honlan did not want to talk to Jiang Xiaobai. Originally, when Jiang Xiaobai went home, her status plummeted. Now that Jiang Xiaobai is back with the province's college entrance examination champion, she has been beaten to the bottom, just like a transparent person. No, transparent people don't have to work. She has to work. Oh, I don't do it in the factory now. At a canning agent, I can get 50 yuan a month. Li Donghai said with a smile. Canned food agent, Jiang Xiaobai muttered, and then looked at each other with Li San. The two immediately thought of educated youth canned food. At this time, in the canned food market in Jin province, It is estimated that only educated youth canned food are agents. What canned food? Jiang Xiaobai asked tentatively. It's called educated youth canned food. It's the kind of canned food you took when you went home last year. Li Donghai said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Losun's eyes are a little weird. Jiang Xiaobai said okay without saying much. Go ahead, anyway. The state-owned enterprise will go bankrupt sooner or later, so it's better to come out earlier. Accumulate a little experience. No matter if you are doing business or doing anything in the future, it is better than waiting to be laid off in a state-owned enterprise. Xiaobai, you will have a good rest at home these 2 days, and just wait for college. Mother Jiang discussed the banquet and turned to look at Jiang Xiaobai instructions. No, Mom, I have to go back tomorrow. Jiang Xiaobai said. What are you going back to do? I've been admitted to college. Jiang Mu said. Isn't this the province's top pick? Many high schools in the province invited me to give reports, organized by the city. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. In fact, needless to say that there was such a thing. Even if there was no such thing, the 3 factories also needed to be arranged before they could go to university, otherwise he would not be relieved. Mother Jiang, who was unhappy at first. When my son said this, he immediately agreed with a smile. Make a report. Good. Good report. Go, you must go, and I will let you know when a day is set at home. The smile on Jiang's mother's face has not faded all day. End of this chapter. Chapter 245 Give a report. Chapter 245 Report. The next day Jiang Xiaobai and Li Losun returned to Jianhua village, cleaned up a bit, and then went to school. We first gave reports at 2 high schools in the county, then 3 in the city. And finally, comrades from the County Education Bureau arranged Jiang Xiaobai itinerary. It means that there is not enough time, otherwise the Municipal Education Bureau would like Jiang Xiaobai to report to all high schools in the city. Jiang Xiaobai also murmured secretly as he listened. It is now mid to late August. If you really follow this situation, you probably don't have much free time before school starts. Don't you just ask for 300 piglets? This is to use me as a pig. No, the pig will not work. Jiang Xiaobai secretly slandered. Okay, I have no opinion. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. For 300 piglets, he endured it. You have no opinion? What other opinions can you as a student have? Besides, this is a report. It's a great thing. There is no chance for others to rush to report. The entire Shangma Township High School is already full of colorful flags and slogans, such as warm congratulations to Jiang Xiaobai, a student of our school, for winning the first place in the province are everywhere. There is also a slogan warm congratulations to the 19 students of our school for entering the university, which was squeezed into the corner by Jiang Xiaobai's slogan. And it was invisible at all. Get in the car and start. When the bus drove into the county's number 1 high school, the number 1 high school also fluttered with colorful flags, and the students on both sides shook small red flags and welcomed them. The speech was prepared a long time ago, so Jiang Xiaobai just read it. The 3-step learning method is the learning experience I have summed up for a long time. The old thing is brought up again, and Jiang Xiaobai is ready to talk in more detail this time. Read to the end. Looking at the speech in hand, looking at the words on the speech, Jiang Xiaobai paused and put down the speech in his hand. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the students under the stage. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai's movements, Ma Ronghua, the principal, and the leaders of the County Education Bureau, they felt a sigh in their hearts. This has been drilled in advance, and now Jiang Xiaobai should continue to recite, and there is one last word of thanks to the leader. Dear students, this year is the 2nd year of the recovery of the college entrance examination. We have experienced more than 10 years of turbulence. Many students have just been liberated from the labor in the field and can sit in the classroom to study. We should cherish the hard-won, the opportunity to study hard. Knowledge is the only opportunity to change your destiny. Jiang Xiaobai said slowly, mentioning the 10-year turmoil, not only the students present, but also the teachers and leaders have lingering fears. Knowledge can make us spiritually rich, make our country rich. Students work hard. The future will get better and better. I hope we can have the opportunity to witness and even participate in it, and use our knowledge to contribute to the prosperity of the country. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, there was warm applause, and a group of high school students were boiled with enthusiasm by Jiang Xiaobai. Even the people from the County Education Bureau applauded enthusiastically. To be honest, when they wrote the speech, they didn't expect to raise learning to the height of the country. At the end of Jiang Xiaobai saw Director Zhu standing under the stage with a smile and applauding. Jiang Xiaobai still has ideas, and now he has taken the province's college entrance examination champion. It can be said that the future is bright. Regarding him purely as a student, then he might not be as good as a student. Xiaobai, wonderful. Director Zhu applauded and greeted Jiang Xiaobai, who had left the scene. But how do I feel that this attitude is not about treating relatives? It's a bit like talking about friendship among the same generation. Director Zhu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Xiaobai looked sincere and fearful. The 300 piglets you wanted are done. Of course I have to come. Director Zhu said with a laugh. Jiang Xiaobai is not embarrassed either. Okay, let's confess and stop pretending. Director Zhu said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai wanted piggy, but he took a detailed look at the current situation in Jianhua village again. As long as Director Zhu likes it, I will send someone 2 boxes of canned food and a few slices of pork. Jiang Xiaobai also said with a smile. At this time, it would be inappropriate to pretend to be a student. No, I'm fine. I will give you a taste. Besides, you are a teacher and I am a student. The students make things in their own homes and give them to the teacher, who can say nothing. Jiang Xiaobai said, as if you would not accept it. Don't say anything else. Just being a man is superb. Obviously it is to give gifts to myself, but it can be said abruptly. A piece of heart from the student to the teacher. But who doesn't like such a person? He can also make a good relationship with Jiang Xiaobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 246. I'm afraid you won't find the way. Chapter 246. Mom is afraid that you will not find a way. Since August 20th, Jiang Xiaobai is either making a report or on his way from the county to the city. From the city to other cities, finally came to the provincial capital. After arriving in the provincial capital, Jiang Xiaobai and the leader invited her home and were ready to go back and go around. Okay, don't forget. In the afternoon, I will go to Longqing Iron and Steel Plant High School to give a report. You can just go directly and don't miss the time. Longqing Iron and Steel Plant High School. Okay, I see. Jiang Xiaobai said. Go home at noon. Jiang Mu and Jiang Xiaobai said. The date is set, and the banquet will be held 2 days later. Don't you know? Back then, the women said secretly that Xiaobai couldn't find someone in our family. Now that we know that Xiaobai took the top prize in the college entrance examination, we all wanted to give us all the words. Jiang Xiaobai introduced the object. Jiang's mother's chin slightly raised, and the end of her speech was very long. Jiang Tishan smiled, but Jiang Xiaobai was anxious listening to Jiang's mother. Mom, don't make any promises, Jiang Xiaobai said quickly. According to the ethos of this era, if someone as big as Jiang Xiaobai is not going to school, he should almost talk about marriage. Many people in Jianhua village wanted to talk to Jiang Xiaobai as a matchmaker, but none of Jiang Xiaobai rejections. Needless to say, there is Li Xian. Just without Li Xian and Jiang Xiaobai, he didn't want to get married so early. He was afraid that his mother would agree to it at the moment. The words of the matchmaker ordered by his parents were not that it was so important that he could not go back, but it will always cause some bad effects. Don't worry, your mother is not an ignorant person. How could she agree to it blindly? Mother Jiang cast a glance at her son and said with contempt. Jiang Xiaobai just breathed out, when she heard Jiang's mother continue to say, I will definitely choose the best one for you carefully. Mother Jiang said. Jiang Xiaobai almost spit out old blood. Mom, I have an object. Jiang Xiaobai could only say, where is there an object? How are the girls in Jianhua village? How are the people? Mother Jiang asked. Her son stayed in Jianhua village all day, except for the girls in the village. She couldn't think of anyone else. It doesn't matter if she is in the village. She is not the kind of person who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Whether she is marrying a girl or a daughter-in-law, she is the first to look at her character. Even the three girls who think she is partial to her little son can't deny this. The eldest sister and the third sister married are not very good, but the eldest sister-in-law and brother-in-law are definitely the kind of people who are honest and responsible. Whoever goes to the capital will be able to brag about it for a long time. It's okay, she is from the capital, and your son is not bad. So good, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. That's true. Mother Jiang didn't think about it in an instant. There is a chance to bring it back to mom during the new year. If you get married first, mom will use all the money saved at home first. Mother Jiang said with a smile. Some of the three children in the family came in order. Marry one by one. It is often difficult to find the one at the end. There is nothing in the family. But in the view of Mother Jiang, Jiang Xiaobai is not only the youngest son in the family, but also the eldest son who has inherited her husband's job. Leaving the opportunity to study in the provincial capital to Zhejiang, now Xiaobai is able to enter the university because of his own hard work. The family owes a lot to the younger son, so it's okay to marry the younger son first. The eldest brother who had just entered the door listened to his mother's words. His expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have to hurry up. The girl introduced by Aunt Liu in the factory should also go and meet. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head. His age was in his previous life. Maybe he was a puppy's, but now he is about to see his parents. But he doesn't plan to get married now. At least he will have to wait until after graduating from university. By the way, Xiaobai, you can stay at home for 2 more days when you come back this time. It's just right to hold a banquet for the top student in the college entrance examination 2 days later. You must be the two. Mother Jiang said. Well, I will stay for 2 more days, but I have to go out to give a report and go to Longqing Iron and Steel Plant High School in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai said. Our factory's high school. Okay, Jiang Zi said, and got up and went out. Needless to say, he must be looking for someone to show off. But Jiang Xiaobai doesn't care. It's good if his mother is happy. If you want to show off, just show off, and don't break the law. At lunch, Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, Son, Mom will go with you this afternoon. You haven't been there. Mom is afraid you won't find the way. Ah, I can't find the way, I can find it. Besides, there is a second brother. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized something and said, Yes, I can't find the way. Mom, please go with me. Okay, if your son has something to do, Mom will ask for leave to accompany you. Mother Jiang said with a smile, and there was an indescribable expression on the faces of the rest of the family. Zhejiang, you will be with your brother in the afternoon. Mother Jiang turned to look at Jiang Zijian's orders. I don't, Jiang Zijian said without even thinking about it. It turned out that he hadn't heard about things outside the window and only read the sage books. He sees that his brothers and sisters at home are proud of their hearts, and none of them have their own culture. But suddenly this younger brother was killed and became the top student in the college entrance examination, which made him feel unprecedented pressure. Moreover, I feel that I have no face. I was actually overtaken by this younger brother. Huh? Mother Jiang's eyes widened, and her nasal sound was particularly heavy. The coercion cultivated by Jiang's mother for a long time made Jiang Zijian unable to resist. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we will hurry and set off. Honlan will also go. Don't delay. Mother Jiang said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, hurrying to grab the rice. Mother Jiang gave the third sister Jiang Honlan the cleaning up of the dishes, and then went out to chat with the neighbors in the neighborhood. Across the yard, you can still hear Jiang's mother greet the neighbors to go together. Jiang Honlan has completely accepted her fate and went to wash with the pots and bowls. End of this chapter. Chapter 247 Zhao Xinyi. Chapter 247 Zhao Xinyi. This is my son Jiang Xiaobai. Who passed the college entrance examination for the province is #1 in science. He came to the factory to give a report today. No, it's not Jiang Zijian, but Jiang Xiaobai, the youngest son. Zijian will only take the college entrance examination next year. In a huton that has lasted for decades, Jiang's mother took her 3 children and walked for almost 20 minutes, chatting with everyone. Jiang Xiaobai is of course the most shining child standing next to Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zijian and Jiang Honlen are the supporting green leaves. Especially Jiang Zijian. His head almost fell to the ground. In the afternoon of the same day, making a report at Longqing Iron and Steel Plant High School, watching Jiang Xiaobai come to the stage, there was a sudden noise in the audience. Jiang Xiaobai made a report in other places. It didn't matter, everyone didn't know him, but it was in the Longqing Iron and Steel Plant. But now, she has become the province's top college entrance examination. Jiang Xiaobai ignored the voice below. Originally, all his memories of Longqing Steel Factory came from the body of the host. After rebirth, Jiang Xiaobai had no contact with anyone except his family. If you really count from the memory of this world, then Jianhua village is the place where his memory begins. And it is also the place where his dreams begin in this life. Dear leaders, Jiang Xiaobai gave a report on his own. For him, today's report can make Jiang's mother a little bit happy. Longqing Iron and Steel Plant High School is no different from other high schools. Dear students, the above is what I want to say today. Finally, I hope everyone can study hard and work hard for their own future and a better future for their own lives. Thank you. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, and there was fierce applause from the audience. Jiang's mother clapped her hands even more, and 1 or 3 Jiang Honlan also dealt with applauding. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai stepped down, a group of people gathered around. Yes, brother Xiaobai, he said that he has a level, and he deserves to be a person from our Longqing Iron and Steel Junior High School. Yes, brother Xiaobai, what you said is really wonderful. I have to try the 3-step learning method when I go back. After 2 years, I will also get a provincial champion. Brother Xiaobai, it's true that you have been admired for 3 days. You have changed and we don't know you anymore. A group of students gathered around and watched Jiang Xiaobai babbledly talking. They all went directly to high school from Longqing Iron and Steel Middle School, and they were both classmates with Jiang Xiaobai. There were a bunch of bear children headed by Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai also relied on his own memory to deal with them one by one. Jiang Xiaobai, a crisp girl rang. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai turned his head, he saw a girl with ponytails approaching. The girl wore 2 small ponytails and flicked it. The skin on her face was white and red, and her big eyes and double eyelids blinked and moved in a breathtaking manner. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai with a slight smile on his face, the 2 small dimples on his face added a bit of charming charm. As soon as the voice fell, people walked over, and the classmates around Jiang Xiaobai turned their heads when they heard the sound, and they suddenly gave way to the road. Congratulations, Jiang Xiaobai. The girl looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, with a sound like a oriole crowing, and a long song of a nightingale. The voice is crisp and sweet, sweet and soft. Thank you, Zhao Xini. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, and immediately reacted. He admitted that even with the people he has seen in the 2 lives, this girl can be regarded as that kind of very beautiful. Speaking of being more beautiful than female celebrities, that is not a lie, because some female celebrities are really not beautiful. However, Jiang Xiaobai was well informed in his previous life, and he did not have the mentality of being in his 2 lives. So after a slight glimpse of the girl's beauty, he also reacted. According to the memory searched from the memory, he can accurately know the girl's name. Zhao Xini, the eldest lady of Zhao Daking of Longqing Iron and Steel Plant, has a superior family background and beautiful people, and is the dream lover of all the children of Longqing Iron and Steel Plant. It turned out that Jiang Xiaobai was certainly one of them, and she had also blocked Zhao Xini several times with others, but was later scammed. What school are you going to go to? Zhao Xini looked at Jiang Xiaobai expression and was also startled. In fact, She came here because she was curious about Jiangxiabai. It turned out that Jiangxiabai was a virtue. She also understood. She is a celebrity from the Longqing Iron and Steel Factory. Jiangxiabai is also very famous, not to mention that she used to lead people to block herself several times. And then she asked her eldest brother for help. I heard that the eldest brother had beaten him several times before she stopped struggling yourself. Suddenly took the provincial college entrance examination #1 student. She was a little curious, so she came over and said congratulations. But this look is really different from the original. I am going to Beijing Normal University. Jiangxiabai said. Okay. See you at the university. Zhao Xinyi left a sentence and turned and left. He hasn't forgotten it yet. I remember that when he was leading people to block him, he was forced to be helpless. So he said that he waited until he was admitted to the university. He asked what university he was going to take, and he said Beijing Normal University. Although I finished talking at the end, I was also strongly kissed by a dragonfly. This was also the reason why I was angry later and went directly to my eldest brother to say that the eldest brother beat him up. Could it be that he still remembers the university he was going to take, so he signed up for a school with himself? This is the case for girls, even if they don't like him. But knowing that a boy works hard for himself, when he gets better, there will still be a trace of joy in the deepest part of his heart. Of course, not only girls, but boys are the same. This is human nature, which is different from the kind of spare tires. Looking at Zhao Xinyi walking towards Jiangxiabai, I don't know how many people were heartbroken at this moment, but Zhao Xinyi said a few words and left, and many people also came back to life. After some self-comfort, continue to fall in love with the goddess in my heart. Brother Xiaobai. Yes, the plant flower has been taken down. Brother Xiaobai. Zhao Xinyi, I feel Zhao Xinyi smiled at me just now. You just smelled it, that kind of fragrance that rushes to your face. The crowd around Jiangxiabai clamored once again. Jiangxiabai didn't feel anything. He regarded Zhao Xinyi as a goddess. That was the original host's business. As for the memory of the original host, the influence of wealthy Jiangxiabai has been minimal. Zhao Xinyi is just a beautiful girl to Jiangxiabai. End of this chapter. Chapter 248 Invite. Chapter 248 Invitation. In the office, Zhao Gang, who heard news from the factory, was taken aback for a moment and looked at the visitor and asked, "Our factory children took the provincial college entrance examination champion, and then come back to give a report?" "Yes, the director." The assistant nodded and said, "Okay, I see, then arrange it at noon, and I will go over to accompany it." Zhao Gang arranged. Longqing Iron and Steel Plant is the largest iron and steel plant in Jin Province and has a high status in Jin Province. He is also very busy in this factory, but I heard that his own factory's children took the first place in the provincial college entrance examination and came to his factory to give a report. I can still spare some time to meet. Okay, he'll do it now. The assistant nodded and was about to turn around and go out. By the way, tell me at home that I won't go back to eat at noon. Zhao Gang raised his head and ordered. Okay. The assistant responded and turned and went out. As for Jiang's mother, she withdrew after showing off, and went back to prepare for the banquet for 2 days. There were some people who didn't believe that their son had taken the first place in the college entrance examination. Now that they have finished the report, let's see who dares to question. Assistant Wang, why are you here? The principal of Iron and Steel High School asked, looking at the rushing assistant factory director. At noon, the director arranged to entertain guests in the canteen of the factory. I would like to meet the top students who are walking out of our factory. Assistant Wang said with a smile. The director speaks, and of course others will not lose face. The director of the largest steel plant in Jin Province. That is not a joke. Not to mention Jiangxiabai. Both his mother and eldest brother work in the factory, and his family lives in a house divided by the factory. Offended this boss, it is easy to not get out of the Longqing Iron and Steel Plant. Assistant Wang arranged Jiangxiabai and others, and then called factory manager Zhao's house. As soon as Zhao Xinyi got home, she received a call from assistant Wang. Zhao Xinyi is also used to his father not coming back for dinner. Asked, "What's the matter?" Assistant Wang did not conceal. He said that Director Zhao was preparing to entertain Jiang Xiaobai. Zhao Xinyi made a ghostly sentence, and I went over. After I finished speaking, I felt wrong again, so I added a sentence. He is my classmate. Assistant Wang didn't think too much. Zhao Xinyi took the college entrance examination this year, and Jiang Xiaobai also took the college entrance examination this year. Both of them were junior high school students in the factory, and they knew each other quite normally. Xinyi is coming over, classmate. Come on. Zhao Gang didn't think much after listening to the assistant's report. Zhao Gang ran into a girl at the entrance of the cafeteria. This Jiang Xiaobai is your junior high school classmate. Why haven't you heard it? Zhao Gang asked with a smile, looking at his baby girl. He is in charge of such a big factory, and Jiang Xiaobai is so famous that he can't be passed on to him. Well, it's my classmate. Since she has lied, Zhao Xinyi can only continue to hide it. Director. As soon as Zhao Gang took the assistant and daughter into the box, everyone in the box stood up and greeted him. Sit down, Zhao Gang said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhao Xinyi with some doubts, and did not understand how she came. Zhao Xinyi looked at Jiang Xiaobai, face a little red. She didn't know how she wanted to come over in a wicked manner, and also lied to his father. Jiang Xiaobai, right? Okay, the province's college entrance examination champion. It's amazing. Zhao Gang and Jiang Xiaobai shook hands and said, Director, I'm sorry, you are in charge of such a big factory, and you work hard to work for these tens of thousands of workers every day. It is amazing. Jiang Xiaobai quickly said that Longyang is one of the several steel plants in the country. Longyang's predecessor is the Northwest Iron and Steel Plant, and it is also the first company in the country to produce stainless steel, and achieved an annual output of 1 million tons of steel last year. Jiang Xiaobai, the factory director, to be honest, in front of others, it is simply insignificant. Ha ha, young people can talk. The countryside is a good place to exercise. Sit. Zhao Gang said and sat down, and the others also sat down. Yes, the countryside really trains people. I have learned a lot from the vast poor and lower middle peasants. Labor not only trains a person's body, but also tempers his spirit. The harder the conditions, the greater the labor intensity, and the more obvious this exercise. Jiang Xiaobai replied openly, although at this time the educated youth cannery cannot be compared with Longyang. In order to possibly, no matter how the educated youth cannery develops, a canning company cannot be compared with Longyang. But his other companies have unlimited possibilities in the future, so Jiang Xiaobai will not be arrogant, and besides, he has nothing to ask for. Zhao Gang listened to Jiang Xiaobai's words. It really felt different. If this was said from an office clerk, he would not be surprised at all. But when Jiang Xiaobai said it from a student, he was really surprised. I originally thought that Jiang Xiaobai was a good student, but he didn't expect not only to study well, but also to have such an understanding of life. Know why. Well said. Where are you going to go to university? Zhao Gang asked. Beijing Normal University. Jiang Xiaobai replied. The capital is good. What are your thoughts after graduation? Do you have any plans to return to Longyang? Zhao Gang directly invited. The rest of the people at the dinner table were taken aback. What happened to the director today? Although Longyang wants college students, but the director of the factory personally invites them, which is not common. I haven't thought about things after graduation, but I want to complete 4 years of school down to first, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. After graduation, what do you do when you return to Longyang? Qualifications. Instead, you have to participate in this golden age. Not to mention becoming the trendy of the times. You have to leave your own name. Although Jiang Xiaobai said it euphemistically, everyone at the table heard the meaning of rejection. Zhao Gang invited suddenly, and Jiang Xiaobai's refusal was even more shocking. If this were changed to other people, it would have been agreed immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 249 Jiang's Succession Problem. Chapter 249 Jiang's Mother's Succession Problem. When Zhao Gang saw Jiang Xiaobai's refusal, he didn't care at all. There were so many outstanding young people in his life, and Jiang Xiaobai is just one of them. The guests and the host enjoyed a meal. The next day, Jiang Xiaobai's family held a banquet for Jiang Xiaobai's science champion in the province. Father Jiang, Mother Jiang gave a light in front of the people, and everyone in the Jiang family was together that night. Mother Jiang looked at everyone and slowly said, "I'm going to announce a news while everyone is here today." Everyone listened to Jiang's mother's solemn words, and they all focused on Jiang's mother. "Mom, tell me, let's listen." Big sister Jiang Hongmai said, "I'm too old, and I'm going to let the third oldest Honlan take my shift to the factory." Jiang Mu said, "She and Jiang Tishan are both regular employees of Longqing Iron and Steel Plant." The eldest son Jiang Zijun took over Jiang Tishan's shift. The second son, Jiang Zijian, is studying well and is expected to enter the university. Originally, she was going to let Jiang Xiaobai return to the city to pick up her class and go to the factory. But now the youngest son Jiang Xiaobai has taken a provincial college entrance examination champion. After that, he graduated and he can go to any factory. She is also considering the girls' side. The boss Jiang Hongmai and the youngest Jiang Hongxiang, although they are all temporary workers, they all have a job. Only the second child Jiang Honlan is left, who is always inferior to masters. Temporary workers are reluctant to do it, and formal workers can't be found. Seeing that she gets older and older, and can't even find a target, she is also anxious. It is right now that Jiang Xiaobai is admitted to the university, and there is no need to take her class. Let Jiang Honlan take her class to work in the factory. It's also easy to find someone. As soon as Mother Jiang's words were uttered, everyone else was stunned. Mother Jiang has always been patriarchal in everyone's hearts. It is reasonable to say that Jiang Honlan would not be able to take over. Jiang Honlan was even more stunned on the spot, with an ecstatic smile on her face, as well as a trace of dazedness and disbelief. "Mom!" Jiang Honlan shouted. She always felt that Jiang's mother was unfair and patriarchal. She never thought that it would be her turn to take over. "Well, I discussed with your dad, the boss is taking over now. Xiaobai is admitted to the university, and Zijian's academic performance is also good. It will be similar to the university next year. I will not worry about finding a job in the future." Mother Jiang said slowly, although she was a bit eccentric. The palms and backs of her hands were all fleshy. "In this era, we pay attention to the water poured out by the married daughter. What happens to the old couple in the future will all need to trouble the sons, so it's normal to be nice to the sons. But when her sons are able to take care of herself, of course she will also consider her daughter. It's just that it's a bit unfair to Hongmai and Hongxiang. You are all temporary workers. I'm sorry for you. Don't remember to hate your mother." Jiang Hongmai interrupted Jiang's mother before she finished speaking. "Mom, what did you say? How can we hate you? You raised us so much." Jiang Hongmai said, she had never expected to be able to take her parents to work in the factory. The three sons in the family, if it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai to be admitted to the university, Jiang Zijian's academic performance was also good. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang have 2 classes, and the 3 sons are not enough. How can they be the girls in their turn? "Yeah, Mom, what are you talking about? How could my eldest sister and I hate you, if it wasn't for you and Dad who gave us life, and worked so hard to nurture us so much?" Jiang Hongxiang also said that she and her eldest sister Jiang Hongmai have the same thoughts. She is the youngest among the girls, and she can't take her turn even in her turn, so she never thought of it. "What about the 3 of you? Do you have any comments?" Mother Jiang turned to look at Jiang Zijun, Jiang Zijian, And Jiang Xiaobai said, "No." Jiang Xiaobai was the first to shook his head and said. Jiang Zijian followed him and said that he had no opinion. Jiang Zijian opened his mouth. What did he want to say? However, he shook his head and said he had no opinion. That's okay. Then this matter is settled. Jiang Mu said loudly. As for Jiang Xiaomai, she is too young to have the right to express her opinions in a family meeting at this price. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Honlan stood up excitedly and said repeatedly. She felt like a big pie fell from the sky and hit her head all at once. It made Jiang Honlan so dizzy. She never thought that she could go to the factory to take over. She felt that Jiang was a patriarchal character. It's not bad if you don't have to pay the gift money to your sons when you get married, and you can still let yourself take over. But tonight's mother's words completely subverted the image of Jiang's mother in her mind. Why are you thankful? And what are you doing with your parents? Go to work and find a good person to treat your brother Xiaobai better. Even if we don't support you in vain. Jiang's 3 sentences again exposed her nature. Yes, she still loves her little son the most. I know, Mom. Jiang Honlan is used to it. Mother Jiang is right to say that. She originally prefers the younger son. Besides preferring the younger son, she is quite satisfied that she can give some care to their other children. Thank you, elder sister. Thank you, third sister. Thank you, Zijian. Jiang Honlan thanked one by one. As for Jiang Zijian, she did not thank her. Jiang Zijian also took over. He is also the beneficiary, so there is nothing to say. Thank you, Xiaobai. Jiang Honlan looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said awkwardly. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai answered generously. Thank you, Xiaomai. Second sister, work hard and buy me delicious food. Jiang Xiaomai said crisply in Jiang Xiaobai arms. Suddenly the amused family laughed. Jiang Zijian actually had some opinions. He felt that Jiang's mother retired early. Jiang Honlan took over and married, and the money he earned was not at home anymore. But seeing everyone agree, he is also embarrassed to be this villain. But looking at Jiang Xiaobai's eyes is a bit unpleasant. Don't you have a contradiction with your second sister? Why don't you object? The family meeting was over. The next day Jiang Xiaobai continued to give reports in other high schools in Longqing. Starting from mid to late August and until mid-September, it's fine if there is no time to start school. The tour report ranged by Director Zhu was finished. Jiang Xiaobai was sitting on the train back to Jianhua village and he was relieved. For 300 piglets, I really almost tried my best. It's been a few days since the school started, and I also need to go back to Jianhua village to settle down, and then report to the school. Just for the enterprises in Jianhua village, whether it is an educated youth cannery or a pig farm, Jiang Xiaobai is a little worried. End of this chapter. Chapter 250 Song Wei Guo's Feelings. Chapter 250 Song Wei Guo's Feelings. Jiang Xiaobai returned to the city and met Director Zhu. Zijun was very happy about the complete success of the report tour. On behalf of the Municipal Education Bureau, he gave Jiang Xiaobai a scholarship of 100 yuan. Back in the county Education Bureau was a bit lower, and also received a scholarship of 80 yuan. The old principal took it all at first glance. He also gritted his teeth on behalf of Shangma Township High School to give Jiang Xiaobai a scholarship of 50 yuan. Watching Jiang Xiaobai put money in his pocket casually, Ma Rongwu sighed secretly. A bicycle is in hand again. Do people still care about this 180 yuan? Looking at more than 200 yuan, if you are frugal, it is estimated that the school subsidy will be added. 4 years of college, that is wide and loose, more than enough. But who is Jiang Xiaobai? Someone who eats 200 yuan for a moonlight meal. Jiang Xiaobai didn't care, and after bidding farewell to everyone, he rode his bicycle swaying towards Jianhua village. Looking at Jianhua village with a trace of smoke from a distance, just like the scenery in the painting. Quiet, peaceful, and tranquility. To be honest, Jiang Xiaobai didn't feel much about Longqing in his life, but whenever he returned to Jianhua village, he felt like returning to his own home. It feels very comfortable and very relaxed, maybe because this is where his dream of this life began. Uncle Bai, Uncle Bai. As soon as he entered the village, a group of children surrounded him. The older ones were able to go down the river to fish and go up the mountains to chase the dogs, and the younger ones were poking their noses and wearing crotch-opening pants. But they are very excited to see Jiangxia Bai. But it's not that they know like adults that Jiangxia Bai took Jianhua village to make a fortune. But Jiangxia Bai will give them some delicious food from time to time. The world of children is so simple. Come on, Uncle Xia Bai bought the twist. One per person. Jiangxia Bai stopped the car and took out the twist he bought in the village to the children. Back to his office. He cleaned up briefly, and he was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, when Li Lawson and others knocked on the door and came in. The director is back. Director. Even Song Wei-go returned to the educated youth cannery to wait for Jiangxia Bai. It's all here. I'm about to go to dinner. Right? Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. Old Song, when did you come back? How about the inspection in the south? On the way to the cafeteria, Jiangxia Bai turned to look at Song Wei-go and asked. Before he and Lawson Li went to buy piglets, Song Wei-go took people to the south. Song Wei-go did not come back until he went to make a report and set off. I only came back a few days ago, Director Xia Bai. You are right. We can't just stay in Jianhua village. Although we have gradually changed since the 13th plenary session, we still can't compare with it. South, especially in the southernmost part. The director, you don't know how fast the development there is. There are self-employed businesses, fish sellers, and vegetables everywhere. Small household appliances, clothing, and various industries have a group of self-employed businesses. Can earn tens of thousands of dollars in 1 month, more than our educated youth cannery earns. The trip to Song Wei-go really felt deep. Before he went out, he felt that the changes in Jianhua village had been fast enough. But after going out this trip, he saw the changes in the south. Song Wei-go returned to Jin province again. In this contrast, I felt that the atmosphere of the whole society was compared with that of many provinces in the north. Compared with the south, it was basically lifeless. Jiangxia Bai nodded with a smile. Many people have heard of Pengqing, but they have never heard of Shekou. In fact, Shekou was the country's first pilot project at that time. It was just a wrong step on the road of development, which resulted in not so much reputation later. But the original settlement center in Shekou is now the famous China Merchants Bank. Ping An Insurance also started in Shekou. His head was the driver of the boss of Shekou at the time. Okay, it seems that going out this time will have a great impact on you. In the future, you will all have to go for a walk and take a look. The third child, Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, you will all go out and have a long experience. Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. I'm a pig farmer. What do I go out for? Li Lawson shook his head and said with a smile. What's wrong with the pig farmers? The pig farmers must keep up with the development situation. You can still keep pigs in Jianhua village for a lifetime. Jiangxia Bai said. In the future, whether it is an educated youth cannery or a pig farm, or a clothing factory, it is going to leave Jianhua village, out of Jin province, and most of all, it will be on the domestic stage and compete with other companies on the same stage. Your eyes are all longer term. Jiangxia Bai's voice was a bit harsh, and Li Lawson and others also responded. From now on, you guys will go out at least once a year, go to the south, go to the coast, go to some Dada, fast developing places, take a walk and take a look. If conditions permit in the future, you can even go abroad to have a look. Of course, it is not for you to eat, drink and play, but to see and learn. You are the heads of various companies. As long as your vision and knowledge improve, the company can improve. Jiangxia Bai continued. When a few people were talking, they came to the cafeteria and chatted while eating. The third child, help me buy some bicycles and give them to the children who are admitted to college. I promised before, and I will follow this every year from now on. Jiangxia Bai remembered the promise of sending bicycles that everyone had been admitted to college. Okay, no problem. Li Lawson promised that now a few bicycles are not a problem for the educated youth cannery at all. By the way, Tomorrow I will go around the educated youth cannery and pig farm. In the afternoon, Lao Song will accompany me to the garment factory to see, and then all the staff will have a meeting 3 days later. Jiang Xiaobai ordered again that he hadn't been in the factory for a while. He is going to spend a day looking at all 3 factories to understand the specific conditions of the factories. Then spend another day to make a general development plan, and finally have a meeting to arrange work after leaving. If these 3 factories are not settled, he will not worry about going to school. Li Losun and others listened to Jiang Xiaobai's words, and they probably understood what Jiang Xiaobai was about. It's just that Jiang Xiaobai didn't say it, and everyone didn't want to mention it first. End of this chapter.